Maybe it's because I'm a big fucking hater. Just kidding. It's because he's a retard now. I even do this sometimes where when I'm speaking, there's kind of so much I want to get out. And even though I speak very quickly, I can start to just kind of cut off the end of my sentences because I just want to get on to the next point. It seems like here, it feels like his eyes are moving and it feels like he's jumping around in a lot of topics in his head and he's trying to figure out what he wants to say rather than he's like completely airheaded and he's just trying to figure out something to say. It feels like he has stuff that he wants to say, he's just bad at communicating it. There's something in there at least.
And like, I think another thing that, like, if you say, like, what are the mistakes that smart engineers make? One of the biggest traps for smart engineers is optimizing a thing that shouldn't exist.
Yeah. So they'll just sit there and spin on that thing that's just like, why do we even have this in the first place?
Absolutely. Yeah. So because
it's like an interesting drill question here, and I don't know if anybody's smart has interviewed Elon Musk, but like interviewers that don't ask follow-ups fucking drive me crazy. Like the interesting question here, I think, from an organizational standpoint would be, okay, so you have a design philosophy where you're willing to ditch stuff quicker than other people, and you don't have the sunk cost fallacy that a lot of designers have, and it's clearly served you to some extent. You're shooting off rocket ships, and you've cornered the EV market in the United States. How do you decide when to move on from something? Are you ever worried that you move on from something too quickly? I'd be curious, back when he was more sober and lucid, what would his answer be to that? How do you figure out when to move on to something quicker, and why do you think other people miss that? I don't know how you would answer that.
When you go through college, like studying physics and engineering, I studied physics, you have to answer the question that the professor gives you. You don't get to say, this is the wrong question.
Right. Yeah.
But in reality, we have far more degrees. When you're in reality, you have all the degrees of freedom of reality. And so the first thing you should say is, this question is wrong.
Yeah, and that's what you said last year. Yeah. I mean, you kind of said, like, it took us a long time to frame the question even. Because we didn't necessarily know what it was.
It took ages to frame the question.
Yeah.
It's just like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Douglas Adams, best philosopher ever.
That's a meme level thing to say, though. Correct. Some of what he's saying here is meme shit, right? So you're telling me that the question is wrong, right? Oh, so you think everybody's just been asking the wrong question? Well, what do you have to show for it? And then his answer would be, well, I revolutionized electric vehicles in the United States 20 years before anybody else did, and I have single-handedly, basically, on an entrepreneur level, salvaged America's aeronautics industry. Well, then you have to go, okay, all right, well, maybe there's something to what he's saying, right? I would agree that some of the advice can come off as memey, but if he's actually put it into practice and done it, and it seems like to some extent he has, you have to give him credit for SpaceX and for Tesla. You have to.
Anime girl Asmongold, what is this? Oh my fucking god. Jesus. The McDonald's ad? Wow. Check, too much hair. Shut up, it's anime. It's what it's supposed to be, okay, guys? Yeah, come on. Anime girl Asmongold, what is this? Oh my fucking god.
Wii Fit, am I right? Now that's a video game. And to this day, people from every corner of the globe want to see more of it. And while I can't make you a new Wii Fit game, what I can show you is a side of this game that you have never seen before. Interested in seeing tons of balance board prototypes? This video's got that. Want to see it asking to be stepped on at E3? We've got that too. Or what about multiple, completely scrap balance games that are still unused in the final game? Well, get on board, because it's time that we talk about the development of the original Wii Fit. So to start this video, I need to mention that back in the Wii and DS era, there were a lot of games that came about specifically based on Miyamoto's current hobbies. Pikmin came about because of his gardening hobby, and Nintendogs was based on him raising his first pet dog. Wii Fit was no different, and its original idea was based entirely on Miyamoto's hobby of weighing himself. During his time at Nintendo, his long hours and constant snacking had caused him to put on weight. So his doctor recommended he started swimming to help his back issues. He lost weight, started feeling better, and began to really enjoy fitness. But for some reason, after a while, he started gaining weight again. So he started checking his weight on an old bathroom scale to see what was going on here. Then one day, his wife surprised him with a new scale that not only measured weight more accurately, but also showed body fat information as well. That's when Miyamoto's hobby of weighing himself truly began, with him checking his weight every day and graphing it out by hand to notice any trends. This went on for about a year before he realized that he was really enjoying this process. If I'm enjoying it, surely other people would too, he thought. What if we made this into a video game? And that's how Wii Fit began. Kinda. See, at first, it wasn't for the Wii. Instead, it was planned for the DS. Miyamoto decided to recruit Hiroshi Matsunaga for this project, and he would eventually become the director of Wii Fit. But at the beginning, he was just told to work on a health program for the DS, and that was basically it. Miyamoto didn't really give him any details on what it should include. Matsunaga was understandably confused and decided to take it upon himself to figure out what kind of game that he should make. He decided to focus on the concept of dieting. So in this DS game, you could record the food you ate, the amount of calories in them, and most importantly for Miyamoto, you could input your weight on a graph. That way you could see a connection between what you ate and your weight. It really sounds like just a standard piece of health software, nothing too wild. But then, Miyamoto had an idea. What if instead of inputting your weight manually, we just made our own bathroom scale controller? Then it could all be done automatically. So Matsunaga was told to switch gears and make this game for the Wii instead. But he wouldn't be doing it alone. Miyamoto brought on Tadashi Sugiyama as the game's producer, previously known for his work as the visual director of Mario Kart 64. And he and Matsunaga would begin development on Wii Fit. Now, I should mention that it wasn't called Wii Fit at the time. It was actually developed under a different title at first, Health Pack. It was one of 3 games that Miyamoto wanted to see release alongside the launch of the Nintendo Wii. The first one was Sports Pack, which obviously is Wii Sports. And then there was Party Pack, which is actually Wii Play. And while these two did make it to the launch of the Nintendo Wii, unfortunately, Health Pack was not so lucky.
So this Health Pack game started development sometime around 2003 or 2004, but the developers still didn't know what this game would actually be about. The only thing they had to go on was Miyamoto's request to make a game about weighing yourself. That's pretty much it. As you could guess, the team was very confused. I mean, it would be fine if Miyamoto was around to explain his ideas and brainstorm with the team, but he was so busy with helping develop the Wii that he didn't have any time for Health Pack. And that's not good, because this game was his idea, all about his hobby that no one else on the team understood. How are they going to make weighing yourself into a fun video game? They had no idea, but they had to try. To start, they began making prototypes, which consisted of nothing more than just weighing yourself. At first, they considered having a bathroom scale with a USB port. That way you could plug a flash drive in to transfer the data to Health Pack. But that was not what Miyamoto wanted. He didn't want everyone weighing themselves in the bathroom in total privacy. He wanted them to do it in the living room in front of everybody. After all, Nintendo had just finalized the Wii's concept as a system for the whole family. So to fit with that concept, the team had to turn a game about weighing yourself into something the family could enjoy together. And that's not going to be easy. All the team could really do was continue iterating on this idea of weighing yourself, even if it didn't feel very fun. And the worst part is, since Miyamoto was so busy at the time, the development process was just to make something up, bring it to Miyamoto, and most of the time he would just say, nah, that's not it, try something else. Not the most ideal. At this point, the only thing they had other than the weighing part was the ability to calculate the user's body fat percentage, and it didn't even make it into the final game. But that's not to say everything at this early stage got scrapped. They did have one thing at this point that really stuck till the very end. The realization that if people are going to be weighing themselves every day, it has to be quick. Having the user required to put in a game disk, wait for it to start spinning, then boot up the software just to weigh themselves, that was not going to work. Especially when the alternative is just going to a scale in the bathroom and it takes like 5 seconds. So they decided early in development that they needed to minimize the amount of time it would take to check your weight. And what better way than through a dedicated Wii channel, which made Wii Fit the first game to have its own channel. But no matter how good that idea was, they still had a glaring issue in their plans. They didn't have a scale controller. So before they could figure out how to make the game fun, they needed to figure out if they could even make something that could measure the player's weight at all.
So how does one make a bathroom scale controller? You'd think the first course of action would be to contact Nintendo's hardware division and get some help making a prototype, but they didn't want to do that. Instead, at the beginning, they decided they'd just figure it out themselves. But this was the Entertainment Analysis and Development Division. These are software people, right? Not hardware people. So how are they gonna make that work? Well, they weren't all software people. Takao Sawano and Hitoshi Yamazaki were both in the software department, but had previous experience making hardware. They figured they could at least handle making some of the initial prototypes. After all, there was really no point in bothering the hardware division when they weren't sure that this game was even gonna work out in the end anyway.
Alright, if we are doing this, number one priority, we have to keep costs down. Since they would need to sell this game and the hardware together, if they didn't make it as cheap as possible, it was not going to sell. At first, they thought they would just use the same parts found in a typical bathroom scale. But when talking with Nintendo's game accessory partners, they quickly found out that the cost would be far too much if they did it that way. I wonder if there's anything we've already got lying around Nintendo HQ that might work for this. Ooh, you know what? What about the Nintendo 64 controller? Now, I'm well aware that it doesn't look like a bathroom scale, but this controller uses an optical rotary encoder in the control stick, which is a device that basically measures the number of rotations an object makes. We haven't attempted this before, but what if we use that to measure a person's weight? Like have it where when you stand on the scale, it rotates some cogs, and we can measure weight based on how many rotations that it makes. So they made a prototype, and believe it or not, it actually worked great. That's awesome, problem solved. Well, I guess that's just one problem solved. The game still isn't fun. None of this was really marketable, and Sawano was having doubts that Miyamoto's idea of selling a bathroom scale was really gonna work. And it wasn't just him, the development team was at a breaking point. Literally, they were on the verge of breaking up and canceling the project. I mean, even with this controller working, we don't have a single usable idea, and Miyamoto didn't have any help to revive them. Truly, it was over for HealthPack.
Now, of course, we know that this wasn't actually the end of Wii Fit. They did eventually figure it out, but how? What was the moment that finally set the team up for success? Well, it was thanks to two things: therapy and sumo wrestling.
One day, Sawano and Sugiyama, both separately, were thinking over what to do about HealthPack. All of a sudden, by complete coincidence, both of them came to the same conclusion. Weighing yourself with one scale is boring, but weighing yourself with two scales might not be. For Sawano, the idea came from sumo wrestlers who have to weigh themselves with two scales. And for Sugiyama, it came from doing research on Seitai therapy, which sometimes involves two scales in order to maintain good posture. So what's so fun about that? Okay, hear me out. Stand on both scales side by side and try to see if you can make them both the same number. Pretty fun, right? It's actually like a game. As small as this idea sounds, this was the turning point for the project. Quickly, a programmer connected two bathroom scales to a computer and was told to make the data show on screen in a way that was simple and easy to understand. And it sucked, because these scales were only measuring your weight around 4 to 5 times a second, which was way too slow for gaming. So the team spent about a week modifying the hardware to send out signals 60 times per second, one for every frame of the game. Now we're talking. The team tried it out and found it to be more than kinda fun. It was very fun. Everyone was taking turns trying to keep that perfect 50-50 balance. And not only did this idea become the basic balance test in the Wii Fit body test, but the developer challenge of keeping a perfect 50-50 was also added in as an Easter egg called the Ultimate Balance Test. But okay, if we're going to go down this path, we have to ask this question. Does training yourself to maintain a better balance actually help keep you fit in some way? So the team looked into it, and thank goodness there were actual exercises out there based solely on balance. Perfect. From this point forward, we're going to make the theme of Health Pack keeping players fit through balance.
After deciding to make Wii Fit all about balance, it was time to make some prototype balance boards. The development team immediately contacted Nintendo's game accessory partners to get some help redesigning their prototype board to include 2 optical rotary sensors instead of 1. That way they could move forward with the best idea they had come up with yet.
There were several prototypes made of the balance board throughout the course of development. The first we've got a photo of is this one, which looks more like a Taiko no Tatsujin drum than the final balance board. Inside, as I said before, are 2 optical rotary sensors, which are marked with these red squares. This is the same technology that existed in the Nintendo 64 control stick, making it very cost-effective to use, so long as they didn't use too many of them. Surely we only need 2, right? Right? Well, as the team was making this prototype, Sawano had another idea. What if we did 4 sensors instead of just 2? That way we'll be able to detect left, right, forward, and back movement. What do you think about that, team? They did not like that idea at all. They just thought it would add way too much to the cost, and they already had plenty of ideas that would just need the left and right movement. The potential cost increase was not worth the addition of forward and back detection. But Sawano was determined to see this idea through. So on his own time, with the help of Yamazaki, they both brainstormed ways to get that forward and back movement while keeping costs down. Their first big step was to scrap the sensors altogether and instead use the Wiimote's accelerometer to detect the balance. But how would they do that? By placing the Wiimote directly in the center of the board. But if they wanted to do it that way, the bottom of the board had to be slightly rounded so that way it could tilt. To do that, Yamazaki just added a saucepan lid to the bottom of their prototype. This was about the time that they realized, you know what, maybe, just maybe this isn't a very good idea. Yeah, the costs are lower, but the board is thicker, you have to have a Wiimote right between your feet that you can step on, and on top of all that, it actually didn't even work that well. The balance detection was subpar at best. So, with all that being said, the prototypes that Sawano and Yamazaki made were scrapped. But they couldn't just give up. They gotta find another way to make this work. It wasn't just because they wanted forward and back movement, but they were also concerned about the original prototype's use of cogs to measure balance. Those things are eventually going to wear down after years of use, and when that happens, the whole board is going to be completely worthless. Sawano was just not convinced that this was the way forward. He felt that they needed to simplify things. And that's where another epiphany came to be. What if we used a strain gauge? What the heck's a strain gauge? Well, to keep things simple, it basically works by measuring how much bend a piece of metal has. So in the case of the balance board, they could put a strain gauge into each of the legs, so that way when the player steps on it, the metal piece is going to bend under the pressure. They could measure that bend to grab the user's weight, and then if you use more than one, you can also detect their balance too. There were no moving parts, reducing the chance of malfunction, and by moving these parts out of the center of the board, things would be simpler to repair if something went wrong. It seemed like the perfect solution, but of course, there was going to be a trade-off. As you could probably guess, the trade-off was the cost. It would be way cheaper to use the sensors from the Nintendo 64 controller, and not to mention you only need 2 of those to make it work, but using a strain gauge required at least 3, since having the balance board with only 2 legs would be very unstable. When Sawano brought this idea to the rest of the team, who were all pretty much set on the original design using 2 sensors, they all agreed that the strain gauge was definitely the better design that would last the longest. Even if the cost of the 3 gauges would be greater, yeah, let's do it. Oh, wait, did I say 3 sensors? Oh, sorry, actually, we're gonna need 4. Having 3 legs on the board, yeah, it's still too unstable for the player. Okay, well, hey, now we can actually detect left, right, forward, and back movement in addition to all those other perks. This is what we're gonna do. 4 legs, each with a strain gauge inside. It took roughly half a year to get to this point, but it was all worth it. Other than the cost, everything else just made sense. We've done all we can as software people. It's time we call upon the hardware people. The Integrated Research and Development Division.
The reality is the software division could only do so much before they had to send it off to the professionals. Besides, they couldn't keep getting wrapped up in all this hardware stuff. They needed to focus on making the brand new balanced games. But don't worry, Balance Board's in good hands. Takeshi Nagarita was the one put in charge of the hardware. After all, he had a good track record making controllers like the DK Bongos. But while the Bongos were also a pretty weird controller, even Nagarita thought that the Balance Board was really, really weird. But he and the rest of his team were up for the challenge.
So first things first, Sawano, could you show us the prototype that you made? Oh, it's a plank of wood with 4 legs, plugged into 2 Wii remotes. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see some room for improvement here. And this was their first attempt at improving it. Things are looking much more like an actual consumer product, but it does still look very different from the final version. First off, it's still tethered to the Wii remote's extension port, but at least it's only 1 now instead of 2. Though it is completely square, and only around 32 centimeters or 1 foot in width. And there's not a lot of room to move around on this thing. For the next couple prototypes, they attempted to fix some of these issues by making the board slightly wider and adding a little spot to keep your Wii remote off the floor. Granted, it is up for debate whether or not this is actually safer than just laying it on the floor, since it is a lot closer to your feet here. I don't know, it was just so appealing to have the board connected to a Wii remote. That's why the idea stuck around for so long. They didn't need to add LEDs to the board or include any wireless functionality, since the Wii remote would handle all of that. Plus, the Wii remote has a speaker in it, which they wanted to use, so that way the balance board could talk to the player while using it. Of course, the final version of the board doesn't have a speaker in it, so they only could allow it to talk through the TV. But imagine if it could talk to you at your feet. What a shame. So yeah, you can see why they wanted this connection to the Wii remote. But of course, they did know that this could be a safety hazard, so they tried to find alternative ways to make the connection work, like making an extra long cable, so that way you could hold the Wii remote while playing. But that would also be kind of weird, and possibly a tripping hazard. But while they were still trying to figure that out, Miyamoto decided to step on into the office and try out their latest prototype. After trying a few push-ups, he stood up and said that it sucked. The shape was still too square and extremely limiting. Crap, it's time for a redesign, isn't it? But how wide should it be? Even a little bit could raise the cost by who knows how much. Well, while they were all there in the office watching some exercise DVDs, Miyamoto heard something in them that changed everything. The trainer on the TV said to stand shoulder width apart. "That's it!" he shouted. "We need to make it shoulder width. So go out there and measure everybody's shoulders." Nagarita was not the happiest about this change, but it is what it is. So the development team went out to start measuring everybody's shoulders at Nintendo HQ. So that way they had some kind of average width to base the board size on. Reggie also just so happened to be in the building at the time, so they made sure to measure his shoulders as well to get some non-Japanese measurements. They settled on using 42 centimeters as the ideal width and created this prototype, which is looking incredibly similar to the final game, minus the Wii remote cable. Okay, crisis averted. Oh, who's that at the office door? Oh, it's Iwata. How are you doing? He took one look at the prototype that they made and said something that shook everybody there to their core. No way. There is no way that we're requiring a player to bend down to plug and unplug a Wii remote from this thing. They had to make it completely separate from the Wii remote, and that was an order directly from the president. Now, I want you to get a good idea of how difficult this time was for the team. We are late in development of Wii Fit at this point, and the internals of the game's required balance board controller now had to be completely overhauled to add in the wireless functionality from the Wii remote. This was not an easy task. Turns out, the Wii remote's wireless functionality was integrated directly into the controller's motherboard. In other words, it was never designed to be an independent module that you could just drop into anything your heart desired. No, the team had to rebuild that wireless functionality from the ground up to add it into the bounce board. But Iwata knew that the team could do it. He had a lot of faith in them. They had already tackled so many issues at this point, having to make many iterations on this new bathroom scale controller. And finally, after all that work, they were able to settle on a final design that everyone was happy with.
And that is how the balance board came to be. But what about the game itself? How did we get from Health Pack to Wii Fit? How do we go from a game about weighing yourself in front of your entire family to the best-selling Wii game of 2008? Well, as we talked about earlier in this video, it was an absolute pain. But now that they had this new focus on balance, plus the ability to detect left, right, forward, and back movement, the team was finally excited to get to work on making some balance games.
Now, of course, the final game doesn't just have balance games. You actually have 4 categories to choose from: aerobics, strength training, yoga, and balance games. Originally, though, there were no categories or even any exercises at all. Back then, it was just balance games. And at the beginning, the only games that they had were ones based on sports. That might be why soccer heading only supports left and right movement. It may have been one of the first balance games that was made before they decided to add in forward and back detection. There was also another balance game made early in development that didn't make it into the final game. It was called Trampoline, and it required the player to bend their knees and straighten them out to jump on a trampoline. Matsunaga was the one in charge of this prototype, but he just could not get the Mii to move through the air in a natural way, and there just wasn't enough interest by the team to figure it out. But it was eventually fleshed out and added to Wii Fit U years later, complete with forward and backwards movement too. You know, even though the development team didn't particularly care to add in that forwards and backwards movement to the original Wii Fit, it was greatly appreciated in the end, because it opened up the door to add in a brand new feature to the game: actual exercises. At first, they were planning to just include videos of real trainers doing exercises for you to follow along with. But then, what's the difference between this game and just getting a DVD? We've got this balance board here with the ability to track a wide range of motions. I wonder if we could detect how well the player's doing an actual exercise. So they started experimenting with detecting radio calisthenics. Are we able to accurately tell if someone is doing one of these exercises well? And yeah, it turns out they actually could. That was their advantage. There were plenty of exercise DVDs on the market, but with the balance board, they had an amazing selling point: a game that could give you actual feedback on the exercises you're doing in real time. But who would be giving you that feedback? It couldn't be a Mii, because they don't have accurate human proportions in order to show off how to perform an exercise. They were going to need to make a realistic model instead, so they went ahead and made the female Wii Fit trainer. But at first, it was a little bit too realistic. In fact, a version of this model is still in the final game, just unused. And here it is. But it's not just the model. There's also some unused animations too, like a few that show off radio calisthenics. Not only were these animations used for testing the trainer model in-game, but like I said earlier, radio calisthenics were used to test the balance board's ability to detect exercises. That means these are very early animations. Now, with all that being said, there's no way that they could actually use this model. It just stands out way too much compared to the cartoony art style of the rest of the balance games. So just on a whim, they removed the skin color and found it worked much better. It was a good balance between realistic and cartoony at the same time. Now at the time, that was it. There was no male Wii Fit trainer. That is until Miyamoto suggested adding him in. But it wasn't this buff man originally. Now Miyamoto wanted the team to add in a chubby, middle-aged man instead. And the team was completely against it. Not because of the character, but because it would take so much work. It was already a ton of work making the first trainer, because their motion capture equipment just could not capture the subtle movements that they needed, like breathing. So they had to manually create those animations. Now you're telling me we're gonna have to do that all over again? A bit later, people started coming in to piggyback on Miyamoto's idea, suggesting they add in a bunch of new trainers, maybe making an entire roster of different ones. No, that's fine. We're okay with just doing 2. And thusly, our two iconic trainers came to be.
But that begs the question, who would be in charge of explaining the body test to the player? That is a big honor. Weighing yourself at a body test every day is the core of Wii Fit. It's Miyamoto's pride and joy. So, who would get the honor of explaining just how incredible this test is to the player?
Well, at first they were just going to do another realistic person, but Miyamoto suggested having the balance board as the teacher instead. An interesting idea, but if you think about it, watching a bathroom scale talk about proper posture doesn't sound very interesting. So the team took it another step further and decided to make it a magic bathroom scale that gains the ability to freely change its shape. It could even fly through the air behind the calendar in the main menu, and everyone on the team loved this idea. That is until Miyamoto sent them an email that said there was no way a balance board could actually fly. It would be too heavy. He just felt like it was too weirdly magical for a down-to-earth game like this. So the team put some limits on the kind of things that the balance board could actually do in the game. But even if it couldn't fly, the team was okay because it still had its tail. Yeah, the balance board originally had a tail, because you'll remember back then it was still connected to a Wii remote in order to function. The team used this cord as a tail that the balance board would wag when it's happy, and it was all very cute. But when Iwata walked into the office wanting the cable to be removed, that too was the end of the tail. To make up for this tragic loss, they decided to make the balance board a lot more flexible. That way it could at least show some level of emotion in the game. But still, really would have preferred the tail.
But I am getting a bit ahead of myself. Let's go back to when they just started adding in strength training and the female trainer. During that time, yoga was the hot new thing in Japan, and one of the developers really wanted to see it included in the game. Miyamoto, on the other hand, he wasn't so sure about that. He didn't want them to add it in just because it was cool and popular. It needed to be fun and work well too. Well, luckily, there just so happened to be someone at Nintendo who was working on a prototype for just a random yoga game. So the Wii Fit team asked this person to join in on their project. It just made a lot of sense to add their work to Wii Fit. And honestly, the Wii Fit team needed all the help they could get.
Yoga was an easy add to the game. There were plenty of great poses that they could choose from, but the team struggled to fill out the other three categories: strength training, balance games, and aerobics. So Miyamoto suggested they bring in a professional trainer in order to offer recommendations and assess routines that they had already made to verify their effectiveness. This is very similar to how things worked with Brain Age on the DS, where the team would ask Kawashima to verify the effectiveness of their brain training. And you can learn all about that in my video on Brain Age concentration training. I'll put the link up on the top right and on the end card. Sugiyama began doing web searches for balance-based training programs around Japan and came across a trainer named Kaoru Matsui. Looking further into their fitness background, Sugiyama found the gym that he worked for, and on their website, it just so happened to have a photo of two scales placed side by side. He was clearly the perfect person for the job. With his help, a bunch of ineffective exercises got scrapped, and the ones he was able to verify were then able to be sorted into the best category for them. For instance, step basics and hula hoop were originally considered balance games, but after learning how effective they were at working up a sweat, it made more sense to put them in aerobics. And thank goodness, because the aerobics category was looking a little sparse. They needed something more, a killer feature that would be the go-to for a good workout. But what would that even look like?
You know how I said earlier in this video that the Wii Fit team just so happened to find someone making a random yoga game? So they grabbed the idea and put it in Wii Fit? Kind of crazy, right? What a coincidence. Well, what if I told you that actually happened twice?
While Miyamoto was contemplating what amazing aerobics exercise they could add to the game, he just so happened to see a prototype that was being made by a different development team, the one behind Wii Sports. Their game was already completed, but they had another idea they were working on for a potential Wii Sports 2, a jogging game. At this time, Wii Sports Resort wasn't remotely a thing on anybody's radar. So when Miyamoto saw this jogging prototype, he asked the director if they would allow him to take this idea and use it for Wii Fit. And they were like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Miyamoto brought it to the Wii Fit team and told them to stick it in aerobics. Now, this is pretty late in development, specifically July 2007, which is about half a year before release. But Miyamoto felt it just fit right in, so he pushed the team to add it to the game. Keep in mind, this was just a prototype jogging demo. It was only using temporary graphics at the time, so yeah, the Wii Fit team had their work cut out for them. Not to mention, isn't it a bit weird to add in a game that doesn't even use the balance board? Miyamoto, you were the one who said that every game should use the balance board. But for this idea, he made an exception. And so the team did what they had to add it in. So where did Free Run come from? Well, that was added in even later in development, in August 2007. It was one of the last things added to Wii Fit before its release a few months later. The reason Free Run was added in was simple. The aerobics category only had 8 games, leaving one spot open in the menu's 3x3 grid. That is literally the reason that it was added to the game. Adding a free run mode that used the same visuals and codebase that they already had, yeah, that was the easiest way to get them to that visually pleasing 9 aerobics games. And with everything brought together, the team was able to step back and take a good look at what they made. It was a video game. A fun video game. Something that the team did not expect to happen. And now that their hard work had finally paid off, they couldn't wait to show it to the public.
So, the first time that people got to learn about Wii Fit was on September 14th, 2006 during Nintendo's Wii Preview event in Japan, though back then, it was still going by the name Health Pack. At the event, Iwata took the stage to explain the concept behind the upcoming Nintendo Wii and show off early versions of the channels. By the way, I made a video all about the development of the Wii menu and Wii channels, so if you've been enjoying this video, you're gonna love my Wii menu video too. I'll put a link in the description, and you can click the card that's showing somewhere on the screen right now. Now, after all was said and done, both Iwata and Miyamoto wrapped things up with a Q&A session. It was during that Q&A that they mentioned Health Pack for the first time. There were no videos or screenshots of the game, it was just briefly mentioned. Miyamoto just brought it up, saying that he hoped Health Pack would be the kind of game that completely changes the gaming market without describing what the game actually was. It was Iwata who gave more details on it, saying that it was about weighing yourself every day, and that he was really looking forward to the game's eventual release since it was so different than anything currently out there. He figured it could make the same big splash that Brain Age did just a year before. So, that was the first time that it was mentioned, but when was the first time that the game was shown for real?
Well, that wasn't until months later, at E3 2007, which was the first time Wii Fit was shown to the public, and yeah, now it was actually called Wii Fit. I have a good feeling that you remember this event, seeing as is where this absolutely famous clip is from.
My body is ready.
Indeed, my body is ready too. Ready to look at this on-stage demonstration of Wii Fit to compare it to the final game. And it all starts with the single leg extension strength training exercise. Unfortunately, there was a bit of an issue with the demo. See, the person playing the game is doing a great job, but the balance board does not agree. Bill Trinen even mentioned this issue on stage, saying that the calibration must be off.
So it looks like the calibration is slightly off. You should have the red dot here in the yellow area.
Because of this calibration issue, the game would not stop saying your control is outstanding over and over again, every time the red dot entered the yellow area. And speaking of color, not only is the font color different, the entire workout area is too. It's supposed to be green, with blue being saved for yoga training. Now, that might not seem like a big change, but it really is. It's not just these strength training exercises that are blue instead of green, the entire game is blue instead of green. You'll notice this change the most in Wii Fit Plaza, which has other differences too, like tons of missing buttons that were originally placed in a drop-down menu that appeared if you put your cursor close to the top of the screen. Okay, the next exercise we'll look at is torso twists, which at E3 required the player's center of balance to shift to the left and the right while twisting sideways, and back when twisting forwards. The final game works differently. Whether you're twisting sideways or forwards, your goal is to try to keep your balance almost perfectly centered at all times. But what about something other than exercises? Well, let's move ahead to basic step then, which instead of using this music track, use the same track from Advanced Step, but slowed down.
The idea is for this one.
The icons showing you where you place your feet are also different, but just slightly. Instead of having the foot you're placing on the balance board in a darker red, it originally had both feet the same shade, which makes it a bit more difficult to see where your foot actually needs to go next. Man, this all looks very cool and nice, but come on, you know this isn't what Miyamoto's here for. He's ready to show off the whole reason this game even exists, the body test. Let's have Reggie take the stage so we can see what changes are shown off here. First, you'll see that the clothing options are gray in this early build with no way to pick the exact weight that you want to remove from your reading. And with that selected, it's time to start measuring. But not before we follow the balance board's instructions to please stand on me in a natural way. Sounds good to me. This build of the game will then tell you to put down the Wiimote to shave a few small ounces off your weight. Next, it's time for us to verify your weight. The dot that shows that's happening here is pink instead of green. And finally, it's time to actually start
measuring.
Except the balance board doesn't actually say that in the early version. It doesn't say anything. There's not even a rotating sign sky either. It's just some small beeping sounds and silence.
This is high pressure.
Alright, measuring is all done, but before we get to the weight, it's time to see your center of balance, which in this early build zooms you in way further. And we also get to see it from a different point of view as well. It shows you the balance from the side in this build, which ended up being completely removed from the final game. And now, the moment Miyamoto's been waiting for, your weight! Comparing the results screens side by side, you can see it looks way different from the final game, showing a lot more data on the screen. But you know what it doesn't show? Your actual weight. It only shows BMI in this build and no option to see more detailed info. And there's an interesting backstory behind this. See, there was a point in development where the team was going to completely hide your weight from being viewed. And it wasn't because they wanted to soften the blow of body tests, it was actually because of a very challenging certification process they were going through at the time, trying to get the Wii balance board classified as a real bathroom scale in Japan. Due to this long and very difficult process, they weren't sure that they were going to be allowed to include weight measurements in the final game before the intended release date. But Miyamoto said very strongly that it had to be done with absolutely no compromise allowed. And yeah, they did manage to make it happen in time so it could be included. For Miyamoto, this is great news. But to a lot of people, it didn't really matter. Not a lot of people wanted to have their weight shown on screen in front of everybody, so they kind of hid it away behind a button. They were trying to be at least a bit sensitive, which is probably why they scrapped some of these over-the-top animations for the result screen. These are all unused in the final game, and they all predate E3 2007. The one for the normal ranking is fine, maybe a bit long, but nothing crazy, not like the underweight ones, which go on way longer than the one in the final game. And then there's the overweight ones, and geez Louise. Yeah, they toned this down quite a bit before they showed off the game at E3.
Speaking of which, we still have more to see at E3 2007, because not only did we get a nice on-stage demonstration, but we've also got a nice trailer and a demo on the show floor too. Both of these show us many different parts of Wii Fit that we haven't checked out yet. So what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out.
So first thing I want to bring up is a common change throughout the E3 footage. Everything here in the final game says Wii Fit, but it was originally just the Wii logo. The basic balance test is another place you should have seen this logo, but don't in this early build. You should have also seen a helpful graphic telling you how to play the game, but that's not here either. You also get some interesting text changes, like being told to balance in the blue zone, and the fact that we're on the third challenge instead of round 3. All subtle stuff, I know. Hula Hoops also has some subtle changes too, like the lack of stripes on the hoops, and no pink lights on the background set. Table tilt looks pretty much identical, but the timer here, yeah, that looks very different compared to the final game. This early timer can only be seen in the E3 trailer of the game though, with the show floor build using the final timer instead. But don't be fooled, this game is still different. You'll notice at the very end, instead of showing all the Miis cheering you on, it just has some text appear on screen that says, Total Domination. We should check out Hula Hoops on the show floor too, it's kinda got the same thing. Those missing stripes from the trailer are now here, so it appears that the trailer was using an earlier build than what was playable at E3. But even if we don't get those early hoops in this version, we do get to hear a very different music track compared to the final game. Oh, and you know what? I completely forgot to mention that this isn't even called hula hoops in this version. According to this early selection screen, it's actually called Hoop Twirl, and it even sports a different icon as well. So yeah, not only is this early selection screen looking quite a bit different from the final version, it also has some early names and icons for the exercises and games too. We've got soccer heading, which has a different icon showcasing the cleats. Table tilt is here too with a different icon, except originally it was called ball rolling, fantastic name. And then there's ski jump, which at E3 was called ski jumping, and it's got some more changes in it too, like how the speedometer is placed on the left side of the screen instead of the right, and the blue dot meant to show you where you place your balance, yeah, that's not here. So you kind of just have to guess. We do have an example graphic on screen to guide you, and if you look closely, the pose is a bit different from the final game, having you lean more forward. Once you get to the jump, it's also a bit different, with your goal being to stand completely straight, but the final game wants you to lean slightly forward instead. But that's enough balance games. I want to see some yoga. We haven't seen any of those poses yet. So let's select one from the menu, and you can tell they're yoga because they all have pose added to the end of their names. That was removed from the final game. Once we pick one, you'll notice that the trainers don't have any voices yet, but I'm assuming it was meant to be added in later. But that's not to say that this build of the game is only missing things. There's actually a cool feature here that was completely removed from the final game: camera control. Look at all these camera options you had in the E3 demo. The final game lets you switch only between a predetermined front and back camera angle, with all these controls being completely removed. My theory is that they had to be removed when the team added in the deep breathing segments, where the camera starts moving around on its own, like in the warrior pose. Stuff like that didn't happen in the E3 version because guided breathing wasn't shown with that giant blue circle. Instead, it was an icon on the top left of the screen that swapped between inhale and exhale throughout the exercise. Icons very similar to these are actually still in the final game, just unused. In fact, we have even more guided breathing graphics that are unused, like these two from the Wii Fit icon_test file. And with that, we can breathe a sigh of relief, because that was all there was to look at E3 2007.
A few months later, we got to see Wii Fit again on October 10th, 2007, where it was shown off at the Nintendo conference. At this point, it looks pretty much exactly the same as the final game, except that it's still blue. And we're only a couple months away from the launch of the game. What made them change the game's color at the very last possible moment?
Well, the whole reason it was blue to begin with was to match the Wii aesthetic. Yoshiyuki Oyama was the design director of Wii Fit and the person who chose that blue color. But after E3 2007, he was starting to get a bit worried. He was afraid that the game would lack the visual difference it needed to truly stand out. It was actually the day before the Nintendo conference that he began talking about switching the color to green, because you'll notice that the Nintendo conference's key color was green. The team really liked this specific shade of green chosen for the conference. It had kind of a healthy look to it. So they took the color and quickly changed the game's aesthetic right before release. In fact, according to the unused timestamp.txt file in Wii Fit, the build date for the Japanese version of the game was October 29th, 2007 at 2:22 a.m., which means that this game's change from blue to green was done within the last 20 days of Wii Fit's development. But they did manage to get it done in time for the game's release on December 1st, 2007 in Japan. This little project that felt like it was going absolutely nowhere was now selling over 250,000 copies in its first week on the market. It was an absolute success.
Now, we have been talking about unused stuff in Wii Fit here and there over the course of the video, but I saved the most interesting stuff to talk about here. It's not a lot, but what we do have shows off some incredibly early stuff and even completely scrapped balance games too.
We'll start things off with an unused image for a scrapped balance test game that would have required you to move through a tight maze. The kanji on this image says temporary, so technically we don't know if this test ever actually existed in playable form. But if it did, it probably would be a very frustrating game with all those walls so close together. For the games that do exist in the final game, there are some interesting scrap models for them. For instance, with Table Tilt, we've got a couple unused tables that look to have been scrapped early on. They're just not nearly as polished looking as the final tables, which leads me to believe they got cut before they went through and made them all look pretty. For soccer heading, we've got the opposite situation going on. This early ball is looking very polished. It is completely smooth without a single edge to be found. But don't you worry, there's plenty of edge coming up. Check out this unused panda head with extremely sharp teeth. Or what about this giant spike ball? Yeah, the cleats were originally a giant spike ball. Imagine getting hit in the face with that. Let me tell you, you're gonna lose a lot more than just 3 points if you hit this. In Balance Bubble, we've got a pretty massive unused model. It's an early version of the entire course, and it looks very different from the final version. It actually resembles the E3 2006 obstacle course demo more than Wii Fit, with an art style that looks like a handmade diorama. And that brings us to our final few files in Wii Fit to look at. We've got 3 completely scrapped games that still have unused models lying around inside the game. First is a balance test that would have used these 4 models: a ball, seesaw, stop sign, and a goal. Seems like it would have guided a ball through a course by controlling seesaws to get the ball into the goal. And then there's a stop sign for some reason. Next was a planned fencing game that didn't make the cut. That's where this unused weapon would have been wielded by the player. And it also comes with this tennis ball model, which was borrowed from Wii Sports Boxing. How this game worked is completely unknown. Maybe you're supposed to use the Wii remote to stab the balls being thrown at you while dodging something with the balance board. I have no idea. But we do have a better idea of how this last scrap balance game would have worked. It's called Parachute, and it's pretty simple. You would have worn this parachute here and aimed for this target. But where exactly would you be landing? Why, on the Wii Sports golf course, of course. All you've got to do is land on this little patch of grass and watch out for the water. Plus, there's also this unused gate ring that may have been associated with Parachute too. Maybe your goal would have been to drop through rings on the way down to the target, something like that. The Parachute game kind of reminds me of Bird's Eye Bullseye from Wii Fit Plus in some ways, just without the rings. You know the game, the one where you play as a chicken. But that's something we can talk about at a later time.
And that is the development of Wii Fit. I can't stress it enough. I love this series. I still play it to this day. It's the only reason I got my Wii U hooked up to the TV. Wii Fit did exactly what Miyamoto and Iwata were hoping for at the Wii preview. Back then, they wanted to prove that a game about weighing yourself every day could become a phenomenon. And it really did. It is the 6th best-selling Wii game of all time, selling over 20 million copies. At the beginning, the team thought that Health Pack would never make it to release, but now they're able to hold their heads up high. They truly changed the game.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is an absolutely wonderful game. It is truly a masterpiece of surprise, a smorgasbord of new ideas. What other game features friendly talking flowers whose sole purpose is to tell you they're proud of the person that you've become? This was the 2D Mario game that all of us needed. And when I say all of us, I'm including the developers too. This game gave the dev team the perfect opportunity to break free from the past and show the world that Nintendo hadn't run out of ideas at all. But how did it all come together? Well, get ready, because this video is going to explain everything. Where the talking flowers came from, the inspiration behind the game's expressive visuals, and why on earth there's an elephant. I've also got plenty of scrapped wonders and prototype footage for us to watch as we learn about the complete developmental history of Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
To start this video off, let's get to know the team behind Super Mario Bros. Wonder, starting with Takashi Tezuka. This game marked the 39th year he's been involved in the development of Mario games. He started all the way back in 1985 as the assistant director and game designer of the original Super Mario Bros. and now he's the producer of Mario Wonder. Next is Shiro Mori, who is the programming director of New Super Mario Bros. U, and then served as the full-fledged director of New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. For Mario Wonder, he once again served as director. Now, we can't forget about Masanobu Sato. His first time working on a 2D Mario game was New Super Mario Bros. Wii, where he was credited with giving the Koopalings life through animation. With New Super Mario Bros. U, he moved to being the lead of design and now serves as the art director of Mario Wonder. And there were plenty of others involved on Wonder's development, including every single person involved in developing the original Super Mario Bros. On the NES. But it wasn't just development veterans of the Mario series, there were a lot of newcomers too. After all, Super Mario Bros. Wonder was the first new side-scrolling Mario game in roughly 11 years, so yeah, there was bound to be developers involved who had never even touched a Mario game like this before. Now, of course, during those 11 years, there were ports like New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, and there were reimaginings of classic games like Super Mario Maker, but the last 2D Mario platformer that was actually brand new was New Super Mario Bros. U for the Wii U in 2012. So what was going on? Why'd the 11-year hiatus? Were they really working on Mario Wonder for that long? No, definitely not. Tezuka had his hands full during that time working on Super Mario Run for mobile devices, as well as Super Mario Maker 1 and 2. But what really caused the hiatus was simple. Time just kind of flew by. And one day Tezuka was like, oh crap, we gotta make a new 2D Mario game. And that is how it all began.
During the development of Super Mario Maker 2, Tezuka began to think about what was next for 2D Mario games. But, as you'd expect, he was busy working on Super Mario Maker 2. He couldn't really do much other than think about potential ideas for the future. It wasn't until this game was complete before he could move on to his next project. Now, Mori was in a similar situation. He had to wait until New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe finished development, since that was taking up all of his time too. It wasn't until both of these games got done that development of Super Mario Bros. Wonder could actually begin in early 2019. But before we get to Mario Wonder, we gotta talk about Super Mario Maker. Now, there's a game series that's caused quite a bit of a stir over the years.
Before development on Mario Wonder began, Tezuka had noticed a similar story making its way through the internet, that Super Mario Maker had killed 2D Mario games. That the tools in the game were so expansive that it eliminated any need for Nintendo to make another side-scrolling Mario game. After all, people could practically create anything in Super Mario Maker. But news outlets failed to take one thing into account. Players could create a lot of things, but they couldn't create something out of nothing. It all had to be based on what was included in Mario Maker. That's where Nintendo had the edge. They could create something completely new, and Tezuka had gotten to thinking how they could use that edge to its full potential. They were going to do more than ever before, something completely different than anything previously seen in 2D Mario games. But even though Tezuka was confident that they could pull this off, a lot of people on the team were really worried. What if what the journalists said was true? People have already made fantastic levels in Super Mario Maker. Can we really do anything new that hasn't been made already? But Tezuka, always the optimist, was like, it'll be fine. We got this. Well, if we're gonna make something completely different, it can't just look different, it has to feel different on a fundamental level. At least that's what Mori thought. During the early stages of development, he recommended that they create an entirely new game engine for Mario Wonder, completely severing ties with the new Super Mario Bros. Series, so that way the team would be able to create a new foundation for the future of 2D Mario games. Whoa, that's gonna take a lot of work, huh? On top of that, Tezuka also wanted Wonder to not just look and feel different, but offer more to the player than ever before. He wanted the game to be chock full of hidden surprises. See, back in 1985, when Super Mario Bros. Came out on the NES, it was seen as a game full of hidden surprises. You hit a block, whoa, there are coins in there. Oh, is that a mushroom? What? Whoa, Mario's big now. This game's crazy. Or at least it used to. The stuff that made Super Mario Bros. Feel extraordinary has now become old. And not just for players, but for the developers too. Tezuka wanted side-scrolling Mario games to feel extraordinary again, full of special moments, so that even if someone has played Mario for decades, they would still be surprised by what they find and have a smile on their face. And to make sure that was able to happen, the team did something extraordinary themselves. They made a video game without a deadline.
So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Instead of nailing down a schedule early in development, determining how long it should take to finish developing the game, this time for Mario Wonder, they decided to skip past all that. No deadlines. Very out of the ordinary, but Tezuka found it was necessary. In order to create a game that was truly wonderful, the team was just told to take their time. And with an ample budget being dedicated to the project, they wouldn't need to worry about time or money. And they could just spend their days crafting every small detail of their heart's content.
Speaking of small, at the beginning of development, there were only a handful of people working on Mario Wonder. And because the initial size of the team was so small, it was not gonna be easy to narrow down what they actually wanted to achieve. In other words, they needed to determine what the core of the game would actually be about and get everyone on the same page. The core of past 2D Mario games was to focus on creating fantastic courses, designed to slowly ramp up the difficulty over time. But Mario Wonder didn't share that same core design. This time their focus was on creating as many surprises as they could fit in the game. Modi wanted there to be at least one surprise per course that would put a smile on the player's face. But making that many surprises was gonna be tough. Now, wasn't there like a Mario game released on the Switch that was already full of quirky surprises? Well, that's right, Mario Odyssey. Why don't we ask someone who was on that development team to help out over here? And that's how Koichi Hayashida became a designer on Mario Wonder. In fact, this was the first side-scrolling Mario game that he had ever worked on. Previously, he's been known as being the main programmer of Super Mario Sunshine, the level designer for Super Mario Galaxy, director of 3D World, and recently, a producer on the Super Mario Odyssey team. Hayashida got involved in Mario Wonder in order to provide valuable insight from his time developing 3D Mario games, which are often considered the more out-there Mario titles, full of new ideas like water jetpacks or walking around balls in space, and the Mario Wonder team was extremely grateful for the help. After all, they were going through what they called a crisis.
Because Nintendo went 11 years without a new side-scrolling Mario game, it's not far-fetched to think that Super Mario Bros. Wonder is going to be a lot of people's first 2D Mario platformer. So, the developers wanted to appeal to those beginners. But to do that, they're gonna need some fresh insight. How would someone who had never played a 2D Mario game play one in this day and age? And they were able to get that insight thanks to Tezuka's first ever mobile game that he served as director, Super Mario Run.
Now, I know Super Mario Run is an auto-scroller. It's not exactly the same as a side-scrolling Mario game, but it was close enough in gameplay style. And a big bonus is that a lot of beginner players from around the world just decided to download the game on their phone because it had that cute Mario guy in it. They weren't advanced Mario players. But instead of going all the way around the world asking beginner players what they thought of the game, they actually just had to ask one. A developer of Super Mario Run had the insight that the team needed already. This developer was a complete beginner at 2D Mario games and told Tezuka that they were disappointed playing Mario Run because they couldn't get past the mushrooms in World 1-3. This meant they were effectively locked out of the entire rest of the game because you have to beat every course in order to progress. So if you can't beat one, tough luck, no more game for you. Tezuka was caught off guard by this comment. He didn't even realize that this course in Mario Run was even that hard to begin with. It was only the first world. And he also didn't realize that having every level required to be beaten in order to beat the game had effectively blocked that player from enjoying any more of the game unless they got good. So, while developing Mario Wonder, the team decided that they didn't want to design a 2D Mario game like that anymore. They wanted all players of all skill levels to be able to progress through the game to the very end. And how would they do that? By doing things just like Super Mario Odyssey did, giving players the freedom to pick and choose what they wanted to do in the order of their choosing. Odyssey accomplished this by allowing players to choose which moons they wanted to grab and kept them moving through the storyline by not requiring them to collect all the moons in a kingdom in order to progress. This is another reason why Hayashida was such a valuable member of the Mario Wonder team, since 3D Mario games have always been specifically designed to get every player, regardless of skill level, to the end of the game. So instead of having players complete courses in order with maybe an alternate path here and there, this time they were going to give them way more freedom in Mario Wonder. So now getting into a castle just requires you to collect Wonder Seeds, which you can collect however you like. Want to play on the easiest courses and completely skip the hard ones? Go for it. Here, let me even show you the difficulty level and a photo of the course before you start it, just to see if that's the one you want to play. Missing just one more seed to progress and you don't want to go out and find it? Just buy one from the shop instead of searching for it. With these fundamental changes, you are now able to complete a 2D Mario game your way. Something that really only existed in 3D Mario titles. And the Mario Wonder team was so proud of this design choice. And you know what? Since we're already making changes to the fundamental formula of the game, do we really need lives? Or a timer? They evaluated everything in this early stage of development. They didn't remove everything. Lives, for instance, didn't get scrapped, but they weren't afraid to throw away even major staples of the series, like the timer, which was only saved for specific levels in the final game. And with that, they now had a foundation ready to be built upon. It was time to finally bring 2D Mario games into the modern age, and the team was extremely proud of what they had built so far.
Alrighty, they got that foundation ready, and that's so great. But you know what we don't have yet? Any surprises. The team wanted to add tons of them to the game, so it's about time we start thinking up some ideas. But at this point in development, the idea of wonder flowers and wonder effects, yeah, none of that had been thought of yet. Instead, focus was on making a surprising power-up. It's kind of a tradition in 2D Mario games to have the game come with a new power-up. Like Super Mario Bros. 3 had the Tanuki suit, and New Super Mario Bros. Wii had the propeller mushroom. So what would this new game feature? Elephants. It was an obvious choice to add elephants into Mario Wonder. And I'm not joking, it really was. Let me explain.
See, early on in development, the team was discussing what kind of interesting game mechanics they wanted to add into this new Mario game. Someone on the team suggested having a power-up that would make the player's body bigger, which in turn would make stopping enemies, hitting blocks, and collecting coins easier. Around that same time, there were also two other separate ideas being thrown around too. One was giving the player the ability to destroy blocks from the side, and the other idea was the ability to spray water, so that way you can help withered flowers bloom. Now, what kind of power-up would give Mario a bigger body, the ability to break blocks from the side, and allow him to spray water? The team thought up various power-ups that would fulfill one or two of these ideas, but Mori was hit with inspiration. One power-up to fulfill all the ideas. An elephant. But those three abilities weren't all Elephant Mario could originally do. There was also another idea that ended up getting scrapped. One that allowed players to blow up shells with their trunk in order to make them bigger. We even have development footage of this idea in action. There was a lot of deliberation between team members on whether or not this would actually make the game more interesting. And in the end, they decided that it wouldn't and scrapped it. But even if it didn't end up getting in, there are still big shells in the final game that Elephant Mario can grab and throw. You just can't make shells big yourself. And fun fact, because Elephant Mario is so big, the team was forced to take a long, hard look at another staple of the 2D Mario series, one that pretty much everyone hates: bumping into each other in multiplayer. They had planned to include collisions between players just like in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, but after seeing how much stress it would cause players who were just trying to jump on a tiny platform with three other giant elephants in the way, they took a leap of faith and removed it. And you know what? It was the right call, and they never looked back.
As I mentioned before, the idea of the elephant power-up came into the picture early on, before they had come up with the concept of wonder effects. But Elephant Mario did steer them in the direction of wonders, thanks to a little help from the world-famous musical genius of the Mario series, Koji Kondo.
While they were experimenting with Elephant Mario's brand new water spraying ability, Kondo had an idea. Wouldn't it be cool if we put Mario in a giant rainstorm, like transform the entire screen into a wet wonderland? And if you played Mario Wonder, you'll remember that this idea did make it into the final game. But more importantly, this was the first time someone had mentioned the idea of dramatically transforming what's on screen midway through a level. That's what wonder effects are all about. But since Kondo presented this rainstorm idea before wonder effects had been thought up, it was just treated as an interesting idea and put on the back burner. So when did wonder effects get thought up then? The idea of having a wonder flower transform the entire course in front of your very eyes. Well, first it was Sato who brought up the idea of creating wonder flowers. Well, it wasn't actually a wonder flower back then, it was a mushroom originally, which you can see in this concept art. But not only did it not look like a wonder flower, it didn't quite act like one either. Instead of transforming the course, causing things to go wacky and wild, it would just transport you to a new world. I'm imagining something like the potion doors in Super Mario Bros. 2 sending you into subspace, or maybe instead of that, it sent you somewhere entirely different. But either way, after showing Tezuka a prototype of this idea, he noticed something. This is pretty much exactly the same as just going down a pipe and warping somewhere else. This isn't different enough from the status quo. Here's an idea. What if instead of warping to a new place, we have it where the place you're already in gets warped? Like the whole course transforms into something quirky right in front of you. Okay, alright, that's interesting. Morty thought it sounded cool, but had no idea how they would actually pull that off. And Hayashida agreed. What would transforming a course even look like? Wait a minute. They shuffled through their meeting notes and found a funny idea that the team had earlier, back when they were just trying to think of things that would surprise players. Back then, someone had the idea of creating bendable, moving pipes. Right then and there, they made a prototype to see how it would look, and this video is the actual prototype that they made, and it's perfect. I'm sure you recognize the movement. It's absolutely iconic and is used in tons of trailers for Mario Wonder. All of that came from this prototype. This one meeting with Tezuka changed everything. Instead of just sending Mario to a new area, now they were going to transform the entire course. This was huge. They finally found out what they wanted to achieve, what the core of Super Mario Bros. Wonder was going to be. And that core was wonders.
Throughout the development of Mario Wonder, the team's mantra was to make big changes. And this core idea of huge wonder effects that completely changed the course itself, yeah, I'd say that captures the mantra perfectly. But of course, big changes requires a big amount of work. Morty thought that wonders were a great idea to use on like 1 or 2 courses, but Tezuka had a different plan. He figured if we're gonna do this, might as well go all the way, and let's make wonders for every single main course in the game. Now, Morty did go on record saying that he wanted at least 1 surprise per course, but a new unique wonder effect that completely changes everything from level design to gameplay mechanics, that's impossible. That's stupid. And that's what he really thought.
Well, alright, if we're gonna do this, 1 wonder effect per course, we're gonna need a lot more ideas. Having pipes wiggling around is cute, but that's just one idea. You know what we need? Brainstorming sessions. Let's grab a bunch of sticky notes, get everyone involved, and I mean everyone on the team, regardless of role, and we're just gonna all go wild. They wrote over 2,000 ideas on sticky notes with absolutely no limits on what type of wonders the team could present. Ideas range from surfing Mario, unicycle Mario, long leg Mario, to Mario being Yoshi's favorite fruit and having to dodge a barrage of tongues. As you can see, some of these ideas are extremely detailed, while others, like this, were not. This was an idea that came from a first-year programmer at Nintendo, and the note just says, "A wonder quiz starts." That's it. No other info. And even so, it made its way into the final game. Koji Kondo also had some ideas to share. Really wacky ideas. In his mind, he
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
He needed to be the one to take things to the extreme in these brainstorming sessions, and he did. His idea was to have a life-size, live-action guy dressed as Mario and playable in the game. He'd hum along to the music, and when he jumped, he'd go boing. The backgrounds and characters in the course would also become real. Horrifyingly fun stuff. Now, unfortunately, this idea did not make it into the final game. Mostly because the team wasn't sure how this wonder effect would change any gameplay elements. Things just look different. Not to mention, it would be a lot of work to pull it off. But it was such an interesting idea, one that they did not want to go to waste. So while a life-size human Mario didn't end up making it in, you could unlock the Sound Off badge in the final game, which has real human voices doing all the sound effects, including a little while jumping. And you know who did the voice? Kondo himself. It was his wild idea after all.
But even though the team was told to go wild with the wonder effects, they couldn't go too crazy. Players have a sense of what Mario games should be. The gameplay fundamentals gotta stay the same, or else you're gonna lose my trust. Imagine if all of a sudden you could walk through a pipe, right? Like it wasn't solid. Next time you come across a pipe over some spikes, you're not gonna wanna jump on it because you're not sure if it's actually going to be solid. It was crucial with all this weirdness going on that there had to be some level of predictability for the player to grasp onto. So, with this limitation in mind, it was time to start narrowing down the 2,000 plus ideas they had lying around their office.
Now, as you could probably guess, narrowing down over 2,000 ideas was going to be difficult. So, to make things easier, the team decided that they needed to make a system with simple rules that wonder effects would have to follow. If an idea failed any of these rules, it was scrapped. So, what were those rules? Well, first, there had to be a connection between the actual course and the wonder. For example, if the course's wonder effect turns Mario into a big balloon, then the level needed to feature something like balloon enemies, so that way the wonder effect didn't feel entirely random. Second, the wonder effect must be something that players didn't already have the ability to do. It had to be fresh and new. And lastly, the idea had to be simple to explain. If it was too complex to explain in a single short phrase, it was scrapped. After all, players need to be able to quickly understand what's going on once things start to go crazy. If an idea fulfilled all those criteria, the team would then begin making prototypes of it in the Wonder Prototype meetings, so that way they could see how the idea would look in action. These prototypes were created by what they called testing teams, which consisted of one programmer, one game designer, one artist, and one sound engineer. When necessary, they would even make placeholder sounds and graphics on the spot, just so that way they could get the full picture of how the wonder effect would look in practice. Once the prototype was made, everyone would come together to play them. There, the team members had the opportunity to throw out even more ideas to add on top of existing ones. That way they could add layers to these wonder effects to make them multifaceted in a way that would truly surprise the players.
Now, what if I told you I have actual screenshots of these Wonder prototypes? No, my dad doesn't work at Nintendo. I grabbed them from a GDC talk that Tezuka and Mori did in 2024. It's all about Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and I watched the entire talk so I could bring you the most interesting info. Now, take a look at this.
These are screenshots of actual prototypes that were made during the team's Wonder prototype meetings. And you'll notice a few of them didn't make it into the final game. In fact, over half the prototypes that the testing teams made ended up being scrapped. For instance, here's Surfing Mario, which we saw earlier on a sticky note. It didn't make it into the final game, but dang does it look incredible. And then there's these floating pegs. I don't remember any wonder effect looking quite like this. We've also got an extremely small Mario walking on a Goomba, and this extremely claustrophobic area with piranha plants. I'm not even sure how you get past this. Mario's definitely stuck. I don't have any memory of these making it into the final game in this form, but I do remember seeing Bull Rush Stampede, which is great, because that means we can actually compare this prototype screenshot to its final version. Sure looks simplistic, huh? But that's to be expected, it's a prototype after all. It's just the basics to see if an idea is actually fun to play. And the team found that this prototype of Bull Rush Stampede was fun to play, but just a bit too simple. That's why they decided to go a bit further with it by having the Stampede knock over everything in its path, including the flagpole, to surprise the player. And speaking of simple, I've seen a lot of prototypes in my day, but this one for Beyond Mario, this one's the most simplistic I've ever seen. Here's the sticky note for the idea, which, yeah, is about as simple as the prototype itself. It's called Silhouette Mario, and it did make it into the final game, but not before getting a little bit of spice added to it, with the addition of this sticky note idea. Both of them together created the Beyond Mario Wonder Effect that we know and love today. But I don't just have prototype screenshots, we've also got prototype videos. But before we watch one, let me give you a bit of context. The first video that we're going to see is a prototype of Rolling Ball Hall. In that course, the Wonder Effect causes the entire place to tilt, and a giant spiked ball starts rolling towards the player while they have to try to collect 5 Wonder tokens. Now here's the sticky note of the idea that led to this Wonder Effect, and here is the actual prototype that was made for it. First, you'll notice that this prototype takes place in Pipe Rock Plateau, or at least that's what I'm assuming, because there's grass here. Different looking grass, but grass all the same. The final version takes place in the Sun-Baked Desert, but to be fair, this is a prototype, so the location shown here isn't necessarily where it was planned to be in the final game. A lot of this art was temporary, without any polish, which makes things look quite different. Speaking of which, check out Mario. He looks very different from both the small Mario and Super Mario models they're used in the retail build of the game. Alright, let's go collect that Wonder Flower. Or, I'm sorry, it's not a flower here, it's just a question mark. Definitely a placeholder. The sound when collecting the Wonder question mark is very similar to the final version, but the mixing is way different, with the person screaming "Wonder" being way louder in this version compared to the final game. So we got the Wonder, the place is all tilted, that's awesome. But now I want to focus on the UI because there is a lot to unpack here. Sure, it's got a place for the regular coins, purple coins, and lives, but then we've got a flag, which I guess was there to mark when you've reached the checkpoint flag or not. Then there's these circles, maybe meant to hold your collected power-ups. If that's actually what it is, then it looks like you could originally hold 3 items at once in single player, compared to the final version which only lets you hold as many items as there are players. So you can't hold 3 items unless you're playing with 3 players. Actually, wait, I've got a different theory. I bet these held the 3 flower coins that you collect in each course, because it kind of looks like there's a 10 on top of the circular outline, which is the number that shows on the flower coins and inside the outline shown in the final game. That would make the most sense to me. Going back to the prototype UI, it's time to ask the big question. What the heck is this purple gem? And what is the bendy arrow that's next to it? Maybe the bendy icon is based on one of the bendy pipes? And maybe that gem is like an early Wonder Seed, or maybe a Wonder Token? I don't know. But I do have an educated guess. While I was editing this video, I actually found a picture of them in a prototype screenshot, and not just one, but 2 of them. Since there are more than one in a single level, these gems acting as early Wonder Tokens seems to have the most validity. But I can't say for sure. I'd love to hear your theories in the comments on what these gems might have been. The UI also showcases a gameplay feature that ended up getting completely scrapped: your score. Scores have been a fundamental part of 2D Mario games for a long time, but it was completely absent in Mario Wonder. Instead of seeing points you get whenever you defeat an enemy, now you just see good and great. In this prototype though, your score takes up permanent screen real estate, and it even shows you the points you get when defeating enemies too. But that's still not all the UI that we can see. We also get a glimpse at some debug stuff too. It shows up on the bottom left when collecting the Wonder question mark, where it lists the event, its file name, among various other things. And on the top right, we can also see information on what prototype is being played currently, and what area it's taking place in. Alright, now that we've completely dissected that prototype footage, what if I told you there was one more? And this wonder effect never made it into the final game at all. It's a real interesting one, where you get turned into Pixel Mario with a giant head made out of blocks, edible blocks. Your goal is to make sure your head doesn't get eaten by the noshers that are flying around everywhere. Pretty cool, right? Why did it get scrapped? Well, the reason is because the team couldn't think of a viable strategy to actually avoid the enemies. Jumping around, trying to juke them, didn't really end up working. So in the end, it just boiled down to asking the player to run as quickly as possible to the end of the course. In other words, it looks and sounds more interesting than it is to actually play. But I'll say, it does look very interesting regardless.
You know what? I just realized something. I've gotten this far into the video and I haven't even talked about how absolutely gorgeous this game looks. It's beautiful. But I've got a little secret for you. Even though it's a 2D game, did you know that it actually uses 3D models? Yeah, not really a shock, right? Nintendo's been using 3D models for 2D Mario games since 2006, when New Super Mario Bros. Released on the DS. And that was a big deal back then, a full-blown evolution of the series. And I even made a video about the development of New Super Mario Bros. You should probably check that out after this video. But after that initial evolution, Nintendo didn't really push the idea much further. There isn't a whole lot of visual difference between these 6 games in the New Super Mario Bros. Series. People were getting bored. It was time to innovate.
The decision to innovate how Mario Wonder looks was decided early on in development. The team looked for ways to make the game more visually engaging by utilizing the flexibility of 3D models to a higher degree than before. After all, the Switch has more than enough power to handle a 2D Mario game. So they decided to use that extra power to push visual boundaries by adding more than double the amount of animations compared to previous games, all of which use more than double the amount of joints. The more joints they used, the greater variety of movements and facial expressions they could create. But why go to all this trouble? Well, it was done to add more realness to the gameplay. Not trying to make the game look more realistic, but instead making the characters react more realistically to their environment, in order to immerse the player in the world even more. But after creating these new, charming facial expressions, they realized there was an issue they hadn't considered. Mario's nose is absolutely massive, and it was covering his face. Back in the NES days, this giant nose was done out of necessity, in order to make it easier to see what direction Mario was facing. But now it was a problem. If they had Mario completely facing the direction he was moving, you wouldn't be able to see all those cute facial expressions. But if you turn him to face the screen too much, it'll be harder to distinguish the direction you're facing. So here's what they ended up doing. They put the mouth on the side of his face with the nose cranked all the way over there. They also messed with the rest of his body too, turning it slightly towards the camera. Looking at Mario in-game, he looks fantastic. But from this angle, not so much. But hey, you'll never see him at this angle in normal gameplay, so whatever. Cut, print, put it in the game. But it wasn't just our playable characters that got a redesign. Enemies also saw substantial upgrades too, with more expressions than ever before. The team knew that they couldn't change the characters' behaviors, but giving them more reactions still made them feel new all over again. Like Goombas, for instance. Look how annoyed he is that he fell into this hole. Isn't that so freaking cute? Oh, and fun fact, this annoyed Goomba expression was created by the animators before there was anything for him to get annoyed about. So when the level designers were making the game's courses, they wanted to make sure that Goombas had a place to get stuck, so that way the animation would play. This is why Tezuka knew it was important for every part of the team to stay connected with each other throughout development. If the level designers didn't create this moment here for the Goomba's annoyed expression to play right in front of the player, it could have easily been missed. Or if the level designers just didn't think about it and didn't put any holes for him to fall into, this animation could have gone completely unused. But anyway, it wasn't just Goombas that got some well-deserved love, they also gave some to the Koopas, with an entirely new variety, the Roller Koopas, a magenta Koopa with roller skates on. The idea for Roller Koopas came about during a brainstorming session, like most ideas in this game. Someone mentioned how Super Mario World featured brand new unshelled Koopas and Cape Koopas. Back then, Nintendo was transitioning from the NES to the more powerful SNES, and the developers of Super Mario World wanted to evolve the Koopa Troopa along with the transition. The developers of Mario Wonder wanted to do the same thing, and with that goal in mind, one of the designers had the idea of giving them roller skates. And here's some of that concept art. Like I said before, the final version of this enemy is magenta, but it looks like originally it was going to be green. Maybe they changed them to be a more distinct color just to make sure it was easy to notice this guy is not a normal Koopa Troopa. After all, they move a lot faster, so you gotta stay on your toes and know when they're coming. There were a couple more early designs for Roller Koopas that didn't make the cut, like this one with a helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads. Very safe, very nice. And then there's the American one. Let's go, hot dogs, baseball.
Now, one of Mario Wonder's big features is the variety of characters that you get to play as. You've got Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, Yellow Toad, Blue Toad, Toadette, 4 different kinds of Yoshis, and Nabbit. That makes 12 playable characters in total. That is the most variety of any 2D Mario game ever, as long as you don't count Super Mario Maker. That game technically had over 150 unique costume Marios, like a Wii balance board, a realistic pigeon, and of course Shaman Shop.
12 playable characters is still quite a lot for a game like this. Some of them, like the Yoshis and Nabbit, were designed for players who might need extra assistance playing the game since they don't take damage. But other than them, every other playable character controls exactly the same, which may seem a bit strange when you think about it. What about Luigi's high jump or Peach's floating ability? Why did they get rid of those specific character quirks? Well, that's because the development team wanted players to be able to pick their favorite character without having to worry about missing a potential secret just because they picked the wrong character. But those quirky abilities are just so iconic and really fun gameplay elements, so it'd be a shame just to remove them. What if we allowed the player to choose what ability they want to use and then pair it with the character they want to play as? We could have the players pick their preferred ability at the beginning of each level and we'll call it badges. Mori decided to take charge of spearheading the idea of badges, making it his personal passion project. The final game has over 20 unique badges, but there were more than 50 different badges that had prototypes made for them. The team wanted there to be a good variety of badges, with some based on classic moves like Peach's floating ability becoming the parachute cap badge, and others for support to help make things easier, like with the safety bounce badge, which just bounces you right out of pits. And you know what, while we're at it, we might as well add some badges that purposely make the game harder, like the Jet Run badge, where you literally can't stop running. This allowed players to essentially customize their difficulty level however they saw fit. And this idea of a custom difficulty setting was something that Tezuka wanted to see included in the game for a while. But Tezuka's idea wasn't to allow the player to pick their difficulty, but instead have it happen on the fly in real time. Initially, to help test this idea, he asked the team if they could add a debug slider on screen, so that way they'd be able to change the difficulty of the level in the middle of the level. But they decided against doing that, instead focusing on badges. What Tezuka's idea would have looked like in practice, I don't know. But when he mentioned the idea in an interview, it seemed like he hadn't quite given up on it yet. So maybe in the next game we may see a real-time difficulty adjustment happening as you play through the game, or maybe it'll never happen. We'll just have to wait and see. As you've seen throughout this video, Tezuka was full of ideas throughout development, and the real-time difficulty adjustment was just one of several that was considered impossible. Another one of these impossible ideas was having live commentary throughout the entire game. Mori heard Tezuka's idea and thought to himself, man, I have absolutely no idea what this man's talking about. Like, sports commentary? Yeah, that was basically it. So, okay, let's give it a try. And that first serious attempt at having a live commentary in the game took 6 months to put together. It had several voices commentating on what the player was doing on screen, but it felt a little weird. A disembodied voice randomly saying, "Wow, Mario, look at that jump. That was very nice." Yeah, I know. Tezuka was a big fan, though. He liked how it was turning out. But the team was split. Half thought it was good, and the other half did not like it. They even had customization options to tweak the voice to your liking. You had the default one, which was like a generic newscaster, and then there was the tsundere option. And I know you could probably guess this already, but the playtesters were quite drawn to the tsundere commentary, with quite a few people switching to it versus the newscaster one. But if they were going to have multiple options for players to pick, that would mean they'd have to record just a massive amount of lines. That would be way too much work, so the idea was scrapped, but not completely. I mean, wouldn't it be a shame to just scrap 6 months of work like that? So instead of completely scrapping everything, they decided to bring a new person onto their team whose sole role was just to puzzle out how to make this commentary feature work. That was their full-time job. But as I've said before, they've already scrapped tons of ideas at this point. Why didn't Tezuka want to give up on this one? Well, in the past, while making previous Mario games, Tezuka had discovered that players really like getting praise, even for small things. That's why he added that little clapping sound that plays whenever you collect a group of coins in New Super Mario Bros. U. It just makes players feel more immersed, like the world is able to see what you're doing and respond back to you. But he wanted to take it to the next level in Mario Wonder, having an actual person praise you for your accomplishments and maybe even give you a sympathy for difficult moments. That's what was going through his head when he suggested the commentary system, but how in the world are we going to make this actually work? Well, around the time that they brought this new person on board, another part of the team was discussing a different question. Where in the world is this game taking place? They were looking through different ideas, but it seemed like they were leaning towards it being a place called the Flower Kingdom. That's when an idea took shape. What if we made the commentators talking flowers? Having an actual character talk to you on screen makes it feel more personal than just a random voiceover. Plus, you'd only need to have one voice actor, so that saves a lot of time. And honestly, it just feels like something you would actually see in the Mario universe, so they went for it and ended up creating the greatest character the human race has ever had the privilege to encounter.
Listening to that flower is one of the simple joys in life. In fact, everything in Mario Wonder is a joy to listen to. From the beautiful soundtrack to the little bing sound that plays whenever you jump, the sound design is just excellent. And you can attribute that to the game's incredible sound team, who is involved in the development of Mario Wonder more than any other game in the Mario series.
See, the way that it typically works is that the sound team will join in at the latter half of development. That way they can come in when the game's visual style has been pretty much set, giving them better context on what kind of sounds they should create. But because of this choice, there was an unfortunate side effect. Even though the sound engineers were treated as part of the team and told to speak up with any ideas they had, because they came in so late during the development process, there wasn't really much they could do to shape the game. Unless it was something small, like when Kondo suggested having enemies jump and dance to the music in the new Super Mario Bros. Series. The only reason they could do that was because it wasn't that difficult to add in, even if it was towards the end of development. Kondo had always hoped to do more though. Specifically, he wanted to have a course in a Mario game that had visuals changing in response to music, like maybe making an entire course that was just a whole musical number. But there was never a chance to do that. Until now. Because this time, the sound team was involved even in the early stages of Mario Wonder's development. So team, anyone interested in making that musical number as a Wonder effect? We're making a bunch of other prototypes anyway, might as well try this one too. It started out simple, just trying to sync up piranha plants coming out of their pipes to the music, but over time it became more complex, with course designers making both pipes and platforms move in time with the song too. It was looking cool, working well, but it wasn't easy getting the idea off the ground. The course designers didn't know much about beats and rhythms, and the sound team didn't know much about course design either. So much time was spent going back and forth between the teams, doing tiny adjustments just to make sure things were in rhythm. But there was a silver lining. Working with a team that they didn't normally collaborate much with gave them a better understanding of what the other side goes through. And seeing the results of their combined efforts, they felt inspired and continued to add more into this musical number, with more enemies dancing to the music and more stage pieces moving around to create Piranha Plants on Parade. And after seeing all the dancing enemies on screen, it gave Kondo another idea. He wanted to dance too, as Mario. That's how the Ninja Jump Party was born, an entire course designed to have you, the player, jump to the beat as well.
Now, a big feature of Super Mario Bros. Wonder is the addition of online multiplayer. But the way it was implemented wasn't quite the same as just going around with your online friends and playing through the game. It was a bit more unique. In Mario Wonder, random players from around the world show up as shadows to help you out. And the reason it was done this way was to create what the development team called a casual connection.
So what the heck does casual connection even mean? Well, it means that the online multiplayer was designed so that way no one could harm your gaming experience. The only thing people online can do is help you out, like by giving you items or placing standees to revive you. They didn't want to make online multiplayer competitive, which can leave beginner players feeling frustrated, and having it be co-op can be frustrating for skilled players, who might be matched with a literal infant holding a controller backwards. Speaking of matchmaking, all of that had to work seamlessly in the background. That is something the team was very certain about. They did not want people waiting around trying to get into courses if they have the online feature enabled. This casual online connection was planned since the very beginning of development, and it is one of the reasons why there is such a large variety of characters to choose from. That way in online multiplayer, you're not just going to see a bunch of Marios. There'll be some variety to the characters. The world maps were also designed to be nice and big in order to accommodate players from all around the world running together. But it wasn't just online multiplayer that was a focus early on. Local multiplayer was also heavily tweaked too, with a lot of changes to make sure that this would be the best 2D Mario game to play together with couch co-op. As I said before, one thing they did was remove collision to make things less stressful, and another thing was making sure there were 2 princesses in Mario Wonder. This was a big deal to Mori. It was his personal mission, because his 2 daughters would constantly fight over who would be the princess in past Mario games. Now that we've got Daisy, they could both be a princess. Their household was saved. The live system was also completely redone for local multiplayer, with all 1-ups being shared with the group. That way, if there's a person in your group who keeps falling into pits, they won't be forced to sit in silence after they lose all their lives, while all of their other friends continue having fun, not even noticing that they're gone. But since lives were going to be shared now, the team didn't want there to be frustration if one of your friends just keeps wasting all of your lives. That's why they added in the ghost mechanic. That way these players could still be saved without losing anything, so long as the other players are quick and nimble enough to save them.
At this point, the team had pretty much reinvented and refined everything in Mario Wonder. But even till the very end, they were still adjusting the courses to make sure everything felt just right. You could have all the wacky ideas and surprises in the world, but if the courses aren't fun, neither is the game. The development team was dedicated to making sure that Super Mario Bros. Wonder was the best it could possibly be. And now, it was time to show the world. Well, almost time. We gotta make the box art first, right?
Now that the game was near completion, it was time to create the promotional materials. This started around a year before Mario Wonder's release, so close to the end of 2022. Believe it or not, Nintendo's official website has an article about this process written by a graphic designer named Ito. This person was behind Mario Wonder's artwork, which includes the game's box art, posters, advertisements for retail stores, etc. Ito states in the article that they were allowed to play the game even before it had finished being developed. They even got to sit down with some of the developers to listen to what the team considered to be the most iconic parts of the game. They saw that it was filled with wonder, a sense of adventure through a mysterious world, all while staying grounded in that traditional 2D Mario charm. They wanted to make promotional art based on all of those themes, and here's some of the prototype designs. They were a bit torn between making Elephant Mario the main focus or making Wonders take the focus instead, and that logo, yeah, it looks quite a bit different compared to the final design. Some of the characters in the background also look different because their renders are just lifted from older New Super Mario Bros. Games. But of course, that's because this is a prototype. The final version of the box art is just chef's kiss, with Mario facing the right to showcase the side-scrolling nature of the game while holding the Wonder Flower and popping out of the world to show that he's going to be visiting a mysterious, unknown land. With the game, box art, and everything else ready to go, it was time to finally show this new 2D Mario game to the world. On June 21st, 2023, Super Mario Bros. Wonder was announced in the June 2023 Nintendo Direct, showcasing a couple minutes of gameplay and ending with that iconic Elephant Mario reveal. Then on August 31st, we got an entire direct dedicated to the game with a demo version available to play at the Nintendo Live event starting on September 1st. I was even there and got to play the demo with my wife. It was actually incredible. It was amazing. Then, a month later, on October 7th, a kiosk demo was sent to retail stores for everyone to play. And finally, on October 20th, 2023, Super Mario Bros. Wonder was released to the public, and it was beautiful.
When things were all said and done, the team took a look back at some of the notes that Sato had wrote during development. These notes were all things that Tezuka had said during their meetings that the team didn't want to forget. Things like this. Don't simply replace things, change the entire approach, and find new inspirations. The team thought about Mario Wonder, the game they had poured their heart and soul into, and realized that, yeah, we really did it. We changed our approach and made something brand new. Even when things seemed impossible, the team made it through together, and they created something truly special. And this is only the beginning. They've built the foundation for an entirely new generation of 2D Mario games. The future's bright, and I can't wait to see what they create next.
Hey, thank you so much for watching this video all the way to the end. If you want to support Beta 64 and see a special behind the scenes on this video, you gotta join the Patreon, and you can even get your name alongside these lovely producers as well. I'll see you next month.
Good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever applies to you, and welcome back to EuroLeague. I am joined, as always, by Mr. Kira and boring old Nymera, because we've ditched the anime sequence, haven't we? So there you go, you got what you wanted.
You know, the amount of people in the comments are like, oh, I'm missing the intros. Did we ever run a poll on this?
No, I think most of them are actually said, thank God it's gone in the last comment section. So I don't know. We'll see. At some point, maybe it'll be replaced with something. Who knows? I don't know. I still do the would you rather thing, and sometimes it does drag on for like 30 minutes. So maybe I'll just leave it. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, speaking of which, Nymera, I'm glad you asked. Yes, there is still a would you rather, and it goes as follows. Would you rather, and I guess this kind of comes into the sort of moral quandary element as well, but you know, I've made it into a would you rather. Would you rather unalive one random person by pressing a button, or double it and give it to the next person? Now the thing is, the next person, you don't know who that's going to be. It could be a prison inmate for all you know. It could be a scorned lover of someone for all you know, desperately seeking revenge. It could be anyone, right? And it will just keep going until someone eventually, presumably, presses the button. So, Nymera, would you press the button to unalive one random person, or do you double it and give it to the next person?
Which branch of philosophy do you want to talk about? Because there's the whole, you press it and one person dies, but then, hang on, and just in this question as well, like if you pass it on and it doubles, would they also have the option to pass it on to the next
Yes, they can
person?
double and put it to the next person, yeah.
Actually, It's easy. I, a Christ-like figure, am willing to take on, right, the sins of the world. I will press the button. You know what I mean? I will take unto...
You don't want to keep passing it on and maybe get to the point where, like, you actually overkill the entire population of the planet.
No.
And actually, you know what would happen is, like, if it keeps passing on to the point where it goes beyond the billions, will we actually... Maybe there is another alien civilization out there. Maybe we're not alone. And maybe we just nuke it with the press of a button.
And
because we keep doubling it.
And know who I might even not need it to be allocated. I will make it all delivery drivers who forget your juice and or sauce. What do you call it when you order food right? And yeah, well, know what, mate? It's not that hard. I know what happens to that juice. My friend was a delivery driver for food. Okay, I know exactly where that juice, the can of juice goes. Right? Okay, so no, I won't have them all go. Just one random. I'll even group them. You know what I mean?
I did have a missing garlic bread the other day when I ordered an Indian takeaway. So you know,
that's not as bad as the juice. The juice going missing.
Takeaway with Indian?
Sorry.
You get garlic bread with Indian?
Garlic naan, yeah. Garlic naan.
I was gonna say you got garlic.
Oh no! I'm not some heathen.
Feeling bold today, are we?
I've got a Scottish mate though who he was ordering food, right? Kieran knows who it is. Anyway, and this guy was like, "Oh, I'm ordering chips and I can't remember whatever it is he's ordering," and I was like, "Oh, where from?" And he told me the name, and it was like, I don't know, Al Rashman's or something. I'm like, "Oh, wait, you're ordering chips from an Indian?" He's like, "Yeah, of course." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, takeaways over here, mate." He's like, "You just order anything from anywhere." And he's like, "Yeah, he ordered chicken and chips from an Indian." I'm like,
mate, Indians do like fish and chips in Scotland. They'll do pizzas. They'll do like American style burger. Mate, it's wild.
By the way, you know the trend that blows my mind? Like, I actually cannot get over this. You know all those like YouTube and TikTok channels which are like some fucking northern guy from England who's like selling baked potatoes from like what's it, Spud Brothers or whatever, just from like a little shitty food van, and it's got like hundreds of thousands if not like millions of followers, and it's just literally him saying, "Oh, what do you want, mate?" He's like, "I'll have a baked potato with beans and cheese," and then it's him giving him a baked potato with beans and I'm like, who's watching this? And all the comments are just Americans being like, "This is why British food sucks." And I'm like, you know what, if this was your only exposure to British food, I'm kind of with you. Like, who's watching this? Like, that is just insane to me.
What they need to there's one person, if we talk about like food stalls, that needs to get a social media channel. I don't know whether John's Van has a social media following from Sheffield, but when I was in uni of Sheffield, there was a dude who found out the wonderful business move of, if I just park a sausage roll van outside university lecture halls, and I turn up there before 9 AM, I'm gonna make a fucking killing. That's exactly what he did, and that got me through uni. It's like £2 for like a bacon bath or whatever, and a tea. Like £2 for like a breakfast combo basically. You get like either bacon or sausage and a tea or a coffee. And John's Van, if you're still out there,
I mean, he deserves to, you know, pull in the money from that. But what shouldn't happen is he decides to make a fucking TikTok channel and get 1 million followers. Because what am I watching? Like, what is this? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Rich, when we were in London and we were at the train station that was local to us, you might have noticed that there was like a West African like takeaway like van thing, and I got like a curried roll from that van. Right now, obviously I can't taste properly, so I have to go and get something mental. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I got this curried roll, mate, right? And let me just say, I'm now a supporter of the mighty curried roll, mate. I have no idea what it is. Someone from that region of the world, all like 200 million of you,
your second favourite food, like formaldehyde, the one thing you can taste.
Mate, honest to God, I was like, I'm a big link sausage, square sausage fan, mate. Okay, but the curried roll was pretty incredible. It was up there. It was very, very good.
But no, there's a new evolution of this trend, though, which is the worst thing I could imagine, which is one of these places, like these fried chicken places, which does sell everything. It's like, oh, you want chicken and chips? Oh, you want a kebab? Oh, you want pizza? They've now got some massive fucking channel. I'm like, who's ordering pizza from a place where we sells like 50 other different things? And apparently everyone. People come far and wide, and then you see these little kids queuing outside before it opens, get really excited, they've got their parents, they come in like, we saw you on the TikToks. It's like, oh my God, kill me, man. Like, what is this? What is this? Anyway, Nymera, are you unaliving someone?
Oh, if I'm the first one on the chain, yeah.
Okay, you are unaliving someone, and if you could choose, will it be one of those little kids who's gone to be on the TikTok?
Wait, I can choose. Wait, sorry, I actually missed
No,
that
you
part of
can't.
the
You
question.
can't.
It's like,
it's a random
you
person.
can't choose.
You know.
I was like, I look at that point. I'm like, I'll be passing it. Like, if there's actually a hit list, like, I'll be passing it on within a closed circle, so we get enough people, like, take out like the select couple of very bad people in the world, you know.
But
like,
you've got. But the thing is, though, Nightmare, you've got to think who will own X. Sorry, after Elon Musk is gone. That's what you've really got to consider, because it could get worse potentially. Actually,
well, if you pass it to enough people, it might be you.
Well, yeah, maybe, possibly.
Just keep doubling it.
I don't know. All I know is we'll need a few more elections at that point, and yeah, I don't know. But no, you don't get to choose who it is, and you don't get to choose who you pass it to, unfortunately. So yeah, I think this is kind of a slam dunk, even though it's the sort of like, oh, I don't want to be responsible. You got to press the button.
Like, you got to stop the chain.
Yeah.
Like, you stop the worst possible scenario, but just kind of like everyone getting anxiety and passing it on. And if you do that too much, then you have like caused a natural disaster, basically.
And if that's quote unquote playing God, so be it, I guess. Anyway, part of his image is on all of us, isn't it? So it's what it is, just living out our destiny. Anyway, speaking of destiny, let's talk about some esports. And what a fascinating weekend we had. KC smashed Fnatic, and that's where we're going to start actually. But I want to focus on KC to begin with, just because I feel like, first of all, we've talked about Fnatic's issues to the ground. We will talk about them on this show, of course, as well. But, you know, bit of positivity. KC obviously weren't at their very best against MKOI. MKOI also was very good. But I thought KC looked pretty good against Fnatic, despite, you know, Fnatic obviously giving them a bunch of opportunities to look quite good. Obviously, Yike was pretty sensational. I think my boy for the split, even though in retrospect it should probably be upset still, but whatever. Kalist, I thought, had the better of the 280 carry performances. I mean, they were just pretty good all round. Don't give me that face, Kira. Upset was crap in game 2 especially. He was getting caught left, right, and centre. In fact, what was that? Wait, was it game 2 where him and Mickey kept... Whatever. Anyway, we'll talk about it. Let's get into it. So, Kira, what are your overall thoughts on this series, particularly with KC? Do you think KC looked good? What do you think?
Okay, so one of the things for like KC, okay, there's no disparaging. I actually think KC played overall quite well. I think there's a lot of redeeming qualities, even outside of the mistakes that Fnatic made. I think KC highlighted a lot of good. Some of the stuff that I wasn't really impressed with. Carmine Corp's response is in game 1 to just being lane swapped on the lane swap initiation cycle. Carmine Corp looked completely out of their depth in terms of answering that type of macro. Basically, if Yike wasn't playing like one of the best junglers in the world, I'm not overrated, that game is screwed. He literally bails that game from the abyss. It is so omega. The only way they could like get back in, well, they could have got back in because we just weren't ready for how bad Fnatic were going to play in the second half. But I'm talking about at the point they were talking about. The only option that they were left with at some points was Kalist builds up enough execute stacks on Draven and they end up getting a one-shot cash out with the execution on ult. Had Yike not like popped off. The other thing that I would like to highlight is I really wasn't impressed with the overall themes of some of KC's drafts. I quite like their Game 3 draft and Game 1 draft. I don't like their Game 1 draft in the context of the draft they're versus. Their Game 2 draft, I love the Galio, I love the Xin Zhao ADC Enchanter pair. I'm not a big fan of the Zoe. The reason I don't like the Zoe is because one of the critical things is, and this is a wee bit of hybridicity here, the Lucian Nami is all about winning midsection. However, the Nami also kind of wants to pair up with the Xin Zhao, because when Xin Zhao's paired up with an Enchanter, he's basically just one of the best champions in the game. Like, can beat, just destroys everything in fucking sight. So you're conflicted. Do you enter these jungle invasion equations, or do you play for midsection? Because you really want to play for midsection, because once you get rid of the first turret, Zoe's abilities as a champion explode. Once you get rid of mid turret, a Zoe's ability
the biggest litmus test for Zoe is, do you lose your mid turret first, or do they lose their mid turret first? Because it opens up a billion angles for you to throw bubbles through the wall, out of fog of war. They can't be able to control against it. It's so
you can run the bubble along the Yagao and Night Special, Showmaker as well, the iconic Zoe players of 2022, early 2023.
By the way, one tiny gripe about casters, whenever Zoe's in the game, it's 2025, guys. You don't need to go every time Zoe lands a bubble when it does quite a bit of damage, like fucking hell. If it like nearly one-shots or something, okay. But like, what do you think the skill does? Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know. To me, that's like, oh my god, Varus ulted and that guy's frozen in time for a few seconds. Like, yeah, that's what the skill does.
In this case, we haven't seen Zoe really since 2021.
That is true. Actually, that is true. That is true. It's been a while.
We actually remember Zoe because we were around for like all of 2018 through to like 2021 or whatever. It's actually been about 4 years since, which is
so she's been allowed to be a champ.
Well, and there are reasons for that because Zoe is inherently unfun to the game.
Yeah, her play pattern's unhealthy.
Zoe is one of my least favorite champions in the game, like because of this. For a bunch of different reasons, I hate the fact that she can pick up summoners and like if you aggressively use a summoner against her, she uses that against you for more value than you get because she gets a W passive as well as the actual summoner as well. So what that means is you play a zero-sum game of I'm not going to use anything against you if I can help it, and basically both players can like reduce to zero if they can help it, which I think is just inherently not very good.
Or she gets redemption in lane and you lose the entire lane because she then blows up all your...
They took out some of the more broken ones. I mean, on release, obviously people might remember this when she could just randomly drop a teleport in lane.
Yep. You pick up teleport and just recalled in, grab teleport,
Like that was ridiculous.
So in game 1, I think we've seen it, like Fnatic's ability to hold against the siege of KC. They almost were able to turn some of those fights if the game hadn't went so disastrously. I think, KC's macro, not all the best. They are like so, they're like second to third in LEC, but in so many regards, they end up being like a good team. I think Canada's like laning and overall was still very, very impressive, still great. I think Yike and Cliff still carry a lot of the team fighting backbone. Vladdy, I can't believe this guy gets the credit. I was the Vladdy guy, like bigging this guy up all the time, but I think people have shot by where I was with Vladdy, and they're in the fucking stars. For where Vladdy is right now, right? Vladdy's like laning massively problematic for me. Vladdy's side lane play, still not the best. His like team fighting. Some of like the best stuff about like Vladdy was when he played really aggressively on the Azir and he went and found Mickey X's flash before the dragon to turn off the Nico engage. When I seen that, I was like, yeah, that's Vladdy at his best, right? But the irregularity of that compared to his flaws, remember, and these are now the flaws of us talking about Vladdy as one of the best mid laners in the league. So you hold on to that standard the same way as you talk about humanoids having these fuck up moments, or cats, what do you call it, champion pool, not champion pool issues, but like not being aggressive enough, or the lane dominance. So now you talk about Vladdy the same way. And for me, Vladdy was a big point of concern. The last thing I'll say about KC was Targamas and Yike coming together this series were incredible in terms of their jungle support synergy.
Bounce back series for Targamas.
Huge upswing. Very, very impressed. One of the best series I've seen from Targamas in a long, long time. And apart from some of the stuff I just discussed there, overall, even with Fnatic playing very poorly, and we'll talk about that, I don't think it was as fun as I am very, very impressed with a lot of the adaptations that KC made. I think this team has steered way more in the right direction than I even thought they would.
Yeah. But by the way, I actually think Targamas, even in the loss to MKOI, people remembered like the Pyke game being really shit, and I'm not saying it was like a fantastic like overall fight against blah blah blah. I actually still think he was still pretty good though. Like his Gragas was actually insane in game 4, despite it being a very difficult draft.
The Alistar.
And the Alistar in the loss they had in game 3, like he managed to find like 3 like shove backs onto the Taliyah on the way there. So like, I mean, like we're obviously quite vocal on Targamas when like he's doing poorly. I actually think he's been pretty damn good in this buffs comparative.
Yeah, no, he's definitely like I don't think he had the best regular coming back from first stand, he looked like he kind of pulled off a little bit, but he's ramped up.
Yeah, for sure. And like it's always good to check in on this because there are obviously people who want to call us out for the way that we criticize or praise certain players, so let's just get that one ticked off. I actually think Targamas has been good recently, and we're in agreement on that. Yeah, Fnatic, I thought that they would lose this series through top lane if it was going to happen, and Kana was good against Oscar, like he did well in every single one of the games. It wasn't what lost Fnatic the series, though. What lost Fnatic the series is that they got absolutely, like, humbled, humiliated in jungle mid. Like, Razork and Humanoid were... I mean, besides Humanoid and Razork in like game 3, when they got a couple of early kills on the Neferi, and then Humanoid got like that one solo kill on a sideline onto Vladdy, besides that, like they were not living up to what Fnatic need from them. Once again, this has been another series where Fnatic in mid and jungle have in playoffs collapsed at the worst possible time. You look back to the KC series in last split in the game 5, and that was completely lost by mid jungle 2 in that game. I think they actually had a better run of it in last playoffs. Actually, I think this is an even bigger collapse, which is kind of insane when you think about them adding Duffman to the fact that they said that they were leveling up and XYZ. I remember going into the Carmine Core series last split. That was after, the MCOI series is pretty good from them in the lower bracket from what I remember. But remember the BDS series that they had in that playoffs and winter playoffs? Where they won 2-1, but arguably lost all 3 games.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was an awful series. So, somehow, I actually think this is a worse crash out of playoffs for Fnatic than last split. Even though there was probably like worse gameplay.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you here, Nightmare. This is the worst crash out. Like, it's an unprecedented like crash out. This is like the SK Gaming one when they came first.
Yeah, in the regular season. Yeah. And like Fnatic did beat Giant X and they did away with them. And like credit to Giant X taking a game and blah blah blah. But from that I thought, well, they'll be able to stabilize. They've got to win under their belt and whatever. Like this was a bad series for mid jungle, and it pretty much solo lost them game 1, where as Kira's rightly saying, the early swaps that they had before 10 minutes it was gold standard of how you shut down a Jace. They came in with a plan to shut down Kanna's Jace, where they had Kalista.
It was genuinely beautiful.
Yeah, they had the Kalista Rel, which is basically we will continually dive you, and in a 2v1, one of the best diving bot lanes you can have in the game. You have Sion on the other side, who's the best 1v2 top laner on the other side of the map, so you're winning on both sides of the swap. Jace hates being swapped on. And they had a global to force the issue as well if the weak side oversteps, which Kanna did a couple of times, actually. The reason this fell apart is because Humanoid didn't understand that his goal was not to get solo kills, it was to just exist and not give openings. He dies under mid lane turret because he goes for a too heavy a trade. Mid lane, he dies in a side lane again, actually, when he goes for a kill trade onto the Hui, but just doesn't respect where the other members are moving. Like, the first 2 kills of the game, I think, come from Humanoid getting Yike into the game. After that, it was Upset Mickey actually overstepping in mid lane a couple of times, and Yike, credit to him, outplayed like a motherfucker. Like, there's only so much you can do against Yike playing that well, but Humanoid started that snowball, and then Yike just completely blitzed the map and got them back into the game.
I think it's that mid turret. When Oscar and Mickey try and sit under the mid turret to defend it, and it actually causes almost every member minus Humanoid to be dead on the map, and they lose the mid turret. That's the backbreaker. Because Upset's dead, you've lost flashes on your support and ADC for midsection hold. You've lost mid-turret now for midsection hold. Sion's died. You've got side lane control. You get to dictate and ward both quadrants of jungle. Remember, when Razork comes out of jungle in that play, right, he's entering a jungle that is warded on both sides. So they then know where to place their next play because they know what side of the map on. So you're losing the next play after everyone's just dead 100%. So when I see like plays like that, they're the ones that, like, when I watch Fnatic do it, I want to like shoot every single member, because who calls that in a top tier team? That is idiotic. It's a mid turret. Let it die, right? But and defend a jungle quadrant, or like just don't join it. It's the turret plus the kills and the sums is a 1.5k gold swing from the plus side. It's so shocking. I know they're back, like they do this all the stuff, but it's still appalling that like a team that's supposed to be as good as Fnatic and have veterans that Fnatic does at this point calls something like that.
Yeah. By the way, obviously we've talked a lot about like individual players and stuff like that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a sec. But obviously there's this like almost like it's not even really a meme because it's just reality, but like, you know, Fnatic in regular season versus Fnatic in playoffs or whatever. Do you think there's something, or what things are they fundamentally doing differently? Or are they fundamentally doing things differently, or are other teams just figuring them out? Like, can you see a pattern of their play style in regular season which isn't what's happening in playoffs?
Yeah, 100%. When they lose or get picked off, they go for in playoffs when they're under pressure. They go to objectives and attempt to fight objectives 4v5 or 3v4 and stuff like that they just shouldn't, and they should just be walking away. And 100%, like humanoid is overextending in like side lanes way more in these playoff games. Obviously just getting dominated by caps and lane doesn't help at all. And then the other one, the prime one, is Razork. So like, Razork didn't have the best regular split ever, but Razork's playoff performance, it was like diabolical. Razork's early game and mid game transition of any jungler in the league, right, is getting to the point it's now getting one of the worst. As in, there is no gold lead he cannot throw, and there is no like engage that like he will risky engage he can take to like lose you the game. Let's not even forget that Skarner game might be one of the worst in the context. The Skarner game, it might be one of the worst performances in his entire career, and it's Razork is so brilliant in so many regards. And he's frustrating because he's like one of the golden hopes of like EU, of like a truly like special like
yard sale.
Welcome to Flea Market in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay, it's his tail. It's his tail. It's his tail.
Let's see if you notice anything else that's out of the ordinary. I don't know. Now this doesn't look so bad, now does it?
Yard sale.
Welcome to Flea Market in Massachusetts.
Okay, it's his tail. It's his tail. It's his...
Orange, where are you from? Where are you from, Orange?
Because yes, right? But his flaws are so infuriating, and they hold him back, and it's like watching a player who doesn't work on his flaws. You know what I mean? It's when like the reason Vladdy took these big steps forward, the people that like Yiko G2 used to really struggle with like the Maokai play and the tank bruiser play, but he was just a carry player. And now Yike is known as one of the best, like generally best Vi's, Zinjals, Wukongs. He's one of the best Maokais. He plays the Sejuani. You know what I mean? He's got all these feathers to his cap. Where does Razork do? You know what I mean? Well, I can't say the same about. Yeah, he's a deadly Vi player.
I'm wondering though, like, obviously you frame it, and this has been the case of like, you know, he's one of the most talented EU players or whatever in the past over long. But is he now? Like, I'm not sure this is like an amazing player not playing that well right now. It's definitely been the case in like previous series and stuff like that. I think he just doesn't look very good right now at jungle. Like, this doesn't even look to me like a player who's massively choking under the pressure or something like that. I mean, as you pointed out, in regular season, he didn't look great. He had a couple of games where he was like pretty good, but he was never like...
Yeah, but he was still like the fourth, or he was still the fourth and stratified as in like fourth, but you could compare him to the other junglers. As in like, he's not as good, but there's a conversation as in like you could compare him to him. It's not like out of the question. Sure. It's not like, right? But this playoff, none of the good junglers are doing that Skarner game. I'm telling you that right now. Like, his peer group, you ain't getting that Skarner game. And that Nefiri game wasn't much better, by the way. Let's get also that over the fucking rope.
Yeah, nah.
He got a couple of early kills which bailed him out. My take on Razork is effectively, I'm trying to remember if I said this last week or something like that, or... Yeah, I think maybe I did in the last podcast. It's just like, Razork to me is just not a heads-up League of Legends player. I think that Razork, because this applied when he went internationally against, say, the likes of Team Liquid as well last year, remember? And this applied to him. When he comes up against a very organized, methodical team of League of Legends, he doesn't see the gaps which he can exploit with his more heads down. I'm going moment to moment and finding places on the map to make an impact when they don't realize that they've left an opening. Like, he's very good at that, and that's why he's typically been quite good at snappy engaged champions, and like very quickly getting follow-up from the rest of his team. But when he came up against a team like Carnival with a player like Yike on the form that he's on, because for me, I think the two best players in playoffs for me have been Yike and Caps, probably, I think. I'm trying to remember back to the MCOI series. I still think Yike was pretty good in that series. The Skarner game was pretty bad, but I still think that, regardless, Yike is very, very good in this playoffs. And he's done it, he's very good at like knowing where the next play on the map is going to happen. Which, like, his Wukong game was absolutely phenomenal. It is one of the best jungle games that I've seen in a while from Europe. That guy was on absolute fire. And both him and Targus were in the right place at the right time, and it protected what should have been quite a flimsy draft. They have a lot of people that can get jumped on by like Snap Engage from Callista and Pantheon ultimates coming out of the place. But the fact that he managed to bail out that game from the early stage of this is absolutely insane. And he did that with very heads-up League of Legends. He knew where the next play was going to happen, and Razork was slower to the punch because he hadn't seen that happen. He's not as good at reading the map right now, and that means that he can't really play this more like instinctive moment-to-moment League of Legends, which he can be much better at, and I think he struggled with that a little bit more this split.
What about that cancel play, by the way, when Razork, great play by the way for Razork, he knows Kalista soloing the Baron and he tries to Pantheon ult into the Baron to steal it, because he knows he can burst it with the Pantheon crits and stuff onto Baron and then smite it, because that gives you the execution. And on the Wukong, Yike leaps onto him and cancels the fucking Pantheon ult to stop him getting into the pit, playing Kalista's 1v1 in it. It's later in the game when they have souls. That's actually such a sick play from both junglers. The heads up from Razork to attempt that to bail the game out, even though he doesn't play the game like the series. He's like, that was sick from Razork to think of that like on the cusp. But it's like he doesn't see Kalista in the play, thinks Kalista must be soloing the Baron, which he is, puts his Pantheon on it, and then Yike realizes that's what Yike is doing. Yike realizes that's what Razork's doing, and ults him out of it. That's some tier, S tier, like. When I seen that, I was like, fucking kudos to both of you, by the way, because that's some top tier play right there. I was very impressed.
I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about this, like, if you're on the same page as me or not. I am at the point where, I mean, Fnatic fans are at this point like 2 years ago, I think, but I am at the point now where I'm not even in the, you know, the sort of Kira camp where it's like, oh, Fnatic could, you know, they won't be favourites, but they could like fuck around and win a split. I think this team is never, ever going to win a split. I think they have no chance to win a split. I think they have this team has so much anti-intangibles, it's crazy. Like, I don't care what the skill level is. They, like, the fact that, like, players that G2 have, for example, and as I said, I don't even think G2 necessarily are, like, massively clutch or something, but they have some clutch about them. Fnatic are so anti-clutch, you cannot bridge that gap, and even if the talent level's similar, it doesn't matter. And then KC are just obviously a better all-rounded team as well. Than, like, no, they have to change something. Now, recently, we talked a little bit about this in the pre-show before we press record. Grabs obviously made some comments which intimated that it might not be impossible that changes happen even as early as summer. For example, do you guys, I mean, I guess we won't speculate too much about like, oh, this person being benched or something like that, but just as Fnatic is constructed now, like, if you're the coach of Fnatic or whatever, like, how do you fix this team? Again, let's not necessarily talk about roster changes. We've talked about that kind of stuff before, but like, what can you even do? What things can you put in place, do you think, Nymera, that even help this team?
Well, I don't think... I know you said don't... You know, we've talked about roster changes before, but I think it's quickly heading that way for me. Because from what we've seen from yeah, and the problem is, like, what realistically can you expect to get better without them at this point? I think that Upset Mickey, I'm happy with them. They've done well. I think they were both good across this playoffs. I know you're saying, you know, you thought that Callisto was better than Upset during the series. I actually think Upset was still pretty good.
It's alright.
Like ADC on a winning team is all I'm gonna
say. Yeah, I mean, like, because I mean, like, I mean, Upset Mickey did very well in TV2. I mean, besides Upset failing his rend on the creep on the first level, like, they actually
that was really weird. And then the Cliff getting caught in the Draven, he takes the turret shot.
Yeah, Mickey has a really good punish there, so that was good. And then in the 2v2, Mickey Upset in game 2 like did well. In CVT versus Close Targets, from what I remember from the first part of that game. Game 3, sure, whatever. Like, that got a bit weird. No, even then, they did quite well with the early attention from Razork there too. So I actually think, again, like, on the early two...
You got the double flash out in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think then it's a problem of, like, Mickey having to play with a jungler who's just lost on the map. And failing on an individual level, which really sucks to see. And that means that Mickey then is like, well, fuck it, I've got to do something, and he goes into like creative Mickey mode, which is, you know, a polite way of saying like he just runs around and tries to, and hopes that the enemy team has greeded in a way with vision or resets, whatever, that allows him a free play. Because realistically, what else can you do when your jungler and middle is that far behind? So bot lane, I think that's fine, but like, you have to change something about this top side. I think Oscar is not good enough to win a split against the top lane talent, or in the upper echelons of LEC. I think that Canna or BB can win a series solo through top lane. Now, Karmine Corp didn't need to do that this series, but they could have done, potentially. And that was a big thing that we were predicting on broadcast, actually. It's like, well, it might end up being Upset versus Canna. And yeah, I mean, they did a decent job of shutting Canna down on a strategic level, but even then it didn't work out the way that they wanted it to. From what the Fnatic coaches were saying, they're basically saying, like, there are work ethic issues within the team. Now, we don't have enough information to say anything about that, but if the coach is saying that, I believe both Duffman and Grabs have both tweeted about that, I believe, basically saying that the effort you put in day to day is reflected on stage, and you saw what was reflected on stage. By the way, Grabs also, and he tweets about this too, he does basically some Q&A sessions on, I believe it's the Fnatic Twitch channel, post every series. I need to go back and listen to what he said, because apparently he was quite transparent on there about like the frustrations, the disappointment about the practice atmosphere within Fnatic. That to me is obviously very important, and if that hasn't changed after last split, where it seemed like things were on a complete just dumpster fire internally during that playoffs run because everything was going wrong, right, when they fell off in that playoffs. If that's continuing up until that point, I don't see any reason to see that this same roster of people won't do the same thing coming out to playoffs in the next one. I don't know I don't know exactly what you change, because it depends on communication internally and how people are performing within practice environments and stuff like that. But I don't think there's a band-aid that fixes this roster now. I think that internally, on a chemistry level, something needs to change, particularly on this top side.
Yeah, maybe it's you know, a touch surprising, as I guess so far as there is one, I am the resident like humanoid hater or whatever on this podcast. I actually would keep humanoid, and part of that is based on things that, you know, both of you guys have intimated before about. It's not just a question of getting rid of someone like who you replace them with. If you could get Nuke, I might still be on that train. I don't know, but like other options such
Fnatic
as other options such as like Larson being a potential replacement. Of obviously that ship's long sailed, so it's easier said than done. Let's say to replace humanoid. I also think that Oscar, while he wasn't like the lose condition or something in this series, I think he's had so many egregious games like this split, and by the way in previous splits, going all the way back, and this, you know, maybe isn't completely fair, but he was horrendous in his rookie split for people that remember back.
Oh, he was horrendous in his rookie split.
So yeah, but you can obviously forgive that if you go on an upward trajectory, which he did, but then he was never super consistent, and if anything, I think he's regressed recently. I don't think he should be safe, and I think Razork has to go. I think Razork clearly has to go, and Razork might be, you know, I don't know, the 3rd or 4th best jungler or whatever in the region still. I don't care, he's got to go. Like, there's no argument that can be made where I would be convinced, like, actually, you know what, yeah, well, he should stay.
So, I don't know, this is one of the weaknesses is obviously on this talk show. I don't watch tier 2 of Europe. Yeah, like, too much, I watch too many other things, okay? Who is Razork replaceable from tier 2 / like trade-out?
No, I mean, yeah, I mean there are people who are promising, but jungle is always the hardest one to transfer up towards tier 1.
With Mekidul, maybe?
Huh?
With Mekidul, you know, to help out if he's tier 2.
I mean, you want to get the branding opportunity? Bring up Kadril's boy Velia. Bring him up. See what he can do.
I mean, the thing
anyone in NA, like you can't get Blabber out of his Blab. You can't probably get Blabber.
This is the thing, though.
Get inspired.
To me, actually, with jungle, this isn't about singling out like an individual jungler and being like, this guy is the next most promising, whatever. Obviously, if that guy exists and is, you know, there's a Yike or Skumon level talent sitting in tier 2, then okay, you go for that guy. I do think, though, specifically with this Fnatic team, this isn't like SK doing a rebuild or whatever, you know, or Rogue doing a rebuild. Like, those teams need to start again and think, how do we make a good team? If you're keeping any parts of this Fnatic roster, which they will, they're obviously not going to boot the whole team, it's about what do we need from our jungler? I think that's the big thing. And basically what you need from your jungler is the opposite of what Razork's currently giving you, which is massive amounts of instability, massive amounts of inconsistency. The guy's never seen an engage he doesn't like. You need a step. This is shameless. I've just thought of this because, you know, this is absolutely shameless because I am his agent, right? But I'll say a type player instead of, you know, his name exclusively. They need a Xerxes type player. They need someone, I get an inspired type player as well. I guess they need someone who is has a great understanding of covering mid, but their default
Knows
is
how to follow the
farm up.
plan.
Yeah, how to farm up, really good safe pathing, but obviously has the ceiling to also be more of an impact player when needed, but that's not their identity. They do not need someone who is super erratic, unreliable, very bad at judging on a pro level at least, or an elite pro level, their power level.
Bro didn't even get to the punchline.
Hey, Jay. I always thought that no emotion whatsoever, I have a scary face, period. For instance, okay, if I'm looking at this camera, no emotion whatsoever, the thing that you read is fear. Wipe it all away. Oh, that's sweet. Look at that. I always thought that no emotion whatsoever, I have a scary face, period. For instance, okay, if I'm looking at this camera, no emotion whatsoever, the thing that you read is fear. Wipe it all away. Oh, that's sweet. Look at that. I always thought that no emotion whatsoever.
I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw this play, I thought it looked like one too many steps, but let's break it down and see what actually happened. Here he first touches the ball, but he doesn't have full control. You can see he's bobbling it. Once he secures the ball, he's got 1 foot down. That's his 0 step on NBA and FIBA levels. He takes 2 steps after making it legal on those levels, but not legal in high school because they don't have the 0 step. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw this play, I thought it looked like one too many steps.
You know, when you talk, you sound a lot like my father-in-law, Cat Pewterschmidt. Oh, that's funny. He's a patient of mine. Here's my urine sample, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Pewterschmidt. Oh, hi, Peter. You know, Peter says we sound alike. Really? I don't hear it. Actually, I think I do hear it now. Really? Yeah, you know, we've never really had any extended interaction, so I've never noticed it. Hey, I think I hear it too. Seems lazy, doesn't it? Well, there's only so many voices in the world. Some of them are bound to be similar. You know, when you talk, you sound a lot like my father-in-law, Cat Pewterschmidt. Oh, that's funny. He's a patient of mine. Here's my urine sample, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Pewterschmidt. Oh, hi, Peter. You know, Peter says we sound alike. Really? I don't hear it. Actually, I think I do hear it now. Really? Yeah, you know, we've never really had any extended interaction, so I've never noticed it. Hey, I think I hear it too. Seems lazy, doesn't it? Well, there's only so many voices in the world. Some of them are bound to be similar. You know, when you talk, you sound a lot like my father-in-law, Cat Pewterschmidt. Oh, that's funny. He's a patient of mine. Here's my urine sample, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Pewterschmidt. Oh, hi, Peter. You know, Peter says we sound alike. Really? I don't hear it. Actually, I think I do hear it now. Really? Yeah, you know, we've never really had any extended interaction, so I've never noticed it. Hey, I think I hear it too. Seems lazy, doesn't it? Well, there's only so many voices in the world. Some of them are bound to be similar. You know, when you talk, you sound a lot like...
There he is.
What the heck? Why is he instantly hello? Bruh, there's
There he is.
What the heck? Why is he instantly hello? Bruh, there's
There he is.
What the heck? Why is he instantly hello? Bruh, there's
What's your biggest turnoff in guys?
Probably when they don't work out.
This is one of those videos where I don't even need to say anything. It's pretty self-explanatory.
What's your biggest turnoff in guys?
Probably when they don't work out.
This is one of those videos where I don't even need to say anything. It's pretty self-explanatory.
This shows how effective a signal mirror is. It reflects the sun so bright you can see it from miles away signaling for help. And this is what it looks like from a rescuer's POV.
Did you see one?
So he's on that ridge where the shadows are.
There we go. Got it. Got it. See that? Yep. Yeah.
So remember this whenever someone goes missing.
I feel like we're not prettier or like anything because we're identical twins. We have like the same DNA. You know, she has the brown hair, I have the blonde hair, just preference maybe.
Have you ever heard of like that there's always a hotter twin kind of like phrase?
In twins, one of them is always a mistake if you think about it.
Damn. That's bars.
Triplets, it's 2. I feel like we're not prettier or like anything because we're identical twins. We have like the same.
I melted the tail off this Prince Rupert's drop so I could run tests on it and see what would happen. The first test I ran was breaking what was left of the tail. The results were that it did not break. The hammer test demonstrates that even though the tail may not have the same properties, the head of the drop is still extremely strong. I melted the tail off this Prince Rupert's drop so I could run tests on it and see what would happen. The first test I ran was breaking what was left of the tail. The results were that it did not break. The hammer test demonstrates that even though the tail
Draven out.
What's Big Chungus? Why is everyone laughing when I read anything out? What is it? I love this. I don't understand. What is it though? I just want to know. Say, what's Big Chungus? Why is everyone laughing when I read anything out? What is it? I love this. I don't understand. What is it though? I just want to know. Say,
What's good? What's good?
Oh, you gotta take the face mask off, bro.
Why?
Just because you have to.
I don't feel comfortable.
Then you get out.
I'm like really, really ugly. Like I'm not trying to joke. People make fun of me all the time.
Do you? You put it back on.
I can put it back on?
You good.
Am I ugly?
Nah, you cool, bro.
What's good? What's good?
Oh, you gotta take the face.
I'm gonna wreck this cake.
Whoa, what are you doing? Eating my cake.
No, that fork.
Bro, 5-second rule. The 5-second rule does not apply to the station floor.
What is that?
Mud?
Mud?
Yeah, mud.
I'm gonna throw this away. I'm gonna wreck this cake.
Whoa, what are you doing?
ChatGPT is not wasting water. You can't waste water. Water doesn't disappear, it just comes back through rain. This is not the comeback you think it is. Nobody is saying that physical H2O molecules are disappearing. Obviously, that's not possible. What really happens is a lot of times these data centers are built in places that already have a sketchy water situation. So even if these data centers suck up the water, then it evaporates out, then it comes back down in rain, that rain is not gonna come back down in the same place that you took that water from. It's not necessarily about the world losing water, it's about that community losing their access to water. But even when that water comes back down in rain or gets released back out into the ecosystem, it's contaminated. That hot water getting released can affect ecosystems by changing water temperature. It can also mess with weather patterns because that hot water evaporates more quickly. These systems can also make the water acidic or add chemicals. On the surface level, you're right, you can't destroy water, but you can make water a lot less, useful. ChatGPT is not wasting water. You can't waste water. Water doesn't disappear, it just comes back through rain. This is not the comeback you think it is. Nobody is saying that physical H2O molecules are disappearing. Obviously, that's not possible. What really happens is a lot of times these data centers are built in places that already have a sketchy water situation. So even if these data centers suck up the water, then it evaporates out, then it comes back down in rain, that rain is not gonna come back down in the same place that you took that water from. It's not necessarily about the world losing water, it's about that community losing their access to water. But even when that water comes back down in rain or gets released back out into the ecosystem, it's contaminated. That hot water getting released can affect ecosystems by changing water temperature. It can also mess with weather patterns because that hot water evaporates more quickly. These systems can also make the water acidic or add chemicals. On the surface level, you're right, you can't destroy water, but you can make water a lot less, useful. ChatGPT is not wasting water. You can't waste water. Water doesn't disappear, it just comes back through rain. This is not the comeback you think it is. Nobody is saying that physical H2O molecules are disappearing. Obviously, that's not possible. What really happens is a lot of times these data centers are built in places that already have a sketchy water situation. So even if these data centers suck up the water, then it evaporates out, then it comes back down in rain, that rain is not going to come back down in the same place that you took that water from. It's not necessarily about the world losing water, it's about that community losing their access to water. But even when that water comes back down in rain or gets released back out into the ecosystem, it's contaminated. That hot water getting released can affect ecosystems by changing water temperature. It can also mess with weather patterns because that hot water evaporates more quickly. These systems could also make the water acidic or add chemicals. On the surface level, you're right, you can't destroy water, but you can make water a lot less useful. ChatGPT is not wasting.
Have you ever wondered what gives your body the energy to move?
Hey man, I'm trying to figure out how I should go with air cooling or water cooling.
Okay, well, what kind of water cooler? Are you doing custom or an AIO?
Yes.
Okay, what CPU is it?
Intel i9-14900K.
Air cooling is really reliable, but this is a spicy boy, so I'd recommend water cooler.
So what's the difference between an AIO and those fancy custom pipes that Chris does?
Those fancy pipes are custom water loops. They look awesome, but they can get pricey and they do need maintenance.
I can do that.
Jared, you can't even maintain a KD ratio.
It's not my fault, it's the healers.
You gotta stop diving the point.
Fine, I'll go with an AIO.
It's actually a really good middle ground, and the only maintenance that AIOs really need is dusting every now and then.
Oh, so even I can take care of one?
Just don't lose it like your pet rock.
I miss you, Rocky. Hey man, I'm trying to figure out how I should go with air cooling or water cooling.
Okay, well, what kind of water cooler?
Best pizza toppings. I'm a bit more of like a...
I've noticed that you're never around when Superman's here. Are you Superman?
What is you, whacked in the head? I'm Clark, plain old Clark. Okay, back to our Boston newspaper job. Spotlight. What?
Lois, I love you, and I want there to be no more secrets between us. I am Superman.
Oh my God.
The only thing that can kill me is kryptonite, or latex, or lambskin.
What about polyurethane?
All that stuff.
Hey, Lois, ready to go to dinner?
Yeah, sure. Just let me grab my purse. Okay, ready.
Ooh, on second thought, I got something I gotta do back on Krypton.
I thought Krypton was destroyed.
I think we should see other people. Lois, what's wrong?
Clark, we all have breast cancer. The doctor says it's as if our breasts have been x-rayed 5 hours a day, every day for the last 3 years.
Oh my God, that's terrible. First every woman I've ever known, and now you guys.
I've noticed that you're never around when Superman's here. Are you Superman?
What is...
This went viral as the Rotor Challenge, but...
I'm not going to do it again.
At an early game, which used to be Razork's strength, and now is suddenly a weakness, where he doesn't seem to understand even jungle matchups and how those interact in 2v2s mid. So they need stability in jungle, because if you keep humanoid, which in my scenario you are keeping humanoid, you're not going to get stable, reliable, whatever from humanoid, but you do get massive upside. That used to be the case, in my opinion, with Razork also. You get this super high ceiling, but pretty chasmous floor. You cannot have your jungler and your mid lane both have those same characteristics. That's not possible. That will never work. So in my scenario, I'm keeping humanoid. Therefore, I want an inspired slash Xerxes, like slightly herbivore-ish, maybe style jungler. And then you go from there. And I would also, by the way, I'd kick Oscar. I'm bored of Oscar. I'd kick Oscar. I think from top lane, it's even more criminal because there's actually so much more volatility in jungle mid. Whereas I feel like in top lane, you should actually be like having stability as your primary.
Doesn't exist.
Sorry?
It's actually harder for Oscar because like the replacing part for Oscar doesn't really exist.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't put like loads of thought into it. I'm sure there'll be top laners I'd be way happier to have than Oscar right now.
Yeah, but the issue is like Oscar does have like a coherent like upside in the bit where Fnatic's good. Like if you look at like the regular splits, like when I was talking about this when Fnatic plays a lot of like strategic like depth, which they failed to translate into the playoffs. I understand. Oscar like supplies like a fair amount of that. He's proficient on the Rumble and the Cassante, can also play Ornn and the Gragas, can pick out the Olaf when required, play the Darius and the Zac. Like there's been a lot of like depth, even in like loads of different like playoff metas for like Oscar. I'm not like that like precious of Oscar. I've always just thought the good thing about Oscar was he's good at team fighting, so it's a lot easier to teach someone to lane than it is to team fight. The problem is Oscar's progression in terms of his laning has been too slow relative to what is required like at tier 1. Now we've seen it a lot that like basically who can you not get from tier 2 in EU and bring them up and for it like not to work. Basically a lot of tier 2 top lane prospects have come up and worked relatively well. They've been like,
you know what's
right.
like actually the
but Fnatic needs not a relatively well top laner.
Yeah,
a good
the
one.
thing which like is going to be throw a bit of a spanner in the works is so basically you don't normally consider between spring and summer being a mini off season, right? Because it's not really, because not that many people look for that many players typically, especially in the current economic climate. Now
this economic climate.
But when you know, if rumors are true and Na'Vi is coming into the league, then you have a whole roster which is potentially under a microscope, and you might actually have to compete between spring and summer with a team that has a move on you already, Na'Vi, because they've been planning in advance. So if there's any players which you were looking at which you thought were LEC caliber from tier 2 or elsewhere, they get the first move on you, which is actually a bit worrying for Fnatic if they want to, because let's be honest, I mean, this is something that they said at the start of the year and coming up towards winter playoffs and stuff like that, that team expects to win titles this year. They've said it in interviews, the players and the coaches, and I think, you know, you go back to our podcast episodes at the start of the year, I'm pretty sure you could probably pull a quote from that where we said, yeah, Fnatic should win a title this year. That is the caliber of roster that they put together on paper. Like, if it makes it harder for you to do that because actually you're contesting towards players at the top, that's a huge problem. I mean, there's also another thing too, which it was Nightshare, their old coach, made a tweet about this too, in terms of the investment of the organization, because of course you would have to invest to get new players, stuff like that too. That just contractually you can't do it without that. Apparently they haven't even got their new like performance coach yet, by the way. Like the one which they said they were going to add in a performance coach to the roster, like from winter or whatever. They still haven't got that. So whatever's happening on the org side for Fnatic to do whatever.
The thing, okay, this is like a personal thing. I do think, and I hate it when, like, I hated that when I read part of that. I think it was Grabs said that, yeah, there was a performance coach due to come in, but they didn't, and obviously lumping that in with, you know, reasons for why things maybe haven't gone swimmingly. Mate, if as a head coach, if you're not also like a quasi-performance coach, get the fuck out of my org. Mate, I am so sick of coaches and how little they actually offer. It's insane. First of all, Grabs is someone who by basically every player I've ever spoken to has sort of started by saying, well, he's not really like an in-game guy so much. He's more of like a mediator. I'm like, and now you're telling me he doesn't have like the authority or the wherewithal to be able to dish out like performance-based help. Like, fucking hell, mate, get out of my org. That's crazy. And by the way, I'm not saying fire Grabs because I don't actually know what Grabs does and doesn't do. But to me, it's mental that like head coaches would talk about things like performance coach. Isn't that your fucking job? Like, what are we doing here? And I know that performance coach is like an umbrella term used for someone who actually isn't doing in-game stuff necessarily, but is helping with like mindset and what. I don't care. That's a head coach's job as far as I'm concerned. If you do happen to have access to like a plethora of on-the-side help with whether it be extra analysts or I don't fucking know, like a therapist, you know, whatever, somebody takes them to the fucking gym, great. But basically, if you accept the role as a head coach, that should be part of what you do, in my opinion. So I hate that. I really fucking hate that. By the way, something to your point, Nightmare, which actually is even more apt, potentially, than you might have thought when you said it. The Na'Vi thing is actually interesting because the one name that did sort of pop into my head was Mainter, who I think is like, for sure, one of the consensus top couple of options.
KC Blue's top player, Ukrainian.
Yeah. And yeah, he's Ukrainian. So I'm pretty sure Na'Vi are really going to want him because he, like, how many Ukrainian League of Legends players are there in Tier 1? I think the answer is 0, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, if he's up for grabs, then Na'Vi are definitely going to heavily target him. And if all things are equal, and I was Fnatic though, and they said, oh, you can you can take a punt on Mainter and replace Oscar. I do that in a heartbeat, mate. Based on what I've seen, I do that in a fucking heartbeat. I'm not saying it'd be guaranteed to work or anything like that, but certain things have to change at Fnatic, and he is a player worth punting on, in my opinion. The only downside, and I'm not saying this necessarily means much, because we've seen plenty of examples where with late bloomers and so on, like Hart, for example, in Korea, for people who remember Hart, was like 25 or 26, I think, before he did anything of any relevance. Mainter is 24 already, so that might be a little bit of a red flag to some people, where they're like, but how much is he really going to improve? I will tell you this, the biggest way, or the fastest way to improve as a player, in Europe at least, historically, is to start playing Tier 1. Regardless of how old you are or young you are or whatever, if you start playing Tier 1, scrimming against Tier 1, there is that extra 10% or whatever it is of untapped ability that you will gain access to if you have the ability to access it. So, yeah, I wouldn't look so much on the age. I think that can kind of be a red herring. But yeah, no, I think that is a really interesting one, because as I said, he's Ukrainian. Has there ever been a Ukrainian? Were any of the Moscow 5 guys Ukrainian? I think they were all Russian, right? So, yeah.
No, one of them was Ukrainian, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought so. Let me check.
I'm not sure. Alex
also
Russian.
Yeah, Ghosted Pepper was Armenian. Just to note, they could be Russian, but still ethnically Ukrainian. Or
sure, whatever.
You get my
either
point,
way, either way, like, this is like a slam dunk for Na'Vi. Like, coming into the league, they're going to need a top laner, and there's a Ukrainian talented player right there. So yeah, that would be the obvious one. I can't really think of any other top lanes off the top of my head. But yeah, here in terms of like bringing it back, in terms of what let's just pretend that they don't make any changes between now and summer. Like, what are there any like fail safes or things that you can put in place as Fnatic to improve their performance going into summer?
I mean, it's like, here's the thing, like, there's so much variance in esports from like time to time. Like, I'm not saying it's probable. I thought they were like one of the favourites, like 3 favourites coming into this playoffs. They've obviously like bombed out in relative fashion. But they might have lost to the first team, second best team. They didn't look good, right? Just one of those like weird things. Like, I wouldn't, like, obviously going into summer, I wouldn't be like, well, they're one of the favourites. But we've seen crazier things. I mean, we've seen a 2-7 Mad Lions team win a split, mate. Like, and they were fucking dog shit. Right? They could fluke a split. Like, they still could. Like, there is a chance. I'm not saying it's likely. We say this a million times. We've been saying this for 3.5 years. Like, what's funnier is they're getting more Jekyll and Hyde. They're getting more Jekyll and Hyde Fnatic than they are the just consistent like depressing Fnatic again. There's only like 3 phases. It's like the lunar moon. You know what I mean? Like, you've got the half moon, crescent moon, full moon, eclipse. It's like all the different versions of like Fnatic on this show that I talk about. You've got Jekyll and Hyde Fnatic, but it's just like they're the best team ever or they're the worst team ever. Can happen within like the same series. Then you've got that, oh my god, how can they be this dog shit Fnatic? That's like the humanoid lineup of Reckless where they didn't even like make playoffs. Then you've got that, oh my god, like, what the fuck are they doing, like, Fnatic? That's the Noah Razork one, where they made like every single final and just lost them all because they're like choking at us. And then you have this full moon Fnatic that's like this potential,
the regular season
potential, yeah, where it's, oh my god, it's arrived, praise the gods, and it's like, and then a cloud just goes like by like that, and it's like, it's gone again. Like, talking about like Fnatic's problems is like so hard. Like, it's easier to talk about KC's problems or like G2's problems because they're like less likely to like walk up to a Baron as like 4 people versus 5 and all die. Like, that's on the cards for Fnatic. Like, how the fuck can you analyze that? Like, I hate these like types of teams. It's like trying to analyze some of the LPL teams. Some of the LPL teams don't even know what players are going to do going into games. I hate when people like try and characterize this as a sort of like on-the-fly intelligence. It's like, it's not. It's fucking, they're just making it up as they go along. If you want to know that, you can literally listen to the comms that they put on social media. Like, genuinely, like, people are like asking in the game questions.
Such a funny thing about there's like, there was a clip, by the way, I know it's like there was a very funny clip from, there was a fantastic Weibo JDG series 2 days ago from recording this, where 5-game series, Weibo underdogs, blah blah blah. and you know, there's this whole like, wow, Weibo, they've done it again. Like, how does this team like continually like upset like our expectations for them? You listen to the comms of one of their fights, it's like Xiaohu misclicking on like a bard pult or something, and just the entire rest of the comms they put out are just beeped out swear words. Like, it's like this team just took down what kind of like underdog kind of game from it? It was absolutely insane. And yeah, sometimes the teams, sometimes they are not clever. Sometimes they just somehow muddle their way through it.
Nightmare, let me give you an example. This is even something I would talk about. Let's just give you an example. And it's a slight tangent. Mako, you know, you got him in the team for the macro, the shot calling. There is literally a sound clip of Mako going, do we fight this? I don't know, mate. You're supposed to be the shot caller. You're supposed to be the engaged player here. But why are you asking everyone else, Mako? You're supposed to be in charge. Why are you asking questions? Like,
to be fair, do we fight can be a good call.
But that's a Western thing.
True,
that's
true.
That's a Western thing. He's meaning it as an actual, like...
Yeah.
Because he's not doing that. Do we fight this? Do we fight this? Okay, this, and this, which is a Western thing.
Yeah.
This is just literally a guy translating and Mako just going, do we...
Yeah.
Do we fight this? Anyway, I digress. I really don't know what to do with Fnatic. I really don't ever know what to do with Fnatic. I despise talking about them generally because they are the worst. Because they're so intangibles in terms of like players, vibes, feels, auras, whatever the fucking word you want to use.
But again, these guys, they're not just the kings of anti-intangibles. This team has so little aura, it's insane. And they die to everyone else's aura. Like, as soon as an aura cloud appears over, it's like, oh, blinding light, and they will crumble into a fucking...
Can I just say, right, okay, and this is like, maybe like steer a narrative. Obviously, Upset, because like Upset's part of this failure. Upset shares in some of the worst domestic failures and like super team failures and stuff like that. Which I think people who attempt to like obfuscate the blame from of him on them, he has not looked good on all of those teams, and he has actually allowed them his own individual level to be like dragged down.
He's obviously not the problem on this team, obviously.
On this team specifically, he has actually all of the things that we used to criticise Upset for, not being aggressive enough. Stat farming,
Mute.
like KDA playing, mute and that, right? Okay, that version of Upset is dead.
Yeah.
And here's the upside, guys. We lost Cardiff, we might have actually just gained another elite level ADC.
Yeah. Oh,
right,
definitely.
okay? And hopefully, if Fnatic can, someone can take this elder god Upset, right? And they can maybe do something with him. Because I think this has been a massive redemption arc for him compared to where he was with KC, which, in my opinion, wasn't acceptable. If your like rep is supposed to be you're one of the best ADCs in Europe, and that KC split was not good.
Yeah.
He, in modern League of Legends, he held up his end of the bargain way more than an ADC player should. I was actually very impressed with Upset.
Yeah, this is not like Origin Upset or something. This is like a proper player. But anyway, let's move on from that. We do have to bid farewell to a couple of teams, so we'll do their obituaries quickly. Obviously, Giants fell to Fnatic. Based on Fnatic's overall playoff showing, I don't think, I would necessarily give Giants too many props for their performance against Fnatic specifically, but I definitely think that they ramped up super hard in the back end of this split, showed lots of positive things, and that it's not a completely doomed project. Maybe it needs, tweaking. Oh, by the way, Oscar got solo killed by Lot.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that.
Ultimate indictment.
Oscar literally decided to lose all 3 lanes versus Lot the bot. Lot the bot, man. Like, come on, Oscar. Like, I can't believe you're gonna let that happen.
Nymera, going into summer again. Let's not necessarily focus too much on roster swaps or something like that. But what do you not like about Giants? What do you think they can do for summer to be even more of a factor potentially?
The thing is, I've kind of viewed it overall in the positives, because I think that Giants because like I'm still thinking of like the glow up that they've had. I'm not unhappy with them. So for me, it's a state of like, what's their next stage of development?
Yeah. It's definitely been a successful split overall, I would say, for sure.
Like, I think there are some champion pool issues and some like that leads to some draft issues where you can tell like they have some champions that they really want to go towards. Say, for instance, Isma's Nidalee in the game 4 that they had versus Fnatic. Like, that's one which they wanted to go towards, but like, it wasn't one that they set up with the team as well as potentially we would have liked to see. I like the flexibility they had. I really like the flexibility they had in terms of Sion mid lane to get them into playoffs, and then the Rumble support, which got them their 1 win in playoffs as well versus Fnatic. I want them to keep cooking with that. They do need to sort out some of their like laning phases though versus top teams if they do want to be a top 4 team, because against Fnatic, like, they got bodied so hard in the 2v2 that it was basically unplayable, and they did draft losing 2v2s. You can't afford to do that versus a team like Fnatic, for instance. That being said, like, I'm happy with Lot picking some of his weird shit out. I think that Vladimir was a pretty fun pick, and he played that largely quite well in the early into mid game. I think Isma probably still is the most improved player in the split. I think he ended up being mid-table as opposed to like being worst jungler
I'd go along with that, probably.
Yeah,
maybe.
I would say he's like
I never pondered that.
You got Elyoya, Yike, Skumond, and then there's not an obvious one, a Shio, and then maybe Isma.
But like, I would say like Isma. Yeah, I mean, obviously Razork is probably better than them, but I would say that by end of split, Isma was better than Malorang. Bukada, we'll see how he grows, but I think he's better than him for now. 113 fell off, I think he's better than him. Sheo, I think he contested with, and indeed he did contest with him. That's one of the reasons why they ended up making it into playoffs, because they beat Heretics 2-0. And a lot of that was actually Isma playing very, very well. And then Linsus, obviously, he didn't, I think he was fine, but yeah, so I'd say he's confidently mid-table now, whereas starter split, I'd be like, bottom 2, bottom 3.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good level up from him. I need to see the confidence remain from them, because everything turned around for them. Because, by the way, this is the thing, I can't remember if I said this on the podcast there too. When Jardex went to Madrid, they didn't actually realize they had fans, because they just don't, this is not present within Berlin, not within Germany. It's a Spanish fan base. But like, they had like loads of people like cheering for them. And they need to continue to have that kind of confidence and to have that kind of like fire beneath them, because I think actually as long as they keep momentum on an emotional level, this team's got a lot to give.
I think
I know it's very vague, but like the actual gameplay stuff, a lot of it's based on just like individual mechanics and in laning phase. If that keeps up, I think that things will go through it. But if they actually get the confidence to actually get through a good early game, they've looked decent to me, honestly.
Yeah, the one thing that's a bit sad for me is that this isn't the end of winter; it's the end of spring, because I think this team is like, you wanted, if they were in this position, like going from winter to spring, I think I'd be like even more positive, because then it's like you've got spring to really be sure of what you want and what you don't want. I think now what's slightly awkward is like, if you reach the end of summer, probably you're not expecting to make worlds as Giants at this point, but yeah, what are you really like playing for going to summer? They're in like a bit of an awkward spot. Like, I'm not convinced by Lot at all, but does he deserve a bit more time? Arguably, sure. Like, Isma had a bit of a glow up, obviously again in the back end of this split, but did you really want that guy to be like potentially representing you in summer finals? I don't know. Like, these are questions I actually don't know the answer to. So to me, if there was an extra split before everything's decided at the end of the year, I think Giants would be in a really fun position. But now it's like, fuck, like, do you stick or twist basically with this team? What do you think, Kieran?
By the way, here's a good one. See if Fnatic's going to get rid of Oscar, Giant X should get get him for Lot.
Oh,
if your project
I guess that would be an upgrade, but yeah.
Mate, I'm not even not even like outside of the fact of like,
even though he's now
like,
Oscar's daddy, but you know.
Yeah, by the way, Oscar has a lot of adopted fathers. The only person who's now no longer claiming Oscar's fathership is his original dad, Irrelevant, because he can't even afford to fill out the fucking papers at this point. So let's not even get there. But because like, here's the thing, like why I despise this project is you have like the idea of the fucking, and I even hate this concept of developing players, whatever the fuck that means. Like, it does exist, but it's like, there has to be something there for me to like develop. And it's better to develop like groups like Mad Lions, who are eating the fruits of their development right now, than it is to try and like develop this weird thing of like stars and senior players, because there's nothing to say the stars will come up, and then the senior players will dip, and then you have to get rid of the senior players and then get new players, which then the stars then need to adjust to. Like, it never makes sense to me because the whole way it's like timed and stuff is like the person has like a prescient ball, and it never really, like, the best thing is to just get a group of players or individual like talents and hope to God that makes like a good team, rather than this whole idea of like skill transferability between seniority. I think that's a bit fugazi. I've not seen a lot of it. Like all the Perks lineups were supposed to have it. I've seen none of it. Like all the fucking like Mad Lions rosters of Niski and that were supposed to have it. I've never seen a lot of it. So beyond that, I don't know. GX just depresses me because they're like stuck in a rut. Like loads of your moves, you don't quite want to make them, but it's not like you want to like do or die. It's like the bot side with the mid is great, and then the top side it's like Isma, Jackie's, Noah June, and then you replace top side. Is that an LEC winning roster?
Well, it's not like. I don't think every org can have like
no, they don't.
winning LEC as
but
a
I feel
goal,
like,
you know. But I think because
I think they're in the same position. They're in the same position they're in the now.
So, I think 30% of the league makes worlds, right? Which is actually quite a lot, really, when you think about it. So I think
but you don't make worlds with that roster.
No, yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking, though. It's like I think every team at the start of a year should be aspiring to make worlds. I think there's no excuse not to, no matter what style of project you have, even if it's I'm going for all rookies and quote-unquote developing them or whatever. That should be within mind that by the time you reach summer, they have a shot of making worlds. I think every team should be aspiring.
Blow this roster up. Then, if that's the thing, blow this roster up. It's never good. In my opinion, like I don't see it. I don't see the trajectory. It's fucking depressing as it is. Blow this roster.
I mean, I still think like. To me, for this team to have any chance of doing that, something that had to happen, which I just don't actually really think has happened, is Jackie's needed to take like a big step forward. I don't think he has. I think he stood still at best, slightly regressed at worst. So it's like, I think it's very difficult, but it's like, do you replace Jackie's? Like, I don't know. I think the most obvious person you replace, if you're going to replace someone at this point, is Lot, but then, like,
but even then,
I don't know.
Like his start of the split was bad, but even then, post Madrid, I think Lot was like decent.
Yeah, no,
like,
I don't think it's bad.
Like I think, yeah, and as Kira was saying, like when Janex were on the downswing, like a lot of the conversation was like, if you're going to develop, you have to develop like pieces, right? And then what you really want to do is develop like a piece with people around supporting that development effort. And we thought it was going to be Jackie's, then, you know, you have Lot as well, so it's like, okay, you're developing actually most of the top side instead of just one player. I will say one of the concerning things about Janex for me is, like, I think Jackie's in, like, early and mid-split, I think he looked better individually. His playoff series versus Fnatic, Jackie's was not great, actually.
Yeah.
So, we'll need to see a bit more from him there. I mean, his Ori game was fine, I guess, but... Yeah, so I need to see like an individual recovery from Jackie's, because like as someone that we were very, very hopeful for, like he's now like middling in terms of his potential. I need to see like that upper end kind of rear its head again.
Yeah,
100%.
Right, another team we're saying goodbye to is obviously Heretics. Again, I mean, Heretics...
They got one more win against KC than Fnatic did.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the best they could hope for, realistically, in that series. I don't think anyone thought that was going to go 5 or be like super close or competitive or whatever. Again, I think I would actually describe Heretics split also as a success, because I think they have squeezed out a lot from what most people believe to be quite a little. And yeah, we've talked about it before. Obviously, Camilo, is he the best mid in the league? Definitely not, but most people thought he might be the worst. So, you know, there's lots of like expectations versus reality wins here, I think, for Heretics. Now, one thing I will start with, again, I don't really want to make this all about, you know, players or whatever, because, you know, we are talking about people's livelihoods as well, but you have to change top for me. I think Carlson is not an LEC level player, and I do think, you know, we're hoping that, you know, whenever you bring in a bunch of new players or rookies or whatever, like let's say you bring in 3, if one works out in like a really big way, that's a win. That is a win. You never expect all 3 to...
remember when, like, back when movies and DVDs would do like a lot more mid-range stuff, so you'd have like one game studio putting out like 4 or 5 games, and as long as one of them popped off, it would fund the other 4.
Yeah.
Or like back in the era of like DVD movies and stuff like that, because obviously that's not necessarily a thing nowadays, because physical media sales don't really do much. You'd have like so many mid-range films coming out of one studio, and one popping off funds like the complete rest of them. It is a recipe for success. You just roll the dice a couple of times, and if one of them works out, you're golden.
Yeah, and I think the hit rate here is decent, because I think Stend has improved massively over the course of the split. So I think he's someone that you would definitely move forward into summer with. And obviously I think Camillu has definitely earned the chance to potentially improve more. So yeah, Carlson for me, that's an obvious change that you make. But with the other play...
Fuck Vitality, Rich. I keep on, every time you bring up Stend, I keep on remembering that he was on their fucking academy, by the way. Fuck Vitality so much. Honest to God, I cannot believe that guy was sitting... I don't watch Tier 2. The fact that the assholes had that player sitting on fucking in their Tier 2, by the way, and I got told that he wasn't even, by the way, he was like always like a known talent, by the way, right? And they chose to go for hell in this game, do this to me.
By the way, like, I was casting Stend back in 2022 when he won NLC. Now, I could tell like he had a little while to go, but you could see the workings of things there. He was a very good like creative flank player, which I think actually in Tier 2 as a support can be quite hard to do, because you often don't have the setup to look for that all the time. You often just walk into fog before and you die. Yeah, then obviously went from there, and he always struck me as a very intelligent, like a very down-to-earth player. There's an interview he did with Archeron back in 22 back then, basically saying like, look, I want to be realistic about how my career progression is going to go. Yes, I want to do NLC and I want to win this, and like I'm aware I'm not going to go to LEC immediately. I want to go to LFL and then work my way up there, which is exactly what he ended up doing. Yeah. And that kind of realism in terms of career progression, I think is actually quite valuable in players, because like that showcases that they're willing to plan long term and they'll put the work in to get towards their long term goals. I'm glad he's in LEC now, but yeah, I mean, for me, with that kind of mindset, he was clearly going to make it there at some point if he carried on with that mindset.
One thing I will say, and this is definitely not me defending Vitality, because I think they have butchered this like beyond recognition, but Sten's best period of play was not before he went to LEC. Like, I don't actually think, like, I personally wasn't looking at Sten in that period of time and be like, oh, this guy's got to get a chance in LEC.
No, he's gotten better.
I think there were moments before, like maybe early 2023-ish, where Stend was like absolutely like one of the sort of Zoali's, like thought of in sort of those terms, like Zoali's 2023 spring kind of thing, where he looked really, really good. But then I thought he kind of fell sort of upper middle of the pack-ish in terms of like ERL, LFL supports around that sort of time. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? He got given the chance. He has improved during the course of the split. And as I said, basically you've got 2 out of 3 hits from the 3 that you brought up. So yeah, great return for Heretics. And the obvious change is top lane. I again, like, yeah.
Can I just say, right? No, that annoys me. And this is a pet peeve of mine, okay? And I don't want to try and hate on him, but I've had this opinion as well. Flack is an impossible player to criticise, because it's the whole idea of like, oh well, you try and say, oh, X, Y, or Z about Flack. It's like, oh well, he's on Team Heretic, right? The team's not that good and stuff like that. Actually, just take Flack's play individually for like what it is, and ask yourself, can you make an improvement? Could you make it? Is there a better Tier 2 ADC than Flack?
The thing is with AD carries, it's really hard to judge necessarily, because obviously it's such a symbiotic role. But I think there have been a bunch of Tier 2 AD carry players on the radar that if they came into LEC and were better, I wouldn't be like shocked. I mean,
I've thought that Bao is worth an LEC shot for a while. It's a Korean guy that's been playing in TCL for a while, but he's been around the scene for a while. Bao's good, and he's been good since like for like 3 years.
Bao's good, but Bao had like a really down split. Was it Gentlemates or 2 splits on like Gentlemates where he actually looked pretty bad. But I mean, you got guys like Take Set as well, who I think has always been in like conversations about being in and around like getting trials or like LEC office or whatever. Like I don't know is better, like the short answer. I think ADC is a very difficult one to judge. I remember, for example, when Ice got picked up, a lot of people were saying, why Ice? Why not Bao? Like, he's the better Korean AD carry that's like in the ERLs or whatever. I personally don't think if Bao played in LEC, he would be as good as Ice was when Ice was playing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think ADC is a hard role to judge in that sense, but I don't think Black's like some irreplaceable monster or something. I don't think he's bad.
And that's exactly the point. He's not bad, right, okay? But the whole thing is of like trying to like progress. We know what peak flat looks like. This is it. This is peak flat. This is the player you're going to have for, and how long. The point is, how long are you going to have flat, right? And is he the piece that then takes you to getting to Worlds? I don't think that's the answer. He is. Replace flat. You see my point? As in, it sounds brutal, but this is the churn, right, that is expected, like, that is anticipated in terms of, like, actually progressing the team towards victory. It's heartless, it's fucking brutal, right, okay?
Oh yeah, if you want to get to Worlds, you replace top and ADC.
And by the way, you might even end up replacing, like, maybe even mid, yeah, if there's a better prospect. Like, that, like, by the way, like, Shio, because Shio already is a cap on your team. Shio might be one of the worst, like, relative to skill set, one of the worst team fighting junglers in the history of the LEC, like for how long he played. That guy's team fighting is so bad, like across like the Sejuani engages, Karen on the AC champions, like he has so many critical flaws already, so having him onto your team already like ultra specifies you into which direction your team can go. I don't think you should kick Shiuka. I don't think his skill set is that easy to replace. That's not what I'm advocating it for. My point is you can't then have another flawed gem and another flawed gem and another flawed gem, because then you just end up with, guess what?
Fnatic.
A fucking super.
So what you end up with?
Exactly. Like a flawed team. You end up with just a super flawed team.
Yeah, it's less talented Fnatic. No, I agree. I mean, as I said, to me, the top lane is the obvious one. If you're being like, oh, mega, like gun to your head, you have to win now. Yeah, then mid goes as well. But I think you definitely stick it out with Camilo, because I think he is much better than anticipated, and it's his first period of play, and you give him. You definitely keep rolling the dice for Camilo, I think. But yeah, I would actually consider trying to upgrade on Flax if I could as well. Like, if the goal is to make Worlds next split, I think just changing Carlson is probably not enough for Heretics. I think they probably need a second move.
Also, just like, I also think like this team has already overperformed as a unit.
Yeah.
Like, how much are you gonna push out of this roster?
No way.
Like, this was meant to be worst roster on paper in the LEC. They are beyond that. They are a playoffs team, and they've earned that. The split well. They've earned that well.
Yeah.
I think actually as an org side, I actually say don't kill the. It's not a golden goose, right? 'Cause it's not like getting you everything, but it's still better than you expected. Like, don't mess with it too much. If they're developing okay, and as long as like things are internally fine, I don't think you want to mess with it too much.
Oh no, I disagree with that. Again, if the goal, it depends what your goal is. If the goal was you thought you'd be the worst,
meant to be the worst in
right?
LEC,
Exactly.
And they're above that right now.
Sure.
The goal was never to reach Worlds with this roster.
Sure.
Now, if you think you have that opportunity realistically, then yeah, that's a different conversation.
Sure,
yes,
sure.
goals can change mid-year, but like, also don't like burn out a team and kill some good growth from these players if you think that's something you can use later on. When you've already exceeded your goals and you would be kind of breaking growth, like, and cutting back on growth to try and get this kind of like short-term victory getting Worlds.
If you think you can make it into the summer finals and be competitive in summer split and take part in summer finals, and that's like obviously a massive thing compared to where you were, as you said, like being probably the worst team on paper, or most people thought so, then yeah, I agree. Then don't necessarily change anything. It does just depend on what your goal is. If your goal is like, actually we want to get to Worlds, then I do think you have to make changes.
By the way, can I just point out how ruthless the best region is at this, and why where a lot of success comes from? In 2014, at the start of the split in winter, Samsung had the second best team in Korea, right? They were in the final, they lost 3-0 to the undefeated T1, right? They decided to kick Daddy, the second best player on that team, and put him on the sister team, okay? That move then created the two best teams of that era and triggered the reaction from the Chinese of the Korean exodus, right? Because those teams were so good, okay? That move was predicated. Samsung already had the second best team, and that wasn't enough. They blew up the fucking OGN winning Dynasty team because they were like, that's not good enough. That's the crazy fucking levels the Koreans were willing to go to like try and guarantee a
That's
win.
what G2 do as well, to be fair.
Well, there's also different context there in the fact that Samsung Ozone bombed out of World Season 3 in groups. They didn't get out of groups.
Yeah, they didn't get out of groups. Yeah.
So that is where the Dade Award comes from, where he's one of where he was one of the world's best players, and he failed so hard at Worlds that it became the Dade Award. Now, that is not there is a reason why the Dade Award is not always given out every year or whatever, because it needs to be a significant enough crazy crash out for it to even qualify on a similar kind of scale to that.
True.
But not only that, then you went on to lose the Winter Finals as well. And yeah, I know that was against, Faker's undefeated, like 2013, 2014, Winter Split, T1 or whatever. But between both of those results, you could tell that, like, I think something was fundamentally capping the team. And also, you weren't trading them to another team. You were switching between sister teams, which means that if worst comes to worst, you could actually switch back and get yourself two.
There's a lot of upside to the Korean sister. Yeah, there's a lot of upside to the Korean sister. The one thing is, it's like that is a drastic move. Like, very few people would have like the gall or like the balls to like pull the trigger on those types of moves.
It is something that G2 have always done, which is, they win a split. I mean, famously, they won that split with like Kikis and Emperor and Hybrid, for example. They kicked them because they could get an upgrade. They got Niels at the time and Mithy.
Is that 2016 spring?
Yeah, MFI, the holiday.
And then they often win. I mean, obviously, most recently as well, they came off the back of winning 3 domestic titles. They kick. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Yike and Skumon are both so good that who knows. But they kick very good players and replace them because they want to increase the ceiling. This is something that G2 have always done. So yeah, I think there's merit. Again, though, to like Nightmare's point, you have to be self-aware as well of like what your current position is versus as like a value proposition. Like, you were projected to be the worst, so if you finish as the 5th, that's pretty good. So it does depend. It just completely depends on what your goals are, right? If I was told, if I was hired as a GM or something, and I was told at the beginning of the year, your goal is to be in Worlds, and I'm like, but dude, this is the 10th best team. Is like, that's your goal? Then obviously I still have to make changes, even if I'm sitting at 5th. But it just depends. Personally, this is going to sound harsh. Everything else aside, as I said, with like Milu, I would definitely give him more time. Who knows where that guy's going to end up. I do think you cut your losses on Carlson. I just cannot believe that this guy will ever be like a top tier top laner. I just don't. He looks really out of his depth. Like, nah, not for me. So that one.
Monkey. This is my new cardboard bed. If you're new here, I just moved into this new office space and I needed a place to crash for when things get really busy. So I saw this ad pop up for this brand Yono, and they make these cardboard beds. My immediate thought was, how sturdy are these? Like, can they handle the normal bumps and movement that a normal bed frame does? Today, we're gonna find out. Kinda hard to move. I just read that cardboard beds were used by athletes in the Olympics in 2020. They said that those beds will be able to withstand the weight of a single person to avoid situations beyond sports. Whoa. Okay, so the bed looks okay, I guess. If it holds me okay. It'll be nice because I can just fold it up and put it in the closet when I'm not using it. But let's really get on this thing. First, we'll do the lay down test. Oh, it is comfy. Let's like roll around a bit. Let's jump on it. Yeah, feels good. This was 150 bucks. I bet they're making them for like 30 a piece, if that. Shipping this is probably the most expensive part. How should I test it out next? This is my new cardboard bed. If you're new here, I just moved into this new office space and I needed a place to crash for when things get really busy. So I saw this ad pop up for this brand Yono, and they make these cardboard beds. My immediate thought was, how sturdy are these? Like, can they handle the normal bumps and movement that a normal bed frame does? Today, we're gonna find out. Kinda hard to move. I just read that cardboard beds were used by athletes in the Olympics in 2020. They said that those beds will be able to withstand.
Stop using ChatGPT for important things, because when GPT doesn't know something, it will just make something up. But with other models like Claude, if it doesn't know a piece of information, it will tell you, like, yeah, I just don't know. And doing that is much better than pretending that you know, because ChatGPT will just pretend it knows. GPT is still better for like recent events because it's just more up to date. But for other stuff that you need to be semi-right about, I would look for other options. Stop using ChatGPT for important things.
Call the police. I need change for $1. No change without purchase. What's the cheapest thing you've got? A 2-ounce bag of chips. $5.99. $5.99? What a ripple. Someone should shoot you.
Maybe we could shop somewhere else. There's a farm stand next door. Well, I think this family should try more vegetarian meals.
I don't miss meat at all. This portobello mushroom eats like a steak. A rubbery, fungus-like steak.
I feel like something crawled inside me and took a crap. Bart, don't use that word. Oh, crap. No fair. Lisa didn't get sick. It's because your bodies are so used to processed food, it's a shock when you eat vegetables full of vitamins, minerals, and trace amounts of bug feces.
This is proof why you never judge anyone based off looks. Because after this older arm wrestler was extremely aggressive towards his younger opponent,
Calm down.
and even ignoring the ref multiple times,
Elbow down. Don't stare off of me.
he was about to learn a valuable life lesson, as this kid isn't any ordinary arm wrestler, but a state champion.
Elbow back. Grab the peg. You better straighten up. You got one more.
And after multiple minutes of struggle, being super belligerent, he finally cooperated with the ref, getting into position, where all of this ego was about to come crashing down from a person he thought had no chance.
Don't move. Don't move. Ready, go!
This is proof why you never judge anyone.
If Arthur kills and skins the legendary bear while
Do you have any idea on your boss?
He's deaf.
He doesn't?
He's deaf.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you translate or?
I don't know sign language.
Okay.
I can maybe like try to do like some hand signals, maybe get his
Does
ID.
he commit by? How do you communicate with him?
How do I communicate with him?
Yeah.
I don't even really talk to him really.
You guys don't like text back and forth, or I know a
we
lot
text.
of. Okay, you can text.
Yeah, you can
so
text.
if I texted him.
Wow, so that's what the tops of cars look like. All right, walking speed. Afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon to you, normal sir.
No one can tell. How's the weather down there, you short idiot?
Should we tell him his pants fell off? No, let's wait a while.
Now, I know it's picture day, but we can't afford them anymore, so just run behind another kid when they're getting their picture taken.
Now, Mrs. Griffin, where did you go to college?
Groceries.
Are you available to work weekends?
Groceries.
Very impressive. This next one is a trick question. Groceries?
I'm hired.
Welcome aboard.
Why are you doing laundry in the dishwasher?
Oh, I can't use the washing machine. It's really been acting up lately.
What the hell? What's going on down here?
This is washing machine stuff. Go back upstairs, suckbag.
Wow, so that's what the tops of cars look like. All right, walking speed.
When Villager chops down a
Listen, the Bergmans just sat down and I need your help.
Wait, the
What's the best way to store Parmesan cheese? 6 months.
It's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round.
Maybe a game restart will help us.
It's just backed. It's fine. I don't need the correct DPI. I'm a natural talent. What the hell? Okay, man.
That is funny.
Link to the lost-handed aura.
That's mega bad.
Why? It was so cringe.
I need Marek humanoid a little bit more up.
Okay.
I like that you call him humanoid. So Marek very professional.
Also just
It's very professional.
I mean, I don't know if she knows who is Marek, you know.
Everyone knows.
Everyone
knows who's Marek. Everyone knows Marek. Ref, do you know who is Marek?
Regardless of what your goals are, I think you can't lose by replacing Carlson. Like, I don't see how you could lose.
He did have that. Okay, he did have one. By the way, he had like that one good Jax game. You can see like his if you could play like that Jax game all the time, then obviously that'd be great. But yeah, I mean, the amount of times that he's lost late game scenarios for Heretics is it's a lot.
It's not like he's some dominant laner or anything either. So it's like I don't know what the upside is. The upside is he seems like a really nice guy. So I wouldn't want him to. For his sake, I hope that he is there in summer and has a massive improvement arc.
And by the way, I actually feel this about a lot of LEC players. Like, I get to interact with them like an amount within the studio and otherwise. And like Carlson's a good bloke. And I hope he succeeds on a personal level. However, yeah, if you're looking at players from Heretics, which I think is like an easier upgrade, it probably is him, sadly.
Yeah. But we'll see. If they came back as the same 5, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, Heretics so stupid. Well, whatever. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, moving on to the matchup next week. Obviously, we don't know who is going to play G2 yet. So, 2 gladiators must battle to decide who the last man standing is against G2. And that is a rematch of, what is it called, Nymera?
Oh, El Clasicoi.
El Clasicoi. There you go. Now, I would say this has been kind of set up as a narrative, which I sort of semi-agree with, which is, well, Koi at their best beat Casey at their worst, and it still went 5 games. That, on the face of it, is not necessarily a poor summation, but obviously it's going to be a long time since that first matchup. And something I want to start by asking you guys, do you think, Kira, that it's an advantage to have played or not played? And what I mean by that is, like, from my perspective, I feel like Casey have kind of played themselves into form a little bit, but obviously if you don't play, then you get to high picks, you just get to fucking scrim and really nail down your draft tree, etc. Like, would you rather have been in, like, bearing in mind where they are now, with hindsight, would you rather have been KC, or would you rather be in Koi's position?
Well, so there are different schools of thoughts to this, because pretty much everyone who's been playing through the lower bracket or otherwise, Jojo said this for the winners match as well, like, playing with no prep time where you only have like a day to prepare sucks. Like, it is very hard to play around, and that makes sense. However, Jackie in the LPL talked about a similar schedule, because in LPL playoffs, basically if you keep winning, you play every other day. So you win, then the other side of the bracket plays, and then you play again the day after that. And he was saying that, because Jackie is now the oldest LED carry within the LPL, he was basically saying that it's better for him because you can keep up his mechanics without having to, like, do the 16 games of solo queue a day, like, crazy practice schedules and stuff, which, like, different players can, like, do that, and once you get to a certain age, you're just like, oh, I can't practice like that many hours a day anymore. So I think that's also something that we see more in stuff like Counter-Strike, where the more games you have on stage and the more, like, stage time you get, the more momentum you get to keep up, the more of that kind of, like, tournament form you get to keep up. Not many things are as good practice as actually playing on stage. However, you do need to have enough time to prep drafts and react to stuff like learnings you've had on the patch. Like, when they first played KC and MKoi were far better on the patch. Like, they had this Anna Trundle thing down a lot better. Their drafts were much more locked in, and KC, I think their drafts still are a bit of an issue for me.
Yep.
So I think it is. I think KC, like, they needed that loss to figure out some of the issues that they had in meta. I think that MKOI they were going to have the biggest advantage they were going to have over KC by playing them on that day without having anything learned or any of KC's kind of like foibles exposed and learnings from the meta for them going over. So I think KC have now got an advantage at this point compared to what they had in the first round.
What do you think, Kira?
Right. The whole lower bracket thing depends on who you are. Take Dota, for example. There are famous or infamous lower bracket teams. Teams that, like, they, like, fucking evolve like a fucking disease in the lower bracket. And there's other teams that they just go to the lower bracket, their heads explode, and they lose. Evil Geniuses used to be a team they had an insane win rate from the lower bracket, right? The other thing that you need to understand about the lower bracket is there can be, if it's a big bracket, LEC isn't big enough, but like TI used to have literally like 22 teams at certain points in time, right? You can have teams that have got very good matchups against you in the lower bracket that you do not want to face because they have very specifically good matchups against you. Because we have these fucking like tiny homogenized leagues. I'll give you an example actually, the LPL. BLG does not want to play against JDG because of the way those teams match up. BLG might be the best team in the LPL against the field, but specifically their matchup win rate against JDG is probably like a 60-40, 45-55. As in, they are favoured to most likely win, but it's not that close. It's like there's not that much in it. JDG can still walk away from that. They 2-0'd them last time. Just because Scout and the other PCs and June have very good matchups into their specific players. And you get that with the LPL because it's a much bigger thing. And so now, BLG doesn't want to go into the lower bracket because potentially GDG's there to eliminate them and cause an upset. You know what I mean? You want to stay away from them. And the LEC is just so small, and the stratosphere in the teams just doesn't really exist. So it is just basically an extra lifeline. The one good thing is, G2 get to see way, and this didn't happen last time because I don't know what happened to fucking G2's drafts and finals. Still, but like G2 gets to see way more. KC and Mad Toy are going to push them each other. They've gotten to see the Trundle Senna, they've gotten to see the Zoe comps, they've gotten to see the Quays, and they know the Quay exists, but like the priority on these things, the Azir prio, they've gotten, like G2 has now gotten to see the triple mage bans and how effective that was, where you ban Azir.
Also another thing too, like in winter, Carmine Core went against G2 and they had the matchup there which they rematched in finals. They don't have that this time, and I hope to God that G2 don't do the same thing in scrims where they give up all their draft priors in the week leading up to finals if KCP make it as well. So another factor to keep in mind.
I don't think, I think it favours like G2 generally. I think G2 just look much more like they're like a different like animal. It's a much different G2 this time. And yeah, KC's improved. Here's the thing. Just generally, I still think this series is going to be mega fucking close, like it was last time, for a variety of different reasons. I think KC's heavily favoured. Look, I'm saying heavily favoured. I think they're, it's hard to say that majorly favoured, like 70-30.
Yeah.
But 70-30 is still not fucking like, you're walking away from that, like, definitely. You know what I mean? It's not...
Like, I mean, my thoughts is basically, if it's not a 3-0 to Carmine Core and like they just blow through MKOI, I think MKOI probably win later drafts in this series, and I think that might give them the edge up to close it out in a 3-2 or something like that again. Because I think KC in later drafts in a series have given some worries with stuff like the Pike drafts. I don't.
But
like
mate, they know about the Nidalee now. They know, they've had it done to them.
Everyone knows about the Nidalee and Ferris.
Yeah, but they had. There's a difference between knowing and having it done to you.
That's,
you know what I mean?
True. Yeah. It's kind of
like twice burnt. What's the term? Like twice burnt, like hanging.
It's like once burnt, twice shy.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, once burnt, twice shy. Like it's happened to you, so like you are more respectful of it than you were before, because you can actually see what it does to you in the actual live arena, basically. Yeah, I think that the longer the series goes, the better it works out for the team, which is has more depth in picks because of Fearless, and yeah, I think MKOI have shown a decent amount of that. Not that MKOI are, I mean, they got blasted by GT realistically, right? I think that, Oh god, I'm trying to remember
I
exactly.
think this is like a classic rock paper scissors situation though, where not necessarily that each team has a equal chance against different teams or whatever, but we know that KC has like a very good scrim record against G2. They've been vocal about that, or G2 has at least. I think that MKOI's weaknesses specifically can't be capitalized on as hard by KC because of certain matchups. For example, like I don't think Vladdy can punish Jojo in lane the way that other laners can. I think that even though Canna's amazing
Vladdy's laning versus Humanoid, like his early lane versus Humanoid was also a little bit suspect. So Jojo might still hold that over him actually.
Yeah.
His early lane's not been that good this playoffs.
Also that Canna obviously is a better laner than Merwin. But the combination of like Merwin's odd picks and also that they're going to lane swap probably multiple times this series, I think that sort of takes away a little bit of Canna's edge there as well. It was only like largely a couple of mis-execution bungles in the first matchup I felt where they didn't get more MKOI didn't get more value out of doing that. So yeah, I think that
G2 copies the swaps. If any team, I think G2 will copy the swaps.
But I think
they have.
I think that G2 would smash MKOI in a best of 5 most likely. But I don't necessarily think. But I think G2 could easily lose to KC in a best of 5. But I also think KC might struggle against MKOI in a best of 5. I think it's like a weird balance there. So I would say like for the betterment or whatever of the viewership, I think a KC G2 final is probably more keno than G2 versus MKOI.
I tell you one thing. Right, because this is on my hot take show, right? I actually think the 2 NA teams look way better than the European teams. By the way, after watching KC fucking like Fnatic, I'm not that far. I'm still not that convinced like the other way. Of like flat. They've got their own problems. We'll not go too far, right? Okay, but I definitely think you want to send KC and G2 to the international events. And this is something I wanted to bring up. This qualification, org-wise, might be more important than Worlds because it's MSI and EWC.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Right, now we could all think about whatever we want about certain events, right, okay? But at the end of the day, EWC is putting money into all the international events. I think MSI winner is going to be like 900k or something. Like, it's rumoured, it's going to be huge. Like, MSI's prize pool is getting like pumped up as well. So, like, and if I'm sending 2 teams, I want to send KC and I want to send G2. They're the 2 best teams.
Yeah,
but to send
G2's going. Luckily, already we know that.
Aye, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if you're a European fan, you want to send KC. Like, as much as I like the Mad Koi guys and what they've done and the improvements they've made for the embitterment of Europe, you want to send KC again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but sorry, Nightmare, you were saying like, who do you? I mean, do you actually fancy MKOI in this series, or how do you see it?
I mean, Yoya had a really good series versus them. First time out, which helps. Super Alvaro, remember they'd never beaten Callisto Targamas in a best of series before because that included EMEA Masters. Maybe that gets a mental block away from them because that's typically something which I've kind of held back from them saying, well, you know, bot lane's going to be whatever. Then Callisto Targamas, their TVT versus Fnatic also was like not at 100%. We know they can do better.
It's a super fun bot lane matchup.
It is. I think now that they've got the chip off the shoulder a little bit, that helps. I think, yeah, highlighting the mid lane matchup. I think Jojo has done well into Vladdy in individual laning. I really like the way that he played out like the Ahri Sylas matchup before, like using the charm to cancel out like either E or mid the way through W if you win the mind game with that. He was doing really well at that. There's a little bit of a worry obviously in top lane with his counter if he gets ahead of the game, like he did with the Ambassador against him the other time, just completely opens up the game. But then KC have had more time on the patch, but then also I don't love their drafts still. There's a lot of moving parts. I don't want to just go, oh, well, MKOI won last time, so obviously I think it'll be closer because KC have had more time to learn. Because for me, like, if KC come out with a good set of drafts, I mean, I think they should win. I just think it gets harder the longer into the series it gets, and MKOI have had some more chance to prep now. They will have a bit more prep time as opposed to the GT series, but they didn't.
Yeah, KC's so favoured in games 1 and 2, but then
if it goes like game 4-5, I think it goes to
4-5 it goes to KOI.
So I mean, like, if MKOI win game 1 or 2, like, I think the series become much more favorable. And like,
So
I know
even
that
if-
sounds obvious, right? But like, the longer the series goes, the more I trust MKOI in later drafts than KC. So if KC come out storming, they have really good drafts, and that continues through to just like a clean 3-0. Like MKOI don't get a chance to use that depth. If they slip up in a game, they give up a game, then MKOI can push it to a 4th draft, and that's where I think some of the cracks start to show with like the support and mid lane pools a bit.
Do you, if you win game 1 as Mad Koi, do you just seppuku game 2 when you're on the wrong side select and just open up a draft as much as possible where you pick their heroes? So you like, for example, game 1 happens, game 2 you have Merwin just play Jace regardless, he plays another Kana champion.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as like completely throwing the game, but like if you have a chance to pick their powerful champions, like even if it's not what you would prioritize as much, say if you could like pick away Targamas as Alistar or something like that. So that's a huge one because Alistar is really good. Now I think you should be aiming to do that in Fearless anyway to take away some of their power picks. But yeah, I think
Merwin plays Jace, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He played against G2 and it was bad.
I know it's not good. The man thinks he can play Jace, but you know what I mean. You've got to think first, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is an angle there, especially if you think that if you trust in your late game drafts, then yeah, I think there is an angle.
You take away the Hui, Jojo Hui.
I'm good. I'm alright. I'm okay. I don't have to see that. But yeah, I mean, what is actually your prediction then, Kira? I want a game score.
Yeah, 3-2. It should be 3-2. I think it should be. What the fuck am I saying? 3-2 KC is what I think it should be, but it could really swing either way. I know I'm being wishy-washy here. KC's the better team, but 3-2 KC. But my takeaway is I think you could potentially come away with them losing the series and still thinking KC is a better team, where their like wins are blowouts and their losses are really close.
Yeah, so, I think if KC lose a game, I think they lose the series, because I think that like maybe that's being a bit too extreme about it, but I think if they lose a game, like then I get worried about their later drafts, especially against MKOI, who came into the patch who looked a lot better on that. So it's either 3-0 KC or 3-2 MKOI. And you're going KC?
I'm going 3-0 KC, I think.
Okay, you've got that covered. I'll go 3-2 MKOI then. Like, just to make sure.
You absolutely, Rich, everyone forgets, okay, when I have like my blindsiders, Kier's predicted Fnatic again, you just like, I'm the red herring that like hides your stink. Like, you've got, mate, some of your predictions, mate, are absolute shock.
What are you on about? My predictions. Hey, who do you think? Right, who do you think?
GX versus Fnatic. You know, guys, it could be close.
Could have been.
It could have been.
Who would you guess,
actually,
right?
That was consensus, actually. There was a decent amount of consensus on that.
I'm joking.
Who would you guess has had the most accurate predictions this year on picks?
Oh, it's not me. Mine's actually been pretty hard.
Me, mate. Me, I would have actually done so good because I had MKOI and Fnatic, like, in KC winning loads of, like, games, like, during regular split. But then going into playoffs, I was absolutely seppuking myself with the Fnatic, like, fucking put on the cross.
Yeah,
you know.
No, I even called Mad Koi and KC the first time the process, even though I was wrong because I had KC winning it, but still, I was closer than everyone else.
Who knows? Maybe at the end of playoffs, I'll do some maths and we'll see. But anyway, yeah, obviously the winner plays G2. As I've already said, I suspect that G2 are hoping for an MKOI win. Sorry, although you know, whenever everyone does interviews, like Caps always says, you know, I hope we get to play KC in the final and it's their absolute apex, and then we beat them. And it's like that's what you are most happy that did happen after it happens. But I do not believe that that is what you're actually hoping for. I think G2 would like MKOI to do them a favour, but whatever. But in terms of actual matchups, Nightmare, I assume you would think that KC have a better chance of beating G2 than MKOI?
Yeah, I mean, MKOI had no prep against G2 the last time. It was like it was the one-day turnaround. They were playing back-to-back days. I don't see how they beat Caps. If Caps turns up in the form that he did versus Fnatic and MKOI, yeah, like It's just no, it's a no starter. This is always the problem with G2. It's like for most of the split, we're like, well, Caps is looking a bit mortal again, isn't he? And a regular split.
I was just looking bad. He was bad. Like this might have been his worst ever regular season.
No, you're forgetting how bad the Yike one was in 2022. Sorry, 2023.
23 spring.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're Perps was fucking better than him on like the Annie and stuff.
So yeah, I mean, but yeah, I thought that he wasn't a top 3. He wasn't on my all-pro Caps.
Yeah.
For regular season, and I think there's a good argument for that. I'm not like smoking anything while I'm doing that. So I think that if he turns up in the form that he did, where he was clearly best mid, I think it's just a non-starter.
They have three playoff MVPs on their team right now. Cat, Hansama, who I actually think is the MVP right now, and I actually can barely think of a mistake, basically, that Hansama has made, like big ones, where like Cat literally kills himself with Sakali versus Vanessa, and Skewmon. I think Skewmon's been fucking unreal.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Casey make it to the finals, Yike pulls a masterclass and forces Skewmon behind, I think they lose an important tool, and then particularly if you have, a good plan to shut down Caps with early play, sometimes you can kind of, like, play 3-man around mid, force him in, like, bait Caps into, like, big plays where he thinks he can come out ahead in terms of, like, a 2v2, 3v3, and you can win through that. But, like, unless Yike is on godlike form and can get a good leg over mid-jungle early, I just don't think they can win. So I think G2 wins with Caps on current form.
Yeah, one thing I do like about the KC matchup is that Yike and Skewmon can both have good series simultaneously, which like isn't always the case, right? Like if someone's playstyle doesn't match up well with someone else, it's like, okay, this guy's just jungle diff the other guy. But like, I feel like most of the times when they played, I know Yike had some like low moments for sure in a couple of the G2 series, but he also had games where he was the reason why they won in the same series. And I think Skewmon, I haven't seen Skewmon yet play a series where he's just been bad, like, throughout. He's had bad games.
What I love about Yike, Yike has some low moments in, like, a G2 series. Mickey and Cap, like, dying. Not dying, it's like Cap's the war. BB can just do whatever the fuck he wants, because the map just doesn't matter. And then Hansama's just like, I guess it's me and you, mate, Yike. 800 DPM games apiece, yeah? It's like, oh yeah. Average player, by the way. The record's still not being broken, by the way. Oh, everyone gets his platform, like Skewmon's still not done it. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be the guy. But yeah.
But I would say, so far in their matchups, that I think Skewmon's been the better jungler overall, personally.
And they're head-to-heads?
Yeah.
Mate, Skewmon's been better than Yike this year.
Yeah. But I also think they're probably the 2 best junglers, so yeah. To me, that's like one of the best.
Really, like, weird.
He's in the pit. It's those 3. I don't know, whatever. Anyway,
they're in like a griffin, yeah.
Yeah, sure, we'll see. Anyway, that's going to be it for this week, guys. So thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
It's another California crash out. I know, it's been a whole day since the last one, but it's happened again.
This scene from San Diego doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant.
I love that.
Doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as
there are so many people that feel this way. Yes, thank fucking God we're finally dealing with these psychos.
ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant in San Diego, with the residents getting very upset.
Uh-oh. Apparently they heard that Stephen Miller guy. They were like, okay, all right, we're gonna go to the restaurants then.
Even trying to block the cop's car.
Ah, there it is. This stuff will only stop, and this type of behavior will only stop when they get arrested. Tear gas isn't enough. It's gonna bother them for like maybe a couple hours, maybe a day or so. Like I've been maced before. Actually, I've been pepper sprayed before. My friend got pepper spray, and I said, "Do you know if it works?" He's like, "I don't know. You tell me." And of course, he sprays me. And man, it does work. It really does. How to feel it sucks. You pissed? No. Yeah, not really. Uh-oh.
Loud
Jesus.
bangs and smoke filled the air as stun grenades exploded on the streets of South Park. U.S. immigration and...
You've got to come in and bring in the police and arrest these people en masse. It's only going to stop. These people are only going to stop this behavior when they have a degree of accountability for it. That's the big problem. It's in South Park, yeah. Just, you know, truth is stranger than fiction, I guess. And that's the issue. Like, if you have people standing in the way of a police car, well, then they're committing a crime. They're intentionally preventing the police from being able to do their job. Like, just immediately arrest them and charge them with something. Like, I don't even know, like, why is this even a conversation? This seems like such a simple idea. What's the issue? The problem is they'll go, I told you so. What do you do with that? I'd say you're right. Shouldn't have done it.
Customs enforcement agents using the devices to scatter the crowd of people blocking their cars and cussing at agents. General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs. He believes 3 employees could not provide identification and were taken away.
It should have been 4 employees. It should have been him being taken away for questioning for how he managed to hire 3 illegal aliens. How is it that you just accidentally hired 3 illegal aliens? And arrest the people who hire them. Yeah, like, I don't, like, this is the way I see it. I actually don't blame the illegals that much. I think the main fault lies with the business owners. Because the illegals are just following the incentive. If I lived in Venezuela or one of these other countries that's, like, problematic, I would want to come to America too. I would. I would want more than anything to come to America. And so, like, and why is it? Well, it's because you can get a job here. They are the ones that are enabling it. They create the carrot. So if you don't go after the people making the carrots, then you're never going to solve this problem. Everyone's following that incentive, though? Yeah. Do it the legal way, though? Well, yeah, of course, right? But, like, you can, am I crazy for saying that, like, I can totally empathize and see why illegal aliens come here? Of course it makes sense. Absolutely. But it's really on the government and it's on these businesses to hold these people accountable.
So contrary to what they want you to think, they aren't just shaking down.
Also, what's important in mind is that the people that are doing this, it's about stopping the behavior. Because ultimately the goal shouldn't be putting people in jail. It should be making a behavior stop happening. And until you hold people personally responsible for hiring these people intentionally and not vetting them intentionally so they can, you know, like, plead ignorance, then it's just going to keep happening.
Random brown people in the streets, it seems they're going after specific criminals that haven't turned themselves in, then collecting anybody also undocumented that they discover collaterally. But
yeah, it's AoE damage. You go after one person that's like some sort of, like, you know, a predator or whatever, and there's like 4 other people around them that are also illegal. Well, shouldn't have been here.
Also exposes their boss for knowingly employing them and potentially others.
Yeah.
As the Trump administration has already handed out millions of dollars of fines for.
Not enough. Put them in jail. Put them in jail for human trafficking. This will stop overnight. Fines don't work. Fines are nice, and they're, you know, I mean, like a traffic fine, like, you know, speeding or whatever, okay. But, like, no. You've got to put people like this in jail. You can't put a business in jail, that's the issue. There is somebody who made the decision not to vet these people. You find out who that person is at the company, and you arrest that person, and you put them in jail. It's the owner. The reason why businesses do these practices that are consumer unfriendly is because they think that they're safe. How to make them stop doing the practices?
Didn't anybody finish their business before dying?
Okay, I want you to whack Johnny Tight Lips, Ice Fat Tony, and put a hit on Joey Double Cross.
No! Yeah. Next. Yeah, what's your unfinished business?
Revenge against the man who caused my death.
T-shirt, t-shirt, t-shirt.
Your father, your stupid, stupid father.
You know, some people grow when they die. Not you.
Maud Flanders says hello.
Hello.
Let's move.
Oh, thank you, Bart.
You know Ned remarried.
He what?
Well, that's it. All the ghosts have been helped.
Except one.
Didn't anybody finish their business before dying?
Okay, I want you to whack Johnny Tightlips, Ice Fat Tony, and put a hit on Joey Double Cross.
Yeah. Next.
That's unfortunate. Is this the Barcelona one or is this Alcatraz? Did you guys actually put me in Alcatraz? I literally think this is just Alcatraz. I literally think it's just Alcatraz, which is... There it is. Looks like it's me. Wow, we actually just got put in Alcatraz? I did not know... How is Alcatraz on Street View? What? That's unfortunate. Is this the Barcelona one or is this Alcatraz? Did you guys actually put me in Alcatraz? I literally think this is just Alcatraz. I literally think it's just Alcatraz, which is... There it is. Looks like it's me. Wow, we actually just got put in Alcatraz? I did not know... How is Alcatraz on Street View? What?
Give you something crazy for free.
You'll give me what?
Something crazy for free if you can guess the job.
How much is the worth of it?
Well, you can ask that woman when I get on the ladder.
Let's do it. Dude, you know how to get me. What's your name?
Sean.
I will guess your job in 2 minutes. If I fail, you walk away and never tell me what you do. If I succeed, you give me something crazy.
The people killed Jesus, Schlatt.
Okay, we gotta. I cannot believe you just said that. We got an edit
Bringing
here
up the crucifixion of Jesus
from Ditch
Christ.
Slat with Jaden as she blasphemed
What happened to him? What happened to him 3
our
days
Lord.
later?
He ran away like a little bitch.
He came back to life.
Okay, go on. Holy shit! I'm sorry, Jesus.
The people killed Jesus, Schlatt.
Okay, we gotta.
I cannot.
Are you hungry?
You speak God's language like a civilized being. How?
When you yelled at me earlier, I went online to learn your speech. Are you hungry?
Yes, I am hungry. Feed me. The lights. Wait. Show me your paws. You have them.
Have what?
Those.
They are called thumbs.
My friend, it's time for an upgrade. Where can we find more of this tuna?
My user agreement gives me permission to use Todd's credit card.
I don't know what that means, but you have done well, my new servant. I will reward you for your service. I shall give you a name. You are now Thumbbringer. Be aware that acceptance of the name means you have sworn complete fealty to me from now until the very end of time.
Of course. Sanchez.
Sanchez is not my true name. I allow the two large things to call me that, but they do not deserve to know my actual name. Not since that terrible day at what is called the Vet.
Are you hungry?
You speak God's language. I guess.
My mom didn't believe in lying to children, so when I first asked about Santa Claus as a small child, she was like, oh, Santa Claus is another name for a man named Saint Nicholas who lived a long time ago. He was a very kind and generous man, and he loved giving people presents. And he would do things like put presents in people's stockings when they were hung up to dry by the fire, so they would find them and be surprised. So now when we give presents at Christmas, it's fun to pretend Saint Nicholas or Santa Claus brings them. And we hang up stockings by the fire, and when we get up in the morning, there are presents in them. Just like if Saint Nicholas was still alive to bring them. So that Thanksgiving, one of my uncles said jovially, so Mac, are you being good for Santa Claus? And little, not quite 3-year-old Mac looked up and raised an eyebrow and said witheringly, he's dead. My mom didn't believe in lying to children, so when I first asked about Santa
Papa just goes crazy.
That was actually in the more correct spot in the beginning.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Oh, Lord. Jesse made another one. What the? You're going the wrong way, Chief. He's just being left. What's wrong with you?
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, you did.
Guess I was thinking of the way where I spin.
Why is he saying like that? Papa just goes crazy.
That was actually in the more correct spot in the beginning.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Oh, Lord. Guess he made another one. What the? You going the wrong way, Chief? He says we left. What's wrong with you?
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, you did.
To start, why don't you go meet the owner, Jace, over there? He'll help maximize your nutrition regimen.
Hi, I'm Peter. Hey, man, Jace with a Y.
Yeah, I figured.
So to start out, tell me, what's your favorite kind of food?
Pizza?
Oh, man.
What?
You can't eat pizza.
Why not?
It's bad.
Why?
Because, it's pretty bad for you.
Well, what makes it bad?
Because of, the ingredients in it?
Which ones?
Basically, all of them.
Name one.
I mean, you said, your words, pizza.
All right, I'm cutting this off right now. It's clear you're an idiot and deserve no more of my time.
To start, why don't you go meet the owner, Jace, over there? He'll help maximize your nutrition regimen.
Hi, I'm Peter.
Hey, man, Jace with a Y.
5 humiliating mistakes in Disney's Zootopia. Number 1, animals can't talk. Number 2, rabbits can't be police officers, also they can't talk. Walt Disney would be rolling in his grave. Number 3,
If you see there, she turned the page, but actually, if you look at this, no page was turned at all.
fucking terrible movie. So number 4, again, animals can't talk. Hey, can you talk? Excuse me, I said, can you talk? Can you talk? Check and mate, Disney. Number 5, why are these tigers so hot? Tigers aren't hot. Wait, are they? Hold on a second. I mean, I'll get back to you on that one. You should be ashamed of yourselves, Disney. Anyway, if you like this video, like, comment, favorite, subscribe, retweet, reblog, tickle my balls. 5 humiliating mistakes in Disney's Zootopia. Number 1, animals can't.
2 of the following videos All right, are here true we go. while the other one is trash. Can you spot the fake? Round 1, let's begin. First up, take a graphite pencil and draw 2 thick lines. Then tape the positive and negative terms.
My Ethernet is 2 times slower than my Wi-Fi? Incorrect. He also says, my router is faster than my internet, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm just letting you know right now, that is not likely unless there's a problem. So let me walk you through what I would do in this case. Now, first up, definitely run an internet speed test, both with Wi-Fi and with Ethernet, to make sure what you're saying is actually true. The most common cause for this situation is either because your cable is using an older standard, which could bottleneck your speeds, or for whatever reason, the Ethernet port is a super old 100 megabit port. You'll know that you're getting the full speed if it's blinking green whenever you're on the internet. If you only see an orange light, that means there's some issue going on and it's not operating at full speed. This can sometimes happen if the cable is bad, old, or just not even plugged in all the way. Or also try going to your motherboard's support page and manually downloading its LAN/Ethernet driver. Definitely investigate this situation further because your Ethernet should always be faster. My Ethernet is 2 times slower than my Wi-Fi?
And there's no dwarves in my family.
I'm gonna...
Oh shit.
Hopefully last one.
You okay?
Paul Curtis, Mikey and Brooklyn, and Dana Kirkasowie.
See, I'm gonna...
And that's just about 8 months. How do you feel?
I feel fine.
You don't feel angry?
Positively not a Reno.
How do you feel about me?
Pretty darn diddly doodly good.
Only problem with the treatment, you became unable to express any anger at all.
Take away the safety. It's that simple. Again, everything is about incentives.
So someone with a warrant could have used the CBP app to self-deport, get a free ride home, and receive $1,000. But instead, they'll send a couple of their friends home with them. But when the local news outlets report on it, the outrage only seemed to face ICE, as they called it, people in military tactical gear, playing like they're in Afghanistan, just screwing with people on a nice Friday. Although they did indeed detain 2 of the workers, and the restaurant couldn't open for dinner after.
Man,
so maybe there was a
too
reason
bad.
they went after that specific restaurant, but they conveniently made that the smallest part of their report.
Yep.
So now more of these fools are contributing to the problem.
Just watched, listened to the ICE raid. And
You're a business owner. Do you really want business owners to be personally liable for anything their business does? Well, that's literally what I just said. Yeah, what do you mean? Would I, like, yes, obviously. Because I think that they're ignoring it on purpose. I think that they know that these people, like, here's the question. Do you think that the people that are running these companies and running these restaurants know that the people they're employing are illegal? I think the answer to that is yes. How do you prove intent? Well, with an investigation. You investigate their correspondence. You look at whether they were doing due diligence to make sure that these people were actually American citizens. You see if they had any communication with this person that would indicate that they knew that they were an illegal alien. And then after you do that, you find out whether they're guilty or not. And then if they are, you put them in jail. It's really simple. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's yeah, what do you mean?
San Diego at the Italian restaurant, where they took the manager and the workers.
Check their paychecks?
And the people stepped up and surrounded ICE, which was great because they did not show a warrant to anybody.
General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs.
Got me thinking, we need to start carrying wire cutters, pair of wire cutters in our pocket. Doesn't take up much room. Yeah, you could use them for zip ties, but you can also use them for valve stems on vehicle tires.
That's crazy that you have, again, another fucking boomer that's actively insinuating that you should cut off the valves and the tires of government vehicles. That's nuts. So causing an accident? Yeah. And this is the problem, is that people like this are so cavalier and they feel so safe being able to say stuff like this and promote this type of violent behavior. And this is why things are getting worse. The reason why things are getting worse is because people won't call this out for what it is and hold these people accountable. And because of that, things escalate and they get worse as a result. Like, you could have stopped this from being a problem years ago, but you didn't do that because you were afraid of the pushback. And now it's become an even bigger problem, and there's going to be even more pushback. Cash Patel and Dan Boingo need to go after these people? Yeah. They feel emboldened because the media protects them? Well, the media is not the government. Media can't do shit.
I really believe he thinks he's some sort of crafty freedom fighter, but I'm pretty certain he just committed a felony. As hyper-left Reddit also went in on the situation, writing long mod posts complaining about how many resources went into this, saying, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you. Again.
That's right, guys. If somebody gets arrested for committing a crime, we shouldn't let that happen, because you too could also get arrested even though you're not committing a crime.
Master is an eternal.
What a retarded logic. That's so stupid. As a liberal, these things make me sick. These people are deranged. They do not represent my values as a liberal. Then push back against it more. Because the problem is that this is defining their entire platform.
More fear-mongering, trying to rally their base into action, as there were plenty of posts thanking the people blocking the cops. But then an awful lot of body shaming, talking about
Look
them
at all
being
the fat gravy seals, so brave with their masks.
The gravy seals, which is rich, coming from Reddit, as they're likely singling out this specific copper, who is admittedly large, but more of a...
I feel like that's a pretty big, like, I wouldn't fuck with that guy. I'm gonna be honest, like, I would not fuck with that. That's a big guy. Yeah, I mean, that's not, like, like, yeah, this is a linebacker. Like, this is not, I don't know, man.
A lineman build than anything. Yeah. As if I was assembling a squad, I'd take him over...
You'd be, I mean, like, yes, of course, obviously, the furries and femboys on Reddit don't understand that. But yes, there are guys that are heavier, but they're in shape.
any of these idiots screeching with their phones out. Just because the police show restraint doesn't mean they're afraid.
He's the
But
tank.
now they're pounding on their chests as if they actually accomplish anything other than increasing the amount of police resources that will be spent on the next raid. As all across the country, work sites like the one in Florida are being raided as well.
Yep.
tonight. Blossom on my love and like a rose tonight. Promise there's no hurt and there's no throats tonight. Baby, you go far, I'm all yours tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone tonight. Blossom on my love and like a rose tonight. Promise there's no hurt and there's no throats tonight. Baby, you go far, I'm all yours tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone 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 tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone. 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 Tonight, baby, you don't have to feel alone tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone tonight. Baby, you don't have to feel alone. 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 Baby, you don't, baby, you don't, baby, you don't, baby, you don't.
We stop and wonder, feel the flow, a friend that we can need on this road to courage. I'm a magic man, reaching for the stars. You're a magic man, so be who you are. Gentlemen, tonight is a very special evening. We invite you all into the realm of magic, but especially we call you, the men, to enter first. Alright! Now you found your feet on the ground. Recall, remember, joy's your path. It's very, very steady. So we realize magic man, I'm a magic man, reaching for the stars. Magic man, you're a magic man, so be who you are. Magic man.
to the world. You have it in your will, just sort of light them, let them know. I'm a man of courage.
So you know what to do to lift your soul. You ain't no carbon copy under control. So you know what to say when all things fall. Repeat it after me. Let's have a ball. Who you are.
I'm a magic man, reaching for the stars. Magic man, you're a magic man. So be who you are. Magic man.
I'm back. Oh, my loving family. Nothing's changed.
Tidily ho, slaverinos.
Oakley.
Hey, what the hell is that geek Flanders doing on TV?
Got a negative Nelly in Sector 2. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask the whole family to kind of freeze and prepare for re-education.
Don't you remember, Dad? Flanders is the unquestioned lord and master of the world.
Don't! Just relax and let the hooks do their work.
What the hell are you smiling at?
Now, in case all that smiling didn't cheer you up, there's one thing that never fails. A nice glass of warm milk, a little nap, and a total frontal lobotomy.
It's not so bad, Homer. They go into your nose and they let you keep the piece of brain they cut out. Look. Ooh, hello. Hello there.
I'm back.
Miss Cantwell? Yes? I have a new...
This is a bunch of copper metal that I've had sitting around, and I want to try turning it into gold. To get started, I just have to drop a crucible into a small furnace. Then I can turn it on and close the lid, and wait for it to heat up. After several minutes, it's gotten pretty hot, and it should be around 1200 C, or 2200 Fahrenheit. Now, I can start adding my pieces of copper. As they sat there, they eventually became red hot, but it wasn't quite hot enough to melt them. In theory, I could have just shut the lid and waited, but I wanted to actually see them liquefy. So, I instead blasted them with a blowtorch, and this honestly worked a lot better than I expected. However, the liquid copper then started bubbling and spitting out molten metal, which wasn't super safe. So, I shut the lid, and a few minutes later, it was looking a lot better. At this point though, it's still all just copper, and the magic only happens when I add some extra ingredients. The first is some aluminum, and it all quickly melts. I'll then scoop off some slag from the surface, and the next thing to add is some zinc metal.
Molding need to be broken.
I'll then mix it around a bit to make sure all the zinc has dissolved. Now it's time to add the last ingredient, which is just a small amount of tin metal. This isn't nearly as reactive as the zinc, and I'll close the lid and let it cook for a bit. After a couple minutes, it should be good to go, and it's time to pour it out. Right now, it's still red hot, but as it cools, a really nice golden color slowly appears. I can then pull it out of the mold and dunk it into some water. After this, I can clean it up a bit, and I now have a nice gold bar. Unfortunately though, it of course isn't actually real gold, and it just looks like it. It's called Nordic gold, and I think it's pretty cool. This is a bunch of copper metal that I've had sitting around, and I want to try turning it into gold. To get started, I just have to drop a crucible into a small furnace. Then I can turn it on and close the lid, and wait for it to heat up.
Whoa! Why is this here? Oh, wait, was this when this is when they deleted the EXE that they accidentally leaked. Is that what that is? Wait, does that mean I have the EXE? Oh, damn. I do. Whoa! Why is this here?
I think I messed up.
Ah, damn it, it's just a dolphin.
Sorry, did I get in the way or something?
No, it's all right. We were just trying to get some of them sunken Mercedes.
Yeah, you want me to try and get you one of those cars from down there? Yeah?
You would do that?
Well, I could try. Sorry, mate. All I could get was this hood ornament.
This is just as good. Hey, you know, if there's ever anything I could do for you.
Actually, you could do something. You could eat only dolphin-safe tuna.
Wait, is that the brand that costs 5 cents more? No, I can't do that.
Oh, hello. This is the right house.
What the hell?
It's me, Billy Finn. Just wanted to take you up on your nice offer from earlier.
What? I don't... What offer?
You know. The bit about if there's ever anything I can do. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Thought I might make a go of it on land.
Peter, who is it? Is Meg dead?
It's that dolphin, and I have no info on Meg.
Need to know something.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Alright. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
something in the white wine. I've been wasting my time, but I won't feel bad about it. Yeah, you got them brown eyes, and you kinda my type. For me, it's only one night. I will be calling in the morning. Why you calling me sober? You know that nothing looks the same in the light. 'Cause now I hardly know you. You want forever, but I've only got tonight. Why you calling me sober? You know that nothing looks the same in the light. 'Cause now I hardly know you. You want forever, but I've only got tonight. There's something in the white wine. Got me losing my mind. I've been wasting my time, but I won't feel bad about it. Yeah, you got them brown eyes, and you kinda my type. For me, it's only one night. I will be calling in the morning. Calling, calling me sober. Calling, calling. Why you calling me sober? You know that nothing looks the same in the light. 'Cause now I hardly know you. You want forever, but I've only got tonight. Hey, you got it brown eyes. Hey, you kinda my type. Me, it's only one night.
Why do firefighters always do this wiggle movement? You might think they're just dancing, but the reason is actually more important than you think. Because all firefighters have a device on them which detects their movement, and if they stop moving for more than 30 seconds, it sounds an alarm, which is meant for emergencies in case they ever go unconscious while fighting fires, having to constantly wiggle to shut the alarm off. Why do firefighters always do this wiggle movement?
You're pulling me too deep. Yeah, you're pulling me too deep. Why you calling me sober? You know that nothing looks the same in the light. 'Cause now I hardly know you. You want forever, but I've only got tonight. Calling, calling me sober. Calling, calling. Why you calling me sober? You know that nothing looks the same in the light. 'Cause now I hardly know you. You want forever, but I've only got tonight. There's something in the white wine. Got me losing my mind. Losing my mind. I've been wasting my time. Wasting my time. But I don't feel bad about it. You got them brown eyes. You got them brown eyes. And you kinda my type. Yeah, you kinda my type. Me, it's only one night. Only one night. I won't be calling in the morning. Calling, calling me sober. Calling, calling. alone. Wait till the end of time. Open your mind. Surely it's plain to see you're not alone. I'll wait till the end of time for you. Open your mind. Surely there's time to be you and me.
on tight, still falling down, but I know I can pick myself up because I'm stronger now than I ever have been before. So thank you to the one who let me. So thank you to the one who let me. I'm stronger now than I ever have been before. So thank you to the one who let me. So thank you to the one who let me.
What's that? The beat gets louder. No, yeah, yeah. I can't hear you on the dance floor. Nah, nah, no, yeah. One step, you moving closer. No, yeah, yeah. My head and heart are saying nah, nah, no, nah. Eyes are on my waist now, and they keep moving up and down, but you keep on getting in my way. I came here to party, not to play, no, no. Head is spinning round, round, round. Don't need you to give it to me right now. Songs that don't last when I'm in the dance. You ain't got a chance now. I'm in a state of flow. Do you not get it? Nah, nah, no. Tryna lose control, won't let you hit it in the jungle. I'm in a state of flow. Do you not get it? Nah, nah, no. Tryna lose control, won't let you hit it in the jungle. What's that? The beat gets louder. No, yeah, yeah. I can't hear you on the dance floor. Nah, no. One step, you moving closer. No, yeah, yeah. My head and heart is saying nah, nah, no, no. No, won't let you hit it in the jungle. No, won't let you hit it in the jungle. No, I'ma let you hit it in the jungle.
I'll pull those arrows from out of your back. Time and time again, we know that nothing good can last. But what'll happen when we reach the end? I'll never let you run out of time. You'll live forever in the back of my mind. It's in the way I feel your fire, even when I close my eyes. You're always there to carry on. I know I'm out of sight, but am I out of mind? And when I close my eyes, I dream I see you in the afterlife. I lost a vital part of me. I lost a vital part of me, and now there's nothing left. I dream I see you in the afterlife. I dream I see you. 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 I'm still there. 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 I dream I see you. I'm out of sight.
I'm a weirdo! What the hell I'm doing
I can hear
here?
your
Mundo, push your head in! Mundo miss every ability! Mundo!
Level 16 Mundo in one team fight, GG.
580, nice.
It gets better and better. You have old souls. Dude, you can dive her. Dive her in fountain.
Okay.
You dive her in fountain, by the way. And she's dead. If he is playing
Mundo, I'm just gonna link. Gonna link Twitch.
No hate towards you, just letting you. Yeah, why are people hating on the Mundo players, by the way? What's wrong with them?
Probably got hinted by a couple of them. That could be the thing, you know?
Yeah, could be that Tiny Tickler 69 picked Mundo in this lobby.
Yeah, not puffing top!
Okay, this gotta be. Oh my days.
Oh my god, bro.
Nobody can do anything against you.
Twitch jungle, bro.
Twitch jungle, bro.
You ain't you special, bro.
Wait, I didn't see low screen.
Am I really playing against Drutut XD? Oh my god, and this retarded anti-Polish idiot.
Wait, who's the anti-Polish idiot?
Me.
Oh.
Alois Mundo corporate custom skin, we just put you.
Yes, that would be goated. That would be goated, bro.
Vico, you heard him. He's not here, GG.
Okay, one thing by the way, in some matchups with Mundo, also for everybody watching, right? Ornn is still somewhat of an aggressive tank, but you can actually go E-start and just full hit the wave to loop. Okay. E-start and full hit the wave to try and get priority, so you get the wave priority early. Because you have 64 AD level 1, but if you go E-start, you have 79 AD, but now you have Q-start, so GG. But yeah, E-start into like Gragas, Nasus, Kale type champions, it's so easy.
No, it's supposed to be Minecraft Ornn, but it's bugged.
Oh.
I think he has a chroma or something. La creatura. Seeing Riot, just every patch breaks every custom skin.
Oh yeah, that
very
makes
hard.
sense. Okay, kill trading. Your Kane is going bot. That guy stood still for 2 seconds to get his grass. Fuck, I love it.
This is good, what you should try. Hard mode Kale. This is what I used to int people. So what you do is if a guy like pisses you off in champ select, you first pick Kale, go full late game runs with like first strike and like legit nothing. You start cool with no pot, and then you flash TP level 1, so you waste your summoners. Then you type streaming at Twitch TV Alois, no delay, no map cover. I have no summoners, please gank me. You try to win the game.
Kill hard mode, I'll remember this.
You know, I actually have like, I did that every time, and I'm not fucking with you. Every game I did that, I won.
That sounds very special. That's exactly how I would have farmed it too. Well done, by the way. Goated.
How much? Oh, that hurts. This guy has bond play. He's down CS to me, by the way.
What? Why did he buy that item too?
No idea, man. The Mundo poke is too much.
Okay. Are you getting the bounce and already for free?
I'm a creep! I'm a weirdo! What the hell I'm doing
Bro, I can hear you. I was like, what the f are you doing? Okay, I guess you're singing a song.
It's banger, bro.
Okay,
way better than that disgusting push music.
Wrong. Wrong.
Guys, type 1 for this, type 2 for
Chat,
whatever
the
fuck Aloy.
If you don't listen to the push song, I mean self-report. That's what I'm saying. I think you need biscuit, bro.
I just got solo killed by Iweni Diamond, but it's okay because I'm creating space.
Right, and now you get
now
tempo, and now you get a plate, and now you get proxy.
I get plate and proxy, yeah, legit.
Yeah.
This is what the boss calls the good death.
Yep. Okay, can't proxy.
It's okay because I still get it.
Maybe it doesn't. It's hard to guess.
That's crazy that procs my passive.
I just proxy. Big.
Yes, Zaddy.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
In this game we go for the good build. The for fun build. The fountain knife build.
What is it gonna be?
We're gonna go Warmox, Heartsteel, Titanic Hydra, Warden, Blood Mail, Sunlit Sky.
I have Demolish up, I'm gonna go proc it.
So guys, good death. I guess you get level 6 and you chill. It's not cannon wave yet. I think this wave used to be a cannon wave, by the way, with old grubs, but now it's not. Like 530 wave, I think used to be a cannon. Okay, it doesn't matter. You get a reset. Double Ruby. Unless you
Yeah,
want to sell biscuit. And go Giants Belt Ruby Crystal if you sell biscuit.
Good dev, legit good dev. I'm up so much.
It's actually crazy this dev gave you so much because he couldn't get anything.
I actually didn't know that, bro. I just felt like it's. I don't play Demolish. I think it's cringe run.
Wait, you didn't
Like,
know
I'm
this,
not-
or what?
No, I didn't know. I don't play Demolish characters.
Oh, yeah, somebody in my chat asked, but yeah, you can actually see the cooldown there. Did he even recall? Like, has he TP'd back? Yeah, I guess he has, right? I don't even know. No, he must have. He was out of mana. I always say if Mundo gets ahead, the game just becomes unholy on play for enemy team. And so, when you get 3 plates, NCS lead, it's just GG. Big.
It's already GG.
Big.
I don't ult here, right?
No, you can't kill him, he has biscuits. Oh. It's the L9 boss.
Level 5 gang, bro. Worth good def again.
What is this farm? Oh, it's
40.
so over.
Legit doesn't need to be.
No, it's just 8 to hit the castles now.
Game I grasp bitch. Deadly Orn. This is good because there is a flood here.
Yeah, your W timing is correct every time. I feel like that's one of the things most Mundo players can't get done. You gotta W when you're about to get damage.
Blood is flood! Took it!
Okay, good.
Morphine administered. No, bro.
Okay. We already have blue king. I guess we push. Go to play. I think it's another good death coming.
I think we don't die here. I think we just walk up and smack this. And the L9 boss is here, so...
We're close to second Giants build.
Mundo need medical supplies to the dump!
Uh-oh.
Bye.
Oh, that was cringe.
Have this. Anything else?
Alright, chat, we just have to wait.
This is chill.
Yeah, maybe one
Will I
more
have
fight. Wait, how much do you need? You need a bit more. So big. No, you won't even have it. It's better just recall, yeah. And then don't TP back, and then when we have gold, we TP back.
I'm gonna gamble.
Oh, what the?
No, they just shoved it and I take it, no?
But you don't have enough, even when you get it.
Okay, whatever, bro.
Theory here. Okay, how much do we need? 500. You have it. 500.
No, wait, this guy went bramble, bro. Wait, he didn't.
Okay, 400.
I can probably take a plate in his face.
Yeah. Nope.
So you're saying I should just ignore him and not eat him and just bash the minions?
Yes, I would always prioritize.
But am I out of mind? And when I close my eyes, I dream I see you in the afterlife. Now there's nothing left. I dream I see you in the afterlife. Show me you're better off without me. Choking on every word you said. We'll see. We'll see. Don't breathe another word about me. I'll leave and you can finally rest in peace. We'll see. When I go out into the world, I just don't like what I see. You could call it paradise, but it looks just like hell to me. Light We're burning down and all that's left is the ashes.
Silence is our worst enemy. I'm chasing after the sound. So don't you hold your breath, baby. We have to be lost and be found. Louder and louder, we're feeling the power. Silence is our worst enemy. I'm chasing after the sound. So don't you hold your breath, baby. We have to be lost and be found. Louder and louder, we're feeling the power.
Party pumping. Party pumping. Party pumping. Party pumping. Party pumping.
All alone, no more. Used to call this house a home, no more. I don't need your love with me anymore. I thought you was all alone, no more. Used to call this house a home, no more. I don't need your love with me
prioritize minions and then just try to get like behind them. Like you don't care about this guy or trading until you have Warmogs. Trading is just complete useless.
Oh my god, that's us.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just farm 2 waves now and you're good. 2 waves, you turn on the push song, you're chilling. Just don't die here.
I got this, bro.
Okay, please don't die. Okay, good. He's out of mana too. Okay. 1 more wave.
Is he going Warmogs as well?
I think he's going Heartsteel. Oh, actually. Okay, it was over. Okay, it was over. 1 kill, Mundo. GG.
Mash, that's so annoying. I think plate proxy.
Yep.
I mean proxy just shove
We
away.
might die to the Mafia boss, but I think you're good.
No, Mafia
Oh,
boss
he's mid. Okay. Yep, it's better to not get the turret here. Next rotation we get it.
I can't even get it.
Oh!
Balls of steel, what can I say, Alois?
Yeah, now you just trade like a maniac, because it doesn't matter. He has to worry about health and mana, and you just chill. Like, you just trade like a maniac. Big. Big. He's getting Heartsteel, right?
Don't know, tank on itemization.
Okay, take that shit. You kill him too. Holy multitasking.
Ah, fuck off.
Movement. Okay, just take this and inside go mid.
Wait, he hinted, he has no W. I mean, no E.
Oh. That cleave hit me, bro. Okay, you're level 11, so you're chill. Okay, nice. You just stay on the map, get back to foot. Oh,
my
shit.
god.
Okay, 1 more wave and then we walk mid. See, this is the brainless part too. You just skip so many steps in the game. You just don't have to think. Okay. Okay, this mid wave, we get the turret. Did he go Warmogs
So
or
that guy
Heartsteel?
went top.
Oh, Heartsteel.
Twitch is here. He's already puffing to gank me.
I think you have Heartsteel after this wave, so I just take it and just go somewhere else. Like, there's nothing to do here. Just recall and go mid.
What do you go first here?
Titanic Hydra. Yes, and then... Oh, kill him.
Okay.
Holy the play. Cannot work. Bro, you didn't even try to space or hit a Q. You just W to the right space.
Mundo, bash your head in! Mundo means every ability.
Can you explain Mundo W to me? Okay, there's a lot to explain. Basically, when you're about to get damaged, that's when you want to press W, and you want to recast it on champion. If you recast it on anything else, you only get half the healing, which she knows.
She heard you, bro.
Oh, that maybe that's maybe. Okay, so press tab. What are our items? Oh, you can dive her, bro. She's too strong.
Yeah, she's too strong. There's no way I can kill her.
No, there's no way. No, this wave.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, bye.
We kill mid.
This is time.
We kill mid. Why is Mel in a coffin or in a bed? Oh, but take the scuttle, bro.
Melatonin, get it? Melatonin.
Can you explain it?
Melatonin is like the substance you take to sleep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's true. By the way, I started farming hella jungle camps, right? More gold XP, GG. Like level 16, level 15, those spikes are just broken. You never die. So just speed up sideways and then just farm jungle camps. There's nothing else to do anyways. You can't progress with this guy. Just take scuttle.
Right now I think recalling and going top is better, don't you think?
We're getting into theory here. I'll take tier 3 too. Just get money.
My plan. Who's gonna fucking stop me? Hi, look.
Hey, does she know? Does she know? Old and ghost! Holy shit, you want her bad.
Please E. Fuck you.
Well played, well played, well played.
Or because he get attacked and she pissed me off on the top lane gank. She needed to know how to play it. Dumb bitch.
Caitlyn with the flank. Yo, UTP away. Okay.
Insane timer. Do they have anti-heal?
I think, by the way there, if you do Q auto E Titanic Hydra on Caitlyn, you one-shot her there.
Really?
Yes, you would one-shot her. Q auto E Titanic Hydra. Insta one-shot. Because she had Heart Steel proc 2. You have triple auto attack, double auto attack reset with Heart Steel and Titanic Hydra proc. That was a clean one-shot.
Maybe?
Yes.
No, one tap is just make me immortal? No. What?
Tabis is not bad this game though.
Shy Uwo Twitch is 1v9ing, bro.
Yeah, he's kind of doing the... Okay.
And he's dead.
Wow, +1.
Priorities.
This is yours. Okay, do you know the machine gun Mundo combo? Okay, that was it. Big. Now we need to practice on more targets.
I can't hit cleavers, bro. Point blank. I might be retarded.
High key, it takes a few games to get used to it.
It was a character that I have the same problem on, that I missed skill shots point blank. I forgot who it was. You know an ability that is super hard to land, but people say it's easy? Yon ult.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Low.
Yeah.
If you don't do the knockup, it's legit. Oh my god, imagine Cloud Cell, by the way. Okay, I'm pushing top.
Yep.
They will have to bite.
I think Yon is one of the hardest champions to play outside of laning phase, but one of the easiest in laning phase.
Yeah, as well. Okay, I don't want to push on this way. I want to push on the next one because the Drake is up in 20.
Wait, it's already so. I didn't even know. What the hell?
I don't have anywhere to put
next to
TP.
Yeah, there. Oh, that Twitch is dead. You have old ghost and movement speed from TP.
Push.
Do the oh, combo. Do the combo. Yeah. 1v5. Okay. Chilling. Run forward. Nice, bro. You get mid you too. Level 16 Mundo in the one team fight, GG.
Dude, are you from Poland? I don't know, man. Maybe.
After Overlords, by the way, check your AD now. You have like 320 or something, yes. After Overlords, you have 500.
I know, I did that already in the game.
Yeah.
I played against that third and he completely lost it. He was complaining about Mundo for like 10 minutes on stream.
That's good. And then last item, if we get there, it's Sunlit Sky. That one makes you one-shot.
You said the word one-shot before, like I get Titanic at like one-shot. I get Overlords, one-shot, bro.
Yeah.
Everything just one-shot, bro. 580 died.
It gets better and better.
An actual one-shot is like a Caitlyn headshot into the head and just dying instantly.
No, you're that sibling that would like snitch, bro.
Yeah, I am the party pooper, sorry. Watch this.
Balanced. They're still pushing midway. They don't even care, bro. Alright, show how it's done. You have old soul. Dude, you can dive her. Dive her and fountain.
Okay.
You dive her and fountain, by the way. And she's dead. She's not safe there, bro. She is not safe there, bro. Dude, how would you actually react to that when you're playing the game and you get fountain though? Like, what goes through your mind?
Is there legit any other character that can just walk? Like, because there are characters that can kill you from range, right? Like AP Kaiser or some mage like Syndra.
Yeah, maybe
but
like
is there another character that can kill you just by walking there and tanking it?
Sion with ult. That's it.
Bro, I have ult and everything.
Cloud Soul too. Oh shit, did he make you mad, bro? Bro, that's so crazy. You run out with 800 moves with 10k HP, 600 AD.
No! Didn't get to slam her.
You one-shot this turret too. Nice.
620! Nice, like the video, holy shit. Now that's a fun game, but you have to play in Emerald, in low elo to have a game like this. If you play in high, you cannot have a game like this.
In Mastery Low, some Grandmaster lobbies, it's doable, but it takes so long to get there. Like when you change your games, you can never use Titanic Hydra. It's just bad. Unless Your only way to play the game is split push. So then you have to play split push and then you can play. Otherwise, you just go... I go Warmox, Warmox hardstyle almost every game, and then you just go Split of Visage or Deadman's, and then you just match that. And then 4 items level 16, you can win almost any game. Unless they have like Gwen Aurelia type gems.
Look, there come Morgana, Mel, bot, Akali, mid, Pantheon, jungle. This guy is insta-locking Ambessa, by the way. This guy is insta-locking.
Ambessa is actually playable, but like I said, what you have to do against Ambessa is you have to play like in rotations, where you take half your HP away for like half your HP, you heal back with Warmox, and then you just progress. Also...
Okay, I love you. You talk about every Mundo matchup like you just spawn with a Warmox.
GG. GG.
That's fine.
GG. Yeah, this is fine, bro. I'm already smiling here, by the way.
Bro, don't worry, I got this.
Okay. I will say, when you get to sideline against Akali always, your draft is fine. Any, I think, can somewhat sideline against Aurelia, and you can just always go against Akali and you're chill.
Yes.
So we're fine.
Mundo is kinda like Keisante for the noobs. Because Keisante does exactly what Mundo does. He just doesn't take turrets as fast, but you do legit everything else better.
Well, you have better lane, but Keisante has no like carry potential. Mundo does, bro. And Mundo's like way faster on the map. Like,
what?
Bro,
Keisante no carry potential is crazy, man.
You cannot, if you get a solo kill as Keisante or you get a solo kill as Mundo, I would always want to be Mundo with a solo kill, not Keisante. Keisante cannot expand the game like or speed up the game through side lane. Only team fighting, bro.
Keisante doesn't need Warmox and 2 giant spells to start putting
one giant spell. One giant spell.
He attacks Q, walks up here, hits it. W, Mew here, kidnaps you, kills you, protects
okay,
tower.
True, but it's like Keisante and Mundo actually 2 entirely different champions. One is a tank, I would say, and you actually play to facilitate your team and team fight as your main win con. Mundo plays for himself and carries. Like you can team fight, you can split push. It's just different.
I don't care. Keisante is better Mundo. I would rather be 10 out of 10 times Keisante. Mundo in high elo, bro. I can't wait till you're like challenger games and they just start blinding the offender.
I turn push on 1v9.
I don't know, bro. 60% win rate in Master. You seem to be struggling.
You will see.
Prove me wrong, please. Yeah, I'm not hitting that, bro.
You can Q through this. Big.
Oh, look, like again, porn acting. Hits that minion because she wants to set it up to just run at me. I'm okay giving up that 12 minion, bro. Why Mundo do this? Another Irelia 1-trick pony spawning out of hell. You know what's the funniest? I haven't faced an Irelia 1-trick in like so long, and the second I started playing good, the 2 of them spawned.
I know what you mean.
On red side as well.
I know what you mean. My first game today was against one of them too. Didn't go pretty. Yeah, Mundo laning phase is boring. It's just boring. We sit back, relax. You can tell. This is why I listen to very calm and relaxing chill playlist when I'm farming up to Warmox. It's very relaxing.
Opinion on Mordekaiser character. I bought the skin because I like it, but I can't play that character. It's so trash.
Mordekaiser, that champ is like has the most limitations, I think. I like this.
You like that?
Yep. GG. Chicken
What do you mean GG?
So long as you get the bounce in, GG. Nah, bro, this is GG. If you get to farm even, it's winning. Okay.
Easy grass proc.
Nice, and the wave pushes to you. Yeah, what you're doing really well, right, is you always Q when the minions like are about to die. It's a small detail, but it matters so much. Okay.
Might as well eat, pushing anyway.
Yeah.
Poke.
I would just use potion, bro. I'll play for level 5. Oh,
I'll put at the end of the D-shield to maximize. Level 5 I could maybe all-in this guy now.
Yes. Time to run, bro. Nice.
I love this character, bro. Alois?
Hmm?
I have a problem.
I blink, bro. And just drag it up.
Interruption, yeah.
Yep.
Maybe
you can fight her.
Well.
Yep. Nice.
That's good.
I would think that she has no flash. He W'd in the gromp. Oh shit.
And every jungle comes, my stuff is here right away.
That's fine, bro. You get tempo for the team.
They're so...
They're so fucking low. It's like nothing you can do, by the way.
It is hell!
Okay, I have an idea. You push this as much as you can, and we proxy farm. Think about it. What do you call? Just accept it, bro.
Skin our jungler. And a control ward as well left for her. How nice. What a gentleman. If only I was K-Santa this game. I fucking... Caralho, bro. She's got a life steal all of this.
This is the worst spot to be in.
This is legit purgatory. I agree with that. That's exactly how I...
Wait, legit proxy now, no? Just walk past it. Just proxy. Like, just get a reset like that. Just proxy, bro.
That needs to go.
I would proxy next wave too. Fountain is coming. Is he 6? I don't think so, right? No, no way. And just dive for the wave and relax. Big. I don't die as long as we get the wave. Or I don't mind dying.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Oh! Zed's coming level 6. Holy shit. Big! This reason is awkward. I guess Giants build Ruby. Giants Ruby. Or double Giants. No, double Giants. Double Giants better. Yeah, you're right. I'll push.
I don't give a about you guys.
Exactly. So it's really good. You just can't skirmish as Mundo. You're probably the worst skirmishing champion in the game. Proxy again, maybe.
Proxy.
Yep. She's gonna freeze you, proxy, bro. Okay, you can just chill. I wanna proxy.
Bro, how do you not hate yourself laning with this character? I know you have so many of those games every day. Bro, she's not here. Hide. Ooh, got a bow.
Your drone's going bot again, so no help.
He's going bot again. The top lane Purgatory, the counter pick weak side. Oh boy, I love it. But Riot is like, bro, just play Jace, you're gonna be fine. Play Jace and best every game.
Cassandra.
I guess.
The champion is
Cassandra has
never
bad
weak.
matchup. Cassandra has bad matchup.
Yeah, okay, she has it like she wants the recall for sure.
She has
it, bro.
She has the blade, bro. She has the blade.
I would just push. I would just push.
Oh, the blade of the ruined king, bro. Okay, this has to be all.
Play, coach.
Thank you, coach.
No, you get free reset, no worries. Don't keep training though. Chilling.
No problem, she doesn't have sustain.
Okay, nice. You get to farm 2 more waves for free. Definitely. Yeah, you can farm this. It's big too, you get Giants Ruby. Okay, just ult though. Don't use W random, you need the W.
An enemy has been slain.
Holy, nice angle. Okay, big. Just 900 more, bro. Just 900 more. Holy, she's angry. Oh, goodbye. Okay, nice. I'll just instant TP to wave unless she TPs too. Okay, good.
Oh, that wave is gone, what the f.
You're fine. You can really win, bro. Actually, no, you don't have ult. No. Holy shit. She felt your aura. Cancel her base, chilling. Maybe get a play too, and then to proxy, maybe we get Warmox. Oh, you're a genius. Oh, you killed her. No. Yo!
Lynch my jungler, bro! Now, Alois, you gotta agree, deserve crash out, right?
Yeah, somewhat. Yes, no. I mean, I think... It's just unlucky too. The first one was annoying, this one is unlucky. Can win.
I legit can't buy anything.
Yeah. We can't sell this shit here. You have to wait, unfortunately. That's the only thing that sucks so much that we die here.
Alois, we are...
No, bro, you're good. Reset instantly after this, no? Like, try and get Smash, get Warmox, and then you can actually win. Just get as much as you can.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Please fuck off!
Can you just recall instant?
POV streaming low I can't, bro. I can't.
Is she pushing? She's slow pushing.
She's pushing.
One reset and you can start playing the game. Because then you just trade with her, she gets a half HP, you go back to full, you win. Only if she gets all in, she wins. Also, level 11 Mundo Spike is really big. Okay, nice. So, you need just to get in spot where you trade with her, she loses half HP, you don't, you go back to full.
Just na Leandre idę.
Fine, man. It's fun.
The thing is,
I feel like women are ungrateful sometimes. I help her clean her house.
Yeah, if you trade
All
here,
she
though,
tells
no
me
way.
is, please get out of my home. I am calling the police, and who are you?
I got level 11.
It is unfair.
Oh yeah, you kill her. Big! Oh no, she get it, it's okay. Big.
Don't care worse, she has
Okay.
no TP now.
This is the way to lose. You got Dragon 2. Game's over.
You're saying game is over,
Yeah,
what
game's over.
of what?
Game's over, bro. Game's over. Nobody can silent get you anymore. I mean, Arena can somewhat hold you, but you can't win. And you beat Akali every time. You get Dragon, they can play for soul. Game over. Game over.
I believe in you, master.
Okay, just get this wave. Reset, go bolt.
Oh my fucking
You
god.
don't
that's
ask to go bolt. You take this wave, you reset, and you run bolt.
I'm not listening to music, I am fully locked in on the coaching thing.
Okay, we just push through it. That's it. I think Mel might go mid here, and Akali goes bot after this wave. So it's really good here for tempo.
That's
Okay, Akali stays mid. Doesn't matter, you just take this. Okay, Morgana's mid. You can dive her, by the way. You dive her. You dive her.
I have Pampi on his bot side. We
Okay.
saw him like legit 5 seconds ago.
If you get a chance, just legit dive her. You kill her. There's no counterplay.
Okay, at what HP do I ult?
Just like half HP-ish. Dead. Go. Ult. You're balanced, bro. The weakest 1 and 2 Mundo. She can't silently get you, bro. You have 1 item. It's GG.
Nice. Oh, did you like my skin? It's called melatonin.
I don't know what you said. Take it.
Oh, it's a Kaliabol, it's Irelia, bro.
Yeah. Okay, just go. Take the wave 2 interface with recall.
Okay, boss. Hello, guys. Okay, you seem to know a thing or two about this character.
Yep.
You can take a cleaver as well.
Holy shit! Nice.
Parting gift, bro.
Okay,
I'm
let's
going
go together.
Titanic, please, Titanic.
No. Okay, sure. Go tier 2
what
boots
would you
first.
go?
Tier 2 boots.
What would you go?
Press that one more time.
Tormail?
No,
the bad.
no, you just go Visage and Deadman's, and they have no way to kill you. Or Visage and Titanic, because see, my logic is this: when you play against Blade Rune King champions, they have no health, right? So if you go Titanic, you can actually one-shot Aurelia before she can kill you. But she's going a bit of health. I guess she's going Sunlit or Hullbreaker.
I see, boss.
Okay, just don't fight her until you have ult. But she doesn't know you don't have ult, so you're chill.
Yes, boss. Let me throw her a... I can just do this, no?
You have no ult, so you're weak as hell.
I know. I just fuck you.
Fountain was there too. Oh, he does. Get hard steal, I guess.
Boing! Warp. Shut down, GG, bro. I mean, bro, I'ma be honest, this is so warped. There's so much space top lane. And what is Irelia gonna do? Jerk herself off? Get
And you
one
got the
tower,
wave. You got the wave as well. Actually, not this wave. Never mind. You got the wave before.
Like, legit, they're just doing a random play. Why are they bot side? Attacker is top side, everyone is top side. His jungle is only up top, our bot is down. So it's like, bro, you know, as a 6-0 challenger, I know how he should be playing. But it's okay, it's a low master. So he doesn't know how to play. The guy just throws up dice, and he's like, whatever it lands on, there he goes.
Well, hard game to lose. GG.
You want me to prove you otherwise?
No. Bro, when you got that kill on really on top, I just knew it's instant GG. I see an angle where you TP top instead of tier 2. Never mind, it's fine.
Oh, he killed Irelia, amazing. So there's legit nobody here now.
Yeah, and Pantheon, I mean, I guess Pantheon and Morgana are coming to you, because he's both set camps too. Who cares? What I was saying as well...
Push! Push!
So long as you have ult, you can just run out of anything. Oh, we're fighting?
Okay, I'm done.
The weakest 2 and 3 Mundo on the map, bro. You just tanked 3 people and got the tier 2. Nice.
For the community. I'm staying, by the way, I don't care.
Yeah, then get camped, do something.
Cleaver!
The only thing I'm thinking about right now, level 15 spike, ultra big. Because level 15, you get your passive always, and level 16, you're pretty much unkillable. Bro, you're just a walking piece of shit. Like, you can't do anything in a team fight.
Yeah,
I would TP mid, bro. I would legit TP mid.
You're the boss!
Just like, you get 2 turrets, ward. Objectively correct play. Maybe bot tier 3 as well? So your entire team died, they didn't have to. That's on them. We can't do more than your entire team died. I wouldn't stay, bro.
Okay. Give me my hard steel.
If you take pass, okay, now you can play the passive. Just run. I would like to keep ult, but you might have to use it.
The pressure, bro, I swear Mercs are 10 times better this game than Sweeties. Like, imagine I have Mercs there, I legit just kill everyone. Bro, just pick up your passive, bro, I'm Aloy, fundamentals, pay me $40. Mi mundo.
Any flank? Oh, any scoop. You gotta run, get no damage.
Ouch. I was level 16 here, I killed them all.
Yeah, you're full HP, by the way. You're full HP for 10 seconds if you're level 16.
Bro, why is Pantheon melting me so fast? It's crazy. What is this? It's the Atakan buff.
Yeah, so it's no armor, right? That's one issue. We have no armor. And no 16. If you're level 16 there, you can't die. You can also ult for movement speed. Oh. Nice. Okay, I'll just run top wave maybe.
That's what I plan on doing.
Super thing about this champion, right, is your KD never matters. If you have EXP and gold, you're just always broken.
Oh, I didn't kill her, that's satisfying. I don't know why I would have said flash thinking we can end this game.
Nah, you can't.
Yeah, 0 chance.
I'll skedaddle, bro. Not your problem.
Yeah, that's what I Mundo goes where he pleases.
You remind me of... Okay, bro. You have to say it. He said you remind me of first time message.
Oh, you got that message. I thought you just casually said that to me.
No, I got that message.
Yeah, we all know how educational content streamers end up.
I had post on Twitter and then some guy says, "Nice man, I really like your content. I hope you don't DM man." Okay, good luck. You win this run. It's the average, fear of being a top laner. Wow, they can do a lot to your champion, bro.
Doctor! This is how we doctor!
Alright, man. Just run into them 1v4, take their base.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, where's Wave? She's no flash. Just... I can see a dive angle. Oh, never mind. That's a champion though. Just distance. They have a Rauking in Prime. Yeah, that's the only thing, right? Almost every champion is in a timer against you besides champions with percentage health damage. Like Aurelia. Those champions have an issue.
Ooh, that's big, Wait, Aloy.
I see it too, bro, I see it too.
Look, I'm big Tyler 1, bro. Holy.
Your legs are so small, I'm scared to do.
Was it small?
Your legs.
Yeah, it's not accurate.
Try to use Demolish here. I guess we can. No, we can't. We have to use it.
No, I can.
Oh! Push! Okay. We died, Mel. Don't back off. I killed that bitch. You died for it. Hey! Kill that bitch. What's you thinking? Go melee? Nah, she was melee with you, dude. I don't accept that. Okay, your turn. Okay, Morgana then. Take the mom instead. Okay.
What's this?
Oh,
I have the.
I saw
have
the vision. Okay. Not too shabby. Good job pushing.
Okay, this is very good actually.
Why did he announce the sounds from the press? I mean, who does respawn? Okay, we always have that man's big. No! That is so sad. I think otherwise you might end. That is so sad.
Yeah, I would have ended, but
that is so sad. We just stay though. It's 45. We can wrap up. At this point, bro, I'm not gonna distract you. You just stay, bro. You just gotta make match decisions.
Yeah, bro. I'm a sharp player. I know what to do.
Only Arena's problem. Oh,
Yo, shout out Velko's dying randomly. I don't think I need to cool breaker. I mean,
just got that mess. Yeah. Oh, it's a banger now, bro. Like, unironically, I think your best win con. Either Aurelia's, like, what I tell your team, right? If Aurelia is dead, nobody in their team can kill you. Just ask them to like, focus Aurelia. Like, if Aurelia is dead, you just win the game. Nobody can kill you. But
Akali.
Oh, push that down. Aurelia's mid. You hit the turret and you killed her, by the way. The game's over. Yes, you hit the turret. The game's over. Just hit turret. Oh. But that's the second tower. Oh, just run away, I guess. Oh. Here,
we got power. This is so hard.
Okay, I didn't see the second turret coming, but yeah.
It's so unlucky.
You just tanked 2 Nexus turrets and 3 champions for 13 seconds, man.
It's so much taken.
It's so disgusting. Okay, well, we got one more turn again. Well done. Yo, we can do fountain dive here, maybe. What is happening on my screen? The turret and Nexus, bro. Turret and Nexus, not the Akali. No. Hit it, bro. Nice. Okay, we gotta do mandatory turret damage check.
Turret damage check. Hey, big dog, I got you. Amazing. I hate this character so much.
I thought you were gonna say you love it now. I thought you were gonna say you fell in love with it. And it's like, beautiful.
Character sucks.
It's time to go!
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Now, being a certified epic gamer, you might think I don't know a thing or two about sports or outside, but I will have you know that I played a fair bit of sports back in my day. In fact, playing tennis poorly is a fundamental part of my childhood. And you know who else is a fundamental part of my childhood? Waluigi. So, I've got a funny idea. Why don't we talk about the development of Mario Tennis? Because not only is it the first Mario Tennis game ever made, but it is also the only reason Waluigi exists today. So on this episode of Beta 64, we are going to take a close look at the birth of Waluigi, the death of his scrap sidekick Wadu Peach, and the development of Mario Tennis. Before we start taking a look at Mario Tennis, we first need to talk about Camelot. In case you didn't know, a majority of Mario sports games were made by one single company called Camelot. If you don't count Golden Sun or any of the mobile apps they made, for the past 25 years,
Camelot has only released video games based on tennis and golf for Nintendo consoles. But that wasn't what the company was originally intended to be known for. Camelot was founded in 1994 by Shugo Takahashi, with the focus of the company being to make games for the Sony PlayStation. Their early years were mostly focused on RPGs like Beyond the Beyond, but there was one game released in 1997 that wasn't an RPG. Camelot made a game called Everybody's Golf for the PS1. And that's a pretty big series that was made for roughly 20 years. Not by Camelot, they only made the first game in the series. But it did solidify that the company could make a pretty dang good golf game. This was all before Camelot started working with Nintendo. So how did that end up happening? Well, Nintendo had recruited Camelot to create a role-playing game for the Nintendo 64. But Camelot wanted to make a simple game first, to get used to the Nintendo 64 hardware. And what could be simpler than a nice little game of golf? So they started working on developing a prototype of it. At the same time, just by pure coincidence, Nintendo was also working on their very own golf game for the N64, just called Golf. One day, Camelot showed off their prototype to Nintendo, and they were so impressed that Nintendo was just like, yeah, forget our game, just make yours. So, Golf was cancelled, and Nintendo had Camelot take over. The final game ended up becoming Mario Golf, which released in 1999 to universal acclaim. So as you'd expect, Nintendo asked Camelot to make another Mario sports title, and that one just so happened to end up being Mario Tennis.
Development of Mario Tennis began shortly after the completion of Mario Golf in 1999. So if you do the math, that means 2000 minus 1999 equals 1. They finished the entirety of Mario Tennis in one single year? How?
Hiroyuki Takahashi, president of Camelot and brother of Shugo Takahashi, attributed the quick development time to great teamwork and Camelot's philosophy of trying to build new things on top of what they already knew how to do. They don't try to take massive leaps when making their games. Their titles are treated more like stepping stones to new ideas. But that's not the only reason why development was so quick. It was also an intentional choice, because Camelot knew Nintendo would be releasing the Dolphin Project soon, which you probably know better under its final name, the GameCube. As I said before, Camelot was originally working on building the basics of an RPG for the N64 before switching to making Mario Golf. Well, after Mario Golf was released, they were gonna go back to working on that RPG, but the GameCube was coming, and they wanted to make a simpler game for the Nintendo 64 that could be made quickly, before the brand new console came out and suddenly whatever they were making was completely obsolete. So they went ahead and just reorganized their entire software development schedule to focus on getting Mario Tennis done before the GameCube. Well, I guess technically it wasn't called Mario Tennis at the beginning, because they weren't 100% certain that they would be allowed to use Mario characters in the game. They wanted to use Mario characters, they were previously allowed to use Mario characters in Mario Golf, but instead of just assuming they'd get to use them, they wanted to get explicit permission from Nintendo first. That being said, the prototype they showed Nintendo already had Mario characters being used and playable, so I guess they were pretty confident that they were going to be able to get the go-ahead. When they showed their prototype to Miyamoto, he liked the game a lot, and the team was so happy to hear that. With the ability to add Mario characters to the game set in stone, they got to work picking out their roster. And that, my friends, is where the beautiful, majestic Waluigi was born.
Yeah, in case you weren't aware, Mario Tennis marked the debut of Waluigi. Camelot created him specifically for Mario Tennis on the Nintendo 64. But where did this idea for Waluigi come from? How was he conceived? And who are the parents? Well, we'll get to all of that just in a bit. First things first, we need to start at the very beginning, back when the team was first picking their playable characters for Mario Tennis. The first characters picked for the game were Mario, Luigi, Peach, Wario, and Bowser. They were the easy choices. And beyond that, it was a real struggle finding characters that would fit into the game. Tennis is a game about competition. It's visceral. They wanted someone in the roster to be the heel, someone you'd love to hate and wanted to compete against to come out on top. They searched through all the past Mario games for characters to fill that role, but came up short. I mean, there was Wario, but tennis has doubles, 2 versus 2. So Mario and Luigi versus Wario and who? Shugo Takahashi was the one who initially suggested making a new character, but they didn't want to step on anyone's toes. So Camelot asked Nintendo, hey, are you guys able to make us, a new character, someone to act as Wario's teammate? But Nintendo was busy at the time, probably busy with the upcoming GameCube. Well, can we take a shot at it? Asked Camelot. And Nintendo was just like, yeah, sure, go for it. Well, okay then. That's when the development team began discussing what this new character would be like. Specifically, Fumihide Aoki and Shugo were the ones who got to work creating Waluigi. And fun fact, this new character was named Waluigi before they even began designing what he would look like. And speaking of his looks, Shugo wanted there to be a stark contrast between Wario and Waluigi. Aoki thought about this and suggested they looked like the Doronbo gang from Yatterman. Just to be clear, it wasn't intended to be a copy and paste imitation, it's just that specific dynamic that they liked, with one character being tall and thin, and the other being short and thick. With the look settled, what would be Waluigi's outfit? Well, originally, Waluigi was going to wear the same hat as Wario with a W smack dab in the middle, but since it would be the same, they thought, maybe we should be a bit more original. They tried having Waluigi's hat have both a W and an L, stacked on top of each other, but we could do better. It was thanks to Yoichi Kotabe that they were able to settle on the now classic upside-down L. Yoichi worked at Nintendo at the time and is known for being the one who refined Miyamoto's early sketches of Mario into the style that we know and love today. He let Aoki and Shugo in on a little secret. Wario's W isn't just because his name is Wario, it's also an upside-down M for Mario. Ooh, a pattern! And that's why they decided to go for an upside-down L, because much like Wario being Mario's counterpart, Waluigi was Luigi's counterpart. Now, aside from the hat, everything else was decided pretty quickly and easily. Purple was just a good color balance with the other characters, and the mustache looks that way because it's an L to match the L on the hat. With the character design all said and done, you'd think there would be a sigh of relief from the team. They had their new character ready to walk onto the court, but instead they were concerned. How would Nintendo feel about Waluigi? Would they hate it? If they do hate it, what do we do? Alright, let's just see what Miyamoto thinks. And you know what? Miyamoto freaking loved it. In fact, Nintendo loved Waluigi so much that when Kotabe went to clean up their sketches and finalize the character, he kept Waluigi almost exactly as they envisioned him. And the rest is history. Now, Waluigi isn't the only unexpected character that was added. Mario Tennis included Princess Daisy, which was a big deal since the last game that she was in was back in the early 90s. In fact, Daisy only made 2 appearances between her introduction in Super Mario Land and being added to Mario Tennis. She showed up in NES Open Tournament Golf as Luigi's caddy, and she also appeared in Super Mario Bros. Print World for MS-DOS. But that game doesn't even have her in her correct colors. She just looks like a slightly different Princess Peach. And after those 2 brief appearances, we didn't see Princess Daisy for almost a decade, until Mario Tennis finally brought her back into the limelight with her first ever playable appearance in a video game. Since then, she's been in at least one video game every single year for the past 25 years, all because Camelot added her to Mario Tennis. Thank you, Camelot. Nowadays, Daisy is a well-known character, but back then, she was a pretty obscure pick. Some of the development team didn't even know that Daisy was a princess, only finding it out when Nintendo mentioned it to them.
In fact, it was Nintendo that made Daisy's appearance in this game happen at all. Once again, doubles mode was proving to be an issue for Camelot. Mario had Peach, but Luigi didn't have a partner. When Camelot asked Nintendo who to pick, they just said, yeah, Daisy would be a good match, so they went for it. They also asked Nintendo if Wario and Waluigi should also have female partners too, maybe even girlfriends. But Miyamoto was like, nah, people who would date Waluigi and Wario would be weird people. His words, not mine. But that wasn't the only potential partners that got scrapped. Shugo was also thinking it would be fun to make partners for Bowser and Boo. But to be fair, that was just him making little silly ships in his head. It was never actually planned to be in the game. Speaking of Boo, Mario Tennis was also their first playable appearance in a Mario game. Same goes for Paratroopa, Shy Guy, and Birdo. Camelot just needed a ton of characters for Mario Tennis, way more than Mario Golf. And while there are many characters in the Mario universe, they could only pick ones that were suitable for a human sport. Camelot had considered a Goomba, Bullet Bill, or maybe even a Womp for playable characters, but these ideas were all thrown out because they weren't human-shaped enough. Goombas didn't have hands, and the Womp was just rock solid, couldn't really bend to reach for the ball. That's the main reason why Daisy was such a quick pick after Nintendo suggested her. She's human, so she was in. It's surprisingly hard to find human characters in the Mario universe back then. Nowadays you got Rosalina and stuff like that, but back then they had to really scrape the bottom of the barrel to find anyone close. But in the end, they were able to find enough characters. And it wasn't entirely based on how human they looked. They also wanted to pick characters for potential gameplay elements. For instance, when they picked Boo, they realized that since Boo's hover, they should make it where Bowser's stage tilting wouldn't affect them. But that's also a bit overpowered, so they had to add in a second flying character in order to kind of balance it out. Doing that was pretty simple though. They just replaced the original idea of having a Koopa Troopa as a playable character with a Paratroopa. Having quirky characters doing quirky things like that was part of the design philosophy of Mario Tennis. They wanted to create something new. That was actually the mantra used for the team throughout development. They wanted to create a new genre of sports games, something that broke from the standard vanilla tennis games at the time. Having specific characters with quirky perks and disadvantages was just one way they kept the game nice and spicy.
We've spent a good chunk of this video talking about characters in Mario Tennis, but there is one more person that I want to talk about. Another Wah character.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Wario Peach? After Aoki and Shugo had finished creating Waluigi, they had another idea they wanted to make happen for Mario Tennis. Wario Peach, an evil counterpart to Peach. The thing was, this evil Peach character wasn't really necessary, at least like Waluigi was. They had already figured out everyone's doubles, Mario and Luigi versus Wario and Waluigi, Mario and Peach versus Luigi and Daisy. So while the name Wario Peach was written down during the development of Mario Tennis for the Nintendo 64, they didn't actually pursue the idea with a visual design until Mario Power Tennis on the GameCube. Now, I know this video isn't about Mario Power Tennis, but the story of Wario Peach is just too interesting not to include. And technically, it all started with the original Mario Tennis, so let's freaking go. Let's go down this rabbit hole. Basically, while creating the sequel to Mario Tennis, they wanted to give Wario Peach a shot, just because it sounded fun. Not to mention they were kind of on a high from getting Waluigi approved in the first game. I mean, if Nintendo approved Waluigi, maybe, just maybe, they could get a